ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. The federal Greens are withholding their support for legislation to take over an embattled construction union. Brett Worthington reports from Parliament House.
The government will this week introduce urgent legislation to appoint an independent administrator to the construction division of the CFMEU. The union is facing allegations of using standover tactics and being infiltrated by bikies. Workplace Relations Minister Murray Watt is demanding the Parliament pass the legislation.
I think everyone's had a gutful of what they've been saying.
But Greens MP Max Chandler-Mather says the government wants a debate without releasing the legislation.
Well, they haven't shown us the legislation. This is extraordinary.
The Parliament returns to Canberra tomorrow.
ASIO Director General Mike Burgess has renewed calls for those in positions of power to think carefully about the language they use. Australia's national terrorism alert level was lifted from possible to probable this week. In recent weeks, National MP Barnaby Joyce told protesters to use their ballot papers as bullets, and the Iranian ambassador to Australia called for the violent removal of Israelis from the, quote, holy lands of Palestine. Mr Burgess says there is a direct connection between inflammatory language and inflammatory tension and violence.
It's unhelpful if you're kind of using analogies or weapons that are designed to hurt people, of course. The Iranian ambassador to Australia, what a classic, great, terrible example of actually inappropriate, unacceptable language that can actually drive violence in our society.
A 16-year-old boy is being questioned by police over a fatal crash in Melbourne's north, allegedly involving a stolen car. A motorcyclist died after he was struck by the vehicle at the intersection of Bell and Victoria Streets in Preston shortly after 12:30 this morning. Police say 2 occupants fled the scene and the teenager was arrested a short time later. Police believe it was one of 2 vehicles stolen from Pascoe Vale South about an hour before the crash. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump's campaign team say their emails have been hacked, suggesting they've been targeted by Iran. The BBC's Tom Bailey reports.
In a fresh twist to the US presidential race, the news website Politico reported on Saturday that it had been emailed Trump campaign documents from an anonymous source, including internal research carried out on Mr. Trump's running mate, the Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. Politico said it had confirmed the authenticity of the files, which is said to include details about past criticisms of the former president by Mr. Vance. A Trump campaign spokesman told the BBC the documents had been obtained illegally by hostile foreign sources and were intended to interfere in November's election.
Australia is sitting third on the Olympics medal table ahead of the final day of competition at the Games in Paris. Ali Crew reports.
Australia's added more silver to the tally on day 15, taking the total number of medals to 50 overall. Athlete Jess Hull created history, winning silver and Australia's first Olympic medal in the women's 1500 metres, while the Stingers missed out on gold, losing the final of the women's water polo to Spain. The medal haul includes a record-breaking 18 gold, making it Australia's most successful Olympic campaign, while the overall number of medals makes it the second best tally at an Olympic Games, behind Sydney in 2000 and equals Athens in 2004.
Premier Jacinta Allen says controversial Australian Olympic breaker Rachel Gunn should let the haters hate and celebrate being the country's first breaking competitor. Ray Gunn's performance has gone viral after she performed moves including jumping like a kangaroo and the sprinkler and didn't score a single point. The future of the sport at the Olympics is up in the air as it won't feature in the 2028 LA Olympic Games. Ms Allen says she found the sport fun to watch.
I'll leave decisions about the programming of the Olympics to those experts who are involved in the programming. But can I just say, it doesn't matter what your view of the sport might be. The fact that you have been chosen to represent your nation on the world stage says to me you're a champion already.
And a welcome home celebration for Australia's Olympics and Paralympics teams will be held in Melbourne on Saturday the 14th of September. There will be homecoming celebrations in all capital cities between the 13th of September and October the 3rd. Australia's chef de mission Anna Mears says while Olympians will return to Australia on Wednesday morning, they will hold off on the capital city celebrations.
And we are doing that so that Olympians and Paralympians can be celebrated and welcomed home together. We've actually worked really closely with the Paralympic team.
To the weather now for the state, a dry, mild and mostly sunny day. For Melbourne, sunny with a top today of 18. Tomorrow, sunny 20. Tuesday, sunny, also 20. Right now in Melbourne, it's 16 degrees. ABC News.
Here's my top footy tip for the season. You can get your games live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. I know, right? AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team. This season on the home of 100% pure footy. The ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling. AFL Sunday on radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Just when you think we've seen it all, a thrilling Saturday in round 22 that proves we ain't seen nothing yet. A season like no other. Mac marks his moment. A goal after the siren for the Suns in a breakthrough win ends Essendon's season as the finals hoodoo continues for another year. Essendon lead by 5 points. Their season hangs on the kick from Mac Andrew. He's kicked 3 goals tonight. He starts his approach. 35 metres out, directly in front. Mac Andrew, he's kicked it! And the Gold Coast Suns have won! Their first win on the road for 2024. A breakthrough win. And it breaks the Bombers' hearts. Port power their way to second on the AFL ladder with a come-from-behind win over the Demons at the MCG as they eye the double chance.
The sub 5 times this season, including in his past 3 games. Brought into the game with Todd Marshall going out at half-time. When you get brought in, can you come in and make an impact? Quinton Narkle does just that. Sets it up in the pocket, flirting with the boundary line. Port Adelaide win. Whether it's demolition derbies or slugfests at the G, Port Adelaide have proven they can find a way to win. Their credentials are bolstered. They win by 2 points.
Geelong move into the top 4 with a come-from-behind win over the Fremantle Dockers in Jeremy Cameron's 250th game, leaving the Dockers in a fight for the top 8.
Taberner couldn't mark, ball comes to ground level. Now Sarong snaps towards goal, and Sarong kicks it. That's 3 for Caleb Sarong, and what a season he is having. He puts the Dockers back in front. Nana with him something hand to close. Back to Nana. Runs he on goal from 20 metres out, and he nails it. Sean Nana, what a story he is. Was playing in the VFL for Werribee last year. And now he's kicked the goal to put the Cats 11 points in front.
GWS the Giant Killers ending Brisbane's 9-game winning streak with a huge road win at the Gabba to claim their 6th straight victory and move to 3rd on the AFL ladder.
Daniels handball inside 50 to Jones. The speedster hits another one. Oh yes, Darcy Jones, the diminutive match winner.
Iden has it now to centre half back. Himmelberg out wide. Siren goes. And the Giants storm home to win. The Lions winning streak hit by Giant Tsunami this afternoon.
Hi everyone, Matt Clinch with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. The other winner, West Coast, defeating North Melbourne in Tasmania. So there's so much to play for. 6 matches decided by a total of 40 points this weekend. Swans by 3 points, Eagles by 5, Giants by 18, Cats by 11, the Suns by 1 with a goal after the siren, and Port Adelaide by 2. Today on ABC Sport, it's a mini elimination final for the Hawks as they take on the Blues. A beautiful 16 degrees here at the MCG. St Kilda and Richmond from Docklands, and Adelaide face the Western Bulldogs to bring down the curtain on the weekend's footy. Port Adelaide midfielder Willem Drew will be our special guest. Each Sunday we try and make sense of what we've seen, try and make sense of what's taken place. What a challenge it is this weekend. 3-time Premiership player, Premiership captain, Geelong legend Cameron Ling is with you once more for a Sunday. Welcome, Lingy.
Good afternoon, Clinchy. Great to be with you. Good afternoon to everyone out there. Hope everyone is enjoying the sunshine. It's a superb day, a beautiful day for footy. The MCG will be buzzing this afternoon, Clinchy. That'll be a great game. Hopefully you have a great call. You're right. How do we make sense of what's going on at the moment? It's some incredible footy, some incredible results, some great comebacks, some astonishing, 3 goals in 90 seconds, gets West Coast the win. Some wonderful things happening over this weekend. Hopefully it continues today as well. As we love to do every time we start with a couple of highlights. Now, assuming I can't give just all the love to Jess Hull and her performance in the 1500 final, because we are a footy chat here. I want to go to the Giants, Clinchy. That is a brilliant win, a first-class win. I don't know what was happening in the first quarter. I'm not sure with the way they started the game, playing some pretty horrible footy, and the Lions were very good. But to come back and win from that position on the opposition's home deck against a team in red-hot form, that is a huge win. That is a confidence builder heading into September. Not that they need much more confidence because they know they're a good team, but it's now being led by James Peatling with 9 clearances, or Finn Callaghan had 24 touches and a goal. Darcy Jones with a couple. Brent Daniels, excellent. Connor Iden, excellent. It's not just their massive names and their superstars. Those guys drove that win yesterday. It's a brilliant, brilliant performance. No doubt Adam Kingsley would have been a very, very happy man, Clinchy, at the end of the game. This is him after a terrific win by the GWS Giants yesterday.
Really confident in our game, but again, we're not perfect, and we know that, and we don't need to be to a certain level. But like I said last week, we've got to play more than 40 minutes of footy against the Hawks, and I felt like we played more than 40 minutes, but we still had lapses that it could have proved really costly. So we continue to work on. We've always got something to work on. We're far from the finished product, so that's exciting. But now we're coming towards the pointy end of the season. Today's win certainly helps us qualify for finals. Yeah, well, we've got a bit to work on.
Got a bit to work on, but I feel like he's getting them cherry ripe at the right time of the year, Clinchy. Great win by the Giants. What was the highlight for you? I'm going to have a wild guess, given we just listened to some highlights and heard your voice there. You've called a couple of winners after the siren now.
Oh, I have back-to-back crazy Saturday nights. And as you said, 4 games that have been decided by under 5 points. I thought, what a crazy weekend. And yet the final sort of 2 minutes from Docklands as the Gold Coast Suns found a way to win against the Bombers. Well, it summarised everything, didn't it? The fine line between pleasure and pain. Sorry, Essendon fans.
Passes to McGrath, then gives it to Caddy. He just hacks it inside forward 50 to a one-on-one. Buttery back with the flight of the ball. Gresham pushes it out of the way. Then runs into an open goal.
Play the push.
Oh, it's a free kick going the way of Gold Coast. I don't think the Bombers fans have realised it just yet.
Certainly haven't. I think it was there.
So a free kick to Connor Butterick in the left back pocket for the Suns. Essendon by 5 points.
Just over 2 minutes to go. The Bombers fans thought they were home. Ballard now. Can he answer back for the Suns? Inboard to Anderson at left half back. Essendon by 5 points. 12-14-86 to the Suns 12-9-81. The Bombers have kicked 1-9 in the final term. To Powell at centre half back. Out to Holman on the broadcast wing. Looks up one-on-ones inside 50. Kicks to Rogers. Right on 50 out to the right. King wants it in the goal square. Mackay racing back. Rogers looks for King on the lead. Pokes it out to him. Ben King up. Can't take the mark. And Mackay spoils it out of play. Right forward pocket for the Suns. With 1:30 to remain. The Bombers by 5 points.
Jakey Rogers. Not sure that was the best option.
90 seconds left. Essendon by 5 points. Ball in the Suns forward 50. Rogers attacks the contest. Roberts right there with him. Rogers may have dragged it in. The umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt. Ball up, 25 metres out from the Suns' goal. Witts, hand passes to Rao, had a fumble. It spills out of play. We've got to throw in 35 metres around from the Suns' goal. Essendon by 5 points, just over a minute left.
Get comfortable on the edge of your seat. Suns inside their forward 50. Bombers lead by 5 points. A lot of hanging on going on at this stoppage as blocks are being made. Thrown in. Witts and Bryan. Bryan wins down the tap. Caldwell gathers. Bangs a kick out of defence. Collins and Draper. Collins in front. Did he hang on to it? He does. At right half forward. A minute to go.
Go inside. Change direction.
Sam Collins looks up. He pokes it into the pocket. Sam. It's over the head of Powell and it goes out of play. A throw in where the 50-metre up meets the boundary. The moment the pressure is getting to everyone. The Bombers by 5 points. Hang on.
Give away free kick here, McAndrews.
As Kelly being put down off the ball. McAndrews is getting a word to. Umpire throws it back in.
Bryan against Witts and Ruck. Ball to be won at half forward. Rao gives it to Lemons. He sends the Suns inside forward 50. Can they get a mark at the top of the square? Off hands. Who's there? Holman gathers. Has to break 2 tackles. Get rid of it. It goes over the line for a throw in. 37 seconds left on the clock.
Got to find a way to get this over the back of his head. Jared Witts into space. There's a lot of numbers in front of him.
Every second matters. Thrown in. It clears Bryan and Witts. Flanders can't get a possession. Stringer's in defence. Hand pass to Caldwell. Kicks up the wing. Draper and Collins once more. Collins taps into his own advantage. Kicks a chaos ball. Mac Andrews sets it. And takes the mark. Mac Andrew, what a contested mark. The Packers crash behind him. And he might kick after the full-time siren.
He will. Sam Collins just won.
How good was that?
Huge 50-50.
Well, he's done two.
Two against
two in a
Sam
minute.
Draper.
Unbelievable. The villain. Here come the boos.
And he's a good kick, Mac Andrew.
And after Mitch McGovern last week for the Blues, for the second consecutive Saturday night,
wow.
Essendon lead by 5 points. Their season hangs on the kick from Mac Andrew. He's kicked 3 goals tonight. He starts his approach. 35 metres out, directly in front. Mac Andrew, he's kicked it! And the Gold Coast Suns have won! Their first win on the road for 2024. A breakthrough win. And it breaks the Bombers' hearts. And the Essendon fans, disappointingly, are throwing drink bottles onto the field. But the Suns through Mac Andrews. He kicks the walk-off winner, and the Suns win by a point. All the drama and tension of the final term, Mac Andrews seizing the moment and making it his own, and Damien Hardwick with his thoughts after the match.
It was pretty special. Like, it was, we didn't have anything going our way. We sort of just went away from how we meant to play, and probably, I lost my mind in the coach's box, and the players sort of lost their minds a little bit on ground as well. And it's good lessons for us. And then to finish the way we did, like, Mac was enormous, obviously, but Colo had a couple of incredible patches there late, which are really, really important. And I thought the last 2.5 minutes we sort of started to get that understanding. And we've got a young group that is emerging, and you look at Will Graham to sit there and take the game on. It was an incredible tackle by McGrath, I think it was, but then for Mac to take that powerful mark, and then I'm not going to lie, it didn't look great off the boot, to be fair, to start, but he got it home. But good sides, and we're on the way to becoming that. They win ugly, and we probably have had the opportunity to win ugly, but we haven't. And today was one of those games where finally the Marvel gods smiled on us today to allow us to get over the line.
Damien Hardwick with his reflections on Mac Andrew kicking the winner. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you for AFL Sunday. Ling, your quick thoughts on the Suns' victory?
Super important victory, of course. Incredible. They got the win. Mac Andrew, the theatre of that was quite hilarious watching it, given he was the villain and then the hero. Bad loss by the Bombers, though. I know we're going to talk a lot more about them soon, but no, great win by the Suns. Maybe important for their growth for the years to come. Finally getting that away win, and a win like that can help galvanise the group.
0437 774 774 is the SMS line. Let us know your highlight of the weekend's footy. Well, Port Adelaide came from behind and held on for a thrilling 2-point win in a dour clash against Melbourne at the MCG to move to second on the ladder. Willem Drew was a big part of it, and he can join you on ABC Sport. Willem, welcome to you.
Yes, thanks for having me on.
As you listen to some of the highlights of the match at Docklands, I mean, your contest was a completely different one. What was the last sort of 5 or 6 minutes like as you desperately held on?
Yeah, I suppose probably looking back to our game, it was probably definitely a scrappy game, and I suppose credit to Melbourne, they sort of really brought that pressure to us, and yeah, look, it was a scrappy game, but the ones that are important to win, and super pumped to get the 4 points.
Willem, congratulations on the win. You just found a way, which was no doubt pleasing in its own strange way, because it was a pretty dour game. How do you shift from just the most astonishing performance last week, brilliant football, to then the feeling of, it's not quite working, it's not quite flowing, it's hard, it's just this ugly arm wrestle at times. How do you make sure the group shifts their mindset to be up for that?
Yeah, as you touched on, it was probably a completely different game and different feeling out there. And, look, we touched on that during the week to make sure that our mindset coming in was to be right on. And, look, I think it was just sort of how the game unfolded. And, obviously, it was really, really tight game throughout the 4 quarters. And, just really pleasing to be able to get the win and move on to next week.
You often get asked to do different jobs while also still playing as an attacking midfielder. You can go and hunt the footy as well. I loved some of your battles with Clayton Oliver last night and a little bit of banter. I think you had a free kick against you that I thought was a little bit on the unlucky side of things. And I did enjoy you having a little chat with Clary and suggesting that maybe there was nothing in it. You seem to just love that competitive side of the game. Is that fair?
Yeah, definitely. I've probably played on Clary a few times now, and look, he's a great competitor, and obviously one of the game's best players as well. So always a great challenge, and probably got a little bit carried away there for a little bit, but no, it was all in good fun.
You're allowed to get a little carried away from time to time. Tell us about Jason Horne-Francis. I mean, his role as an attacking midfield inside the forward 50 seems to have really unearthed another element to your forward attacking prowess, but also his ability to go back behind the ball when the game needed to be won late yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been massive for this whole season, really, and obviously really dangerous down forward with just how quick and powerful he is, and we all know what he can do around the ball, and he's someone who just reads the game so well. He sets up stoppage, and he comes with a lot of different ideas to the team, so super important for us, and he's had a great season.
So 4 wins on the trot after the big win over Sydney last week. How much sort of preparation, how mindful were you that you had to try and continue with that momentum and not have that sort of slip back in form?
Yeah, we're definitely really mindful of it, and for us it's about wanting to be consistent and making sure that I suppose our habits are the same each week, and we've sort of really set ourselves up now and really looking forward to the last 2 games of the year, and hopefully we can continue on our winning ways.
It's crazy, isn't it, Willem? Given you guys are in terrific form, playing wonderful footy, you've got yourselves to second on the ladder, but any slip up in the last couple of games could see you finish more down the bottom of the top 8 than top of the top 8. You've got the showdown this week, and then you're heading to Perth to play Fremantle. I mean, 2 really tricky games. The showdowns are always a flip of the coin type thing. There's no room for error, is there, this season?
No, absolutely right, and obviously everyone knows how close the ladder is, so really crucial just to finish off this year well, and look to push into finals. So obviously a showdown this week is another great opportunity for us, and a game that we all love playing in, and then obviously Freo for the last game of the year, which is a tough road trip. So 2 big games coming up, and I suppose 2 that we're really looking forward to.
We've seen the importance of hitting and continuing that form into finals, given there's that the bye week before finals, so getting that really good footy in the lead up so that you can play the first final in good nick. What sort of experiences do you draw on from your last few years and those finals you've played in, and the experience of getting yourselves prepped for finals but also playing in them? What can you use to make sure the minds are all sharp?
Yeah, I think for us it's definitely just about focusing on the Crows this week, and then worry about the sort of games to come. But we definitely want to be in the mindset of playing that contested footy and being strong around the contest, and I suppose for us getting our pressure up, and that's what our game's built on. So we'll continue to do that, and I suppose the more we are consistent at it, the more I suppose wins will come our way.
And you got to, it appears like even last night as the example, keep playing your game style. The amount of times we saw you guys trying to go back into the corridor, play with that real bold ball movement, even though Melbourne felt like they were packing up the corridor with 8 or 10 players at times. Getting that balance between playing your way and what the opposition gives you. What do you need to? Well, what did you learn from last night that you maybe need to get better for this week?
Yeah, so it's probably sort of something we've been sort of working on all year about not sort of forcing those balls through the corridor. Obviously, we love to play quick and fast, but sometimes it's just, as you said, sort of playing what the oppo gives us, going down the line if we have to, and I suppose, it's just that finding that balance of when we can go quick and fast, or when we have to go slow.
Port Adelaide midfielder Willem Drew is with you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Did you have some friends or family in the rooms afterwards? I'm told there was a little banner for you.
Yeah, I had some family down there, and I had some kids from down Port Fairy way who got into the rooms, and probably the first poster I've ever seen of me, but happy.
Just pinch a couple off Jason Horne-Francis. You deserve it. I mean, Willem, the question is going to be around Port Adelaide's finals record, and I'm sure you've heard it a lot in the South Australian media, but having won 2 of your past 6 finals, losing in straight sets last year to Brisbane and GWS, why do you feel like this side is different, and how you're trying to prepare differently for finals this time around?
I suppose that's probably not something that we've touched on or focused on at all. And I think this year we're building really nicely, and obviously we had that patch where it didn't sort of go our way for 3 or so weeks. But I suppose the last month has been really pleasing, and we feel like we're really building and creating a great environment at the club. And we're just excited to get into these last 2 games and then see what else happens.
Well, so far you've been good to watch over the last 4 weeks, and good luck against the showdown battle against Adelaide. We know how big they are in South Australia. Willem, thanks as always for your time. Enjoy your Sunday.
No worries. Thanks for having me on.
Willem Drew joining us from Port Adelaide on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you for AFL Sunday. There's one late change here at the MCG. Chankuth Jath is a late withdrawal. Harry Morrison comes into the side. Alex Chincotta and Luke Bruce are the subs for this afternoon. On the SMS 0437 774 774. Grant in Hobart enjoying the show. What a weekend of footy. Sadly, I think my Blues will lose again today. Team Essendon kicked 1 goal, 11 behinds after the 15-minute mark of the third quarter when Caddy kicked the last. Teams that are this wasteful do not deserve to win. Essendon's small forwards are a real weakness. Gresham, Menzies, 12 possessions between them. Davey, Peter from Balaclava, and Fran from Melbourne. Sad Pies family lost, hopefully, all games. So far, a genuine highlight. Twists and turns. Who will win the big one? It's anyone's guess at this stage.
Peter's point's a brilliant one about the Bombers. When you have those opportunities against a team you should beat, if your intention is playing finals and you've got that chance, you've got to nail those, Clinchy. You just have to. You've got to be clinical. The really good teams, they handle those moments. And that's probably the Bombers fans sitting here on a nice Sunday morning going, we just wasted that one. We had that. That was our game. And off the high of last week of pinching that incredible win, to then just come crashing back thinking, come on, guys. You know, just 1 or 2 of those moments you execute under pressure and you nail them. Mac Andrew doesn't get the chance. It's all irrelevant because you've made it a 12, 15, 18-point game and it's out of the Gold Coast Suns' hands. So, yeah, that's a really disappointing one for the Bombers.
Our South Australian listeners are about to depart, so give me your thoughts on the Power briefly as to where you see them and are you starting to believe in them?
Yeah, I really like them, but I've liked them right through. I think Ken Hinkley's a terrific coach. I've been on the record with that constantly. I think he's very good. He puts his teams in a position to contend, and that's what more can you ask? Yeah, it'd be great if you go and just win every game for the season and you win the flag by 20 goals, fantastic. It's not reality. You've got to keep putting your team there. Ken Hinkley does that. They've got a midfield, Clinchy, that's capable of a premiership. That's their one wood. That's their real strength. Rosie, Butters, Horne-Francis, Willem Drew, Ollie Wines, just excellent. Trav Boak on a wing now, playing great footy. Yeah, there's little question marks around some of the other positions on the ground, but I think they're finding Zerk Thatcher's improving as a defender. Alir's a terrific defender. Their forward line looks much better, I think, with Mitch Georgiades in there. Unfortunately, Todd Marshall had the concussion issue last night. Rioli wasn't great last night, but was terrific the week before. So, yeah, there's little questions, but I think every team in the comp right now, even the very best teams, which Port is one of them, have got questions, but they've also got massive strengths. So that's the thing. They are a chance. They are a huge chance. But as the question I put to Willem Drew, they can't afford a hiccup. They can't lose the showdown, or they can't drop one to Freo and end up 6th on the ladder or 7th on the ladder. They've got to hold that top 4 and preferably top 2.
Port Adelaide winners by 2 points over Melbourne. Here was their coach, Ken Hinkley.
I think we were untidy at the start of the game. I think we started off potentially playing like we were still last week a little bit, and that can happen after a performance that we put up. Because, as I said last week, they're just performances out of the box a little. You don't expect that to be the case, but as a player, I imagine sometimes you want to go back out there and say, oh, this is what happened last week, this is the way it should be. But Melbourne certainly was ready for that, and they went after us. And credit where credit's due, they made it a tough slog for us. But we got there in the end.
The Power up to second on the ladder, and for Melbourne, that's their third loss by 5 points or less in the last 7 weeks. Keziah Pickett, despite his standout game, kicking 4 goals and 21 disposals, including 8 score involvements, not enough for the Demons to get on the line. Wendy from Bendigo says, is Charlie Curnow playing? Well, he's listed, Wendy, so unless something happens in between now and the opening bounce, he is in the team sheet for the Blues. For our South Australian audience, you're off to the footy. For everyone else, there's so much still to work our way through. Jake Knoll, the chief footy reporter for The Age newspaper, about to join us as round 22 continues.
Has something in the night sky ever taken your breath away? Maybe a comet or the huge arc of the Milky Way. This Science Week, the ABC wants to hear about it. Join us for Night Sky Live on the evening of August the 15th. Science Week on ABC Listen and online. Find all the details at abc.net.au/nightsky.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch, Cameron Lynn and Jake Niall.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
I think it's pretty obvious how everyone's feeling. For all of our supporters and the club, it's just extremely frustrating, and you can come up with all sorts of words to describe it, but they're obviously disappointed, but that doesn't help anything. In the last quarter, when the ball's in your front half for 84% of the quarter, and you have 19 inside 50s to 8, you have 11 scoring shots to 2, you're giving yourself opportunity, ain't you?
Brad Scott, the Bombers coach, after their 1-point loss to the Gold Coast Suns last night, as Mac Andrew kicked the winner after the siren to end the Bombers' finals hopes. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. The chief footy reporter for The Age newspaper in Melbourne is Jake Knoll. He joins us every Sunday. Jake, welcome to you.
Thanks, Clinchy.
I mean, it's hard to sort of make sense of the Bombers, isn't it? So, Lingy, Jake, maybe Lingy, you have your first crack as to where it all goes wrong and what the Bombers need to do from here.
Well, I mean, technically, they're still a chance. They're still alive. It's very, very, very difficult given what they've got to go. So they have to still lock in on that, and that's important. Brad Scott couldn't have said it any better. It's just a bad loss. They had their chances. If they don't make it and they don't quite get there because of the tough run, well, then the questions come, how do they support Zach Merritt more with the leadership around the ball, the leadership across the team? Is it simply growth of a Harry Jones and a Nick Cox and an Archie Perkins? Can he get back playing some good footy? Or do they have to bring other people in? Lots and lots and lots of questions. Jake, what are you hearing? What's the wash-up? Is it something where they still believe, hey, we're here and now, we can do something, or is the eye starting to be looked towards 2025?
I don't think, Lingy, that Brad Scott came in there with an expectation that they would be contending for the premiership within 2 years. And they're not contending for the premiership. In my view, they're not a top 8 team, and I think a lot of people inside the club are well aware of their deficiencies in their list. And to me, the concern is, and I've repeatedly said this, and I still think it holds, ask the question, after Zach Merritt, who's the next best player and who's the next couple of A-grade players on the Essendon Football Club list? I think there's a big gap between Merritt. There's some players of considerable talent. Ridley is obviously one, and there are others, but there's a too big a gap in leadership and in ability after Merritt compared to other teams. And that is, at the end of that game, they've been nutted by a couple of Gold Coast players. Mac Andrew is a high-end talent, and he is playing on Jaden Laverty. Now, they brought in Zach Reid in the draft, who's closer to 200 centimetres, a lot closer to 200 centimetres than Jaden Laverty, and he's not able, because of injury, etc., been able to fulfil that role. He's in the 4th year in the system. So that's where it's the draft of 2020, the draft of 2021 with Hobbs, the draft of 2022 with Sardis. These players have not yet made an impact on Essendon's on-field fortunes. And that is, to me, the nub of the issue for Brad Scott, and I think it's going to take time.
It's an interesting scenario in which the Bombers are in. Jake Gresham thought he'd won it. What a fine line it is. The Bombers with 1-9 in the final term. Jake Stringer booted 3 behinds. They had 9 more inside 50s, and it's the Suns who get a breakthrough road win, something which Damien Hardwick can try and build on. So, Jake, I mean, as we look at the ladder, and I mean, who would try and be a Nostradamus at this stage? But Sydney are a game clear on top of Port Adelaide, and GWS and the Cats having moved up to 4th spot. So from 2nd to 5th, separated by just the 2 points. Brisbane in 5th position, 2 points behind Port Adelaide, GWS and the Cats. Then the Fremantle Dockers, 4 points behind that. The Western Bulldogs and Carlton played today. They're 2 points clear of the Bombers, and if the Hawks win today, they can jump up and join them and potentially move inside momentarily, depending on what other results happen. So momentum is such a funny thing at this time of season, but it's questioning what we believe in. Who are you believing the most in at this stage?
Well, the team that seems to have had the most consistent form, momentum in games, and let alone momentum in weeks, seems to move quickly. At three-quarter time, you'd think Brisbane would get that done. They're going to be certainly in the top 4. Now, of course, halfway through the last quarter, you think Brisbane may well overtake Sydney, if you look at the Sydney game. So the results changing so rapidly within a game. I'd say the Western Bulldogs have had the best form line of the last month, 6 weeks. They've beaten Sydney and Sydney easily, and they've beaten Geelong at Geelong easily. So they're 2 wins that are rolled gold. I think they've got the momentum at the moment, but they would want to get to the top 4. Can they do that? There's a banana peel game today for them, and a lot of Brisbane had the banana peel. Well, I don't think it was banana peel. The Giants are very good, and the Giants at their best. Maybe the Giants have just hitting their straps right now with, Josh Kelly coming back, with Cadman starting to support Jesse Hogan, and Young Jones coming through. There's a lot of talent in that team. So I would say, right at the moment, I like the Bulldogs. The Swans, I think they've still got pole position on the ladder, but I don't think they've got the momentum as a team. So there's the ladder, and there's the momentum ladder. The momentum ladder, the Bulldogs would be on top of, and then probably the Giants, and then you'd still have Brisbane there, I think.
The momentum ladder, I like it. Lingy, you're a big fan of the Giants. You're full of praise of them at the top of the program. What about for you, for the 2 or 3 sides you believe the most in with 3 rounds to play?
Yeah, the Giants are certainly there for me. And I think Brisbane and Sydney need to be just based on the quality of their list and quality of their midfield. And I can hear the argument against Sydney and their spluttering form of recent weeks. That's fine. But it's funny what a great win like they had on Friday night can do, and get things re-rolling again for them, and seeing their A-plus graders stand up when it mattered most. Brisbane grand final last year, Swans the grand final the year before, so I know they can perform in finals. So they're probably the group for me. I hear Jake's point about the Dogs and their form. It is right up there, so certainly take that into account as well. And Port Adelaide's form, but probably Brisbane, Sydney Giants for me is that group who maybe just sit at the top, but it's so tight. Jake, I do just want to ask you, I was talking about the Swans and that game on Friday night, a fantastic game of football. Just out of that, Craig McRae, the Collingwood coach, had a few things to say post-match about the umpiring, and perhaps free kicks would be paid differently if it had been at the MCG as opposed to the SCG. There was a questionable 50-metre, potential 50-metre penalty. Is the AFL going to be fine with everything Craig McRae said, or is he going to be a little slap on the wrist? What's happening there?
Well, they're going to talk about it tomorrow, Lingy, about McRae in their football standard meeting on Monday. I don't know. They've been a bit more liberal on letting coaches say things in recent years. We can go over many examples where all sorts of things. I mean, Chris Scott's held dissertations on umpiring after the game. They were probably less pointed about particular decisions. That's probably where McRae's comments, which I think he lost a bit of composure. Like, I think he's been a very level-headed coach in his time at Collingwood. This time, I think he probably lost a bit of composure because really it was the end of their season. So I think that the AFL view, from what I gather, is that they thought the comment about the home ground, because he said that would have been a 50 at the MCG, and I think the AFL's view was that was a pretty silly comment. Now, whether they fine him for it or discipline him for it, I don't know. That'll be discussed tomorrow. The tendency has been to let things go lately. you win some, you lose some, I think is the way most people see it. And that's footy, because Collingwood have had their share where they, only weeks ago, they got probably the benefit of a 50-metre penalty that wasn't paid with the Bailey Scott decision.
Kangaroos, yeah. Yep.
On the SMS 0437 774 774. What the Hawks don't make the top three in the momentum ladder. Yes, they were winless in their opening 5. They won 11 of their next 15, but it all goes on the line today against the Blues at the MCG. This AFL round so far is like a capture of the Snakes and Ladders season so far. Wacky, intriguing, gripping, trying to guess the season game results reminds me of a Danish dude who came out to my footy club trying to guess the bounce of the Aussie rules footy. That's from Rulai in Adelaide. Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Jake Knoll with you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Ling, I'm interested in your observation of Clayton Oliver last night against Port Adelaide. I mean, this is not a new conversation, but for a top 10 player in the competition on his day, one of the most decorated Melbourne players. He signed till 2030, but the challenge for Simon Goodwin last night was, where could he play his star mid?
Yeah, it's a great point you make, Clinchy. He's such a great player when he's at his best, and it probably only highlights how important a great pre-season is for players. You have to be prepared. You have to have the conditioning, because Clayton Oliver's had his battles throughout the year, being able to go in the midfield and really get from contest to contest and get his burst and movement away. He struggled with that, and last night was, to put it bluntly, a bit of a horror show. It wasn't working as a midfielder, and then Simon Goodwin asked him to go down back, and Jason Horne-Francis, then Willie Rioli, and then Darcy Byrne-Jones all had the match-up and all understood he could be badly exploited trying to play as a defender, and some of the vision which we covered last night as part of the broadcast that I was working on was pretty damning on Clayton Oliver's decision-making. Zero preparation and understanding of how to play on those players as a defender. And in the end, I think Simon Goodwin brought him to the bench and said, well, we're just going to have to play him as an inside mid and have a crack. And he unfortunately can't do that at the moment, given the preparation that he's had. It was a bad night, and it's been a bit of a horror season. He's going to have to find a way to get back. Great pre-season, clear the head and just go back to doing what he does best, but he's going to have to give himself that best opportunity. Jake, I'm still a believer in that he is able and capable of getting back to his best football and being a really good, important midfielder at Melbourne. Christian Petrarca with him, his health, all that goes well. Is that still the way it's seen at Melbourne? Surely there's, I know we've discussed this before on this show, but I'm still a believer there's no way you get rid of a player of that quality. Back him to get back to his best.
I think it's highly unlikely that he'll be traded based on the information I've got. And I think that Melbourne are backing him in. I think it's also that, Lingy, you've also got to factor in that he's on $6 million over 6 years, and I think that upwards of that when you consider there's TPP built into that contract. So there's TPP increases, salary cap increases built into it. So Melbourne, the market for Clayton Oliver, if he was to be traded, it would be a distressed asset sale. It wouldn't be you're getting Clayton Oliver of 2021. You're getting Clayton Oliver of 2024, who's had a raft of off-field issues. And as a result of some of those issues and some other things, he has ended up missing the jump in the season. Melbourne made a decision to put him through, he hasn't really had a full pre-season. And as you know better than any of us, if you don't have that body of work, you compromise through the whole season. I think, in hindsight, it may have been better if he'd just not played for half a season and done the pre-season. Well, and at least when you get him back, you'd get the fit player. So I think Melbourne are sticking with him, and they're going to this is going to be an enormous effort for him. I would almost consider sitting him down now and starting his preparation for next year.
Well, that's where my question leads to, Jake. I'm glad you took us there, because is it just a case of, so I mean, I feel bad because I rate him so highly, but my job is to comment honestly about what I'm seeing on the field. I thought his decision-making, everything that he tried to do last night, his second, third efforts just was non-existent. It was a really bad game. So we keep highlighting and we keep talking about it because we hold him to such high standards and expectations. Is it better off for him, for Melbourne, just don't play the last two games, get your break early, you need a break, and then you can start your pre-season early and start building him and going, we need that 2021 version that you mentioned in 2025. We don't need him battling through playing second-rate footy for 2 more games.
Well, not only that, but I think if they do make that decision, I would 100% say that's probably what they should do.
Yep.
Further to that, it actually spares him further scrutiny in a year where he's going to struggle. There's not going to be a turnaround in round 20, 23 and 24. It's not going to happen. He's not going to be able to perform at his standards. And he was someone who was elite in preparation, who was elite in training. And that's fallen off in this pre-season, the pre-season prior to this year. And he has to get it back. And really, it's Melbourne will help him. They'll have people watching him carefully. They'll have their conditioning staff. They'll have the people who help him off the field, his management, all will be involved in this. But in the end, it's up to Clayton Oliver, and I think they should start it now. They're not going to play finals, Melbourne. I mean, is it mathematically possible? I couldn't even tell you, but they're not going to. No. So, start it now. And I don't think it would do the club any harm, and I think it would be better for Clayton.
Jake Niall with his thoughts on Melbourne, so hopefully answers that question on the SMS 0437 774 774. Why isn't Simon Goodwin under more scrutiny despite persistent underperformances with such a good list, and he's reluctant to change a failed forward line? The Blues, some of their legends are gathering on the boundary. They're celebrating their 160-year history, and around 50 of their past players will be down on the ground as the team makes their way out onto the MCG, and Anthony Koutoufides will deliver the game ball to the umpires. So, Jake, as we let you go, the Hawks or the Blues this afternoon? Which way are you leaning?
I've gone the Blues on a bit of a hunch.
Okay.
And Hawthorn's form's been better, but I'm going the Blues.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jake. We'll chat to you next Sunday.
Pleasure.
Jake Niall, the chief footy reporter for The Age newspaper in Melbourne. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you. Just before we move on to Lingy's last word, I just want to take you to the Cats, Lingy, which I'm sure you'll be happy to talk about, but Chris Scott was full of praise for Patrick Dangerfield in Jeremy Cameron's 250th match.
Yeah, look, we're not saying it's a repeat of what we've done in the past, but we do have a bit of a plan when it comes to these things. And it's not just Pat, it's players kind of his vintage, but also his makeup. He's a really fast twitch athlete, which is obvious, and you never want them to get injured, but when they do at that age, we made a concerted effort to prioritise later in the season and held him back a little bit, and we think that that's worked for us before, and we see no reason why he can't be in really good shape for the last couple of months this year. And this was a good example. I tend not to worry about age. I just back what the running data is telling us, and more importantly, what our eyes are telling us. And he hasn't lost any speed or power to my eye.
So Geelong find a way. Fremantle lose another close one. The Cats move up to 4th on the AFL ladder, and Patrick Dangerfield stars once more, Lingy, for the Cats.
Yeah, it was an important win for the Cats. You're right. I pretty much, if I was perfectly honest, I possibly had that one down as a little loss for the Cats, and then they need to win the last two. Yes. So, no, that's a bonus one. And he's right about Paddy. I mean, given you go over there and you think Fremantle will be stinging from what happened last week, and their clearance is a huge part of their game, and you need to get the job done around there if you're going to knock them off on their home deck. Paddy has 11 clearances, 8 inside 50s, so that importance around the ball but also getting it inside forward 50 is what he's still bringing to the table. So the way they manage his body is really important. A great win. Caleb Sarong, superb again for Fremantle. What a player.
Goals.
Yeah, 3 goals. He's a threat around the ball with his clearance work, with his midfield work, but he, like Jason Horne-Francis a little bit as well for Port, is a genuine forward. Well, he has a genuine forwards mindset. He understands where to lead, where to crumb, where to just find little pockets of space. He's a brilliant footballer. He might be a little sneaky chance for the Brownlow too. But then I think of Fremantle, I think they needed to win that one because with what they're facing in the run home, so they've got the Giants in Sydney and then they've got Port Adelaide at home in Perth, but that's a tough run home. We were thinking maybe if Freo do get that win, they're sitting well and truly entrenched inside the top 4 and maybe they're looking at top 2. Certainly if they hadn't have had that hiccup last week, they'd be well and truly top 2. Now with the run home like that, do they start becoming under threat to even miss completely, or maybe just slot into 7th or 8th and don't get any home finals at all? So it's probably a pretty bad loss for them, given they had their chances as well. But a bonus win for the Cats, Clinchy.
Yeah, what could have been a fortnight which would decide their top 4 fate. Instead, they're scrapping for a place in the top 8. You touch on the Giants and their big win at the Gabba. Here are the thoughts of Chris Fagan, the Brisbane Lions coach, as to where it went wrong.
After quarter time, their ferocity in the hunt and their ferocity to put pressure on us was way better than ours, and that's the reason why they won in the end. We weren't able to match that, and that's unusual for us, because I can't fault our blokes for a long time now in that regard. But today, particularly in the second half of the game, their hunger to win the ball and to put pressure on us when they didn't have the ball was better than ours.
Anything to be worried about if you're a Brisbane Lions fan, Lee? Of course, they have Collingwood and the Bombers, 2 sides who are out of finals calculation for the last 2 rounds of the home and away season.
No, you never want to give up a game where you're in control of it at quarter time like that. So, yeah, there's things to work on, things to fix. But given their form line leading up to that, it's not massive alarm bells. It's tinkering, or maybe even just a little mindset reset of a few of their players. Hey, guys, when we're playing against the very best teams and we head into finals, every moment matters. Every detail matters. Each contest is really important. The way we structure up is really important. The way we move the ball, the way we defend. It's all really important. It doesn't just naturally keep rolling because we've won 8 games in a row and we're playing on our home deck and we've set ourselves up with a good first quarter. Therefore, we're fine. No, it's a tough game, especially when you're playing against a good team. So just a little reminder, I think, for the Lions. Certainly zero panic. They're a very good team, and the way that they've flipped their season from the start that they had to just be on this really good roll, they're set up for another massive crack at it in September.
And when we get to this stage of the season, teams almost want to lose rather than win, and yet North Melbourne had the game on their boot in the final dying minutes against the West Coast Eagles, and Oscar Allen stood up with a 5th goal, and Alistair Clarkson was frustrated after the match.
Sometimes you need to go through these harsh lessons as a side. The West Coast Eagles got too many easy goals that we had opportunities to kill the ball and spoil it through, or get it across the boundary, or do whatever it needs to do. We just allowed the ball to stay alive in their front end too much, and they scored too many easy goals. Is a concern for us in terms of just the ease with which but we had chances to stop some of those, so that's what was a pretty disappointing loss in the end.
So North Melbourne second bottom on the AFL ladder with just the Tigers below them. But for the West Coast Eagles, is that another endorsement for Jared Schofield in your eyes, Lee?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I always hesitate when it's been such a bad run for so many years and a coach finishes up that maybe you're better off getting somebody outside in, a fresh set of eyes. So maybe, but he's clearly got them more competitive. Mind you, North Melbourne dominated the disposals. They dominated the inside 50s. They dominated the contested possessions. It was their game. They should have won that, and Clarko would know that. I think back to when we were a really young team at Geelong. Bomber Thompson would always say to us when we were playing against other young, talented teams that were on the rise. So a young St Kilda team with a newly drafted Rewalt and Del Santo and these types of players, Lenny Hayes. He's like, you will play this team for the next decade in big games. You'll play against them. Start getting inside their heads now. Start wanting to win now. And they would have been doing the same back to us. As you come through, even though North and West Coast have sat on the bottom of the ladder for multiple years in a row, you want to be beating these teams to start having that feeling of, we got you, we can take care of you, whatever you throw at us, we're not worried about you, and we're going to keep beating you for the next decade. Clarko would know that too, and I think that's where he'd be really disappointed, saying here was a chance to go, hey, we don't care that you got Harley Reid and all these players, we're going to beat you every single time we play you. And yet, now they've given West Coast that feeling of, we've got these Kangaroos, guys. They can throw their best shot at us and we can still handle them. So it's little psychological blows that you can get early on that maybe maybe will help you in 5, 6, 8 years' time.
North Melbourne led by 19 points with 6.5 minutes remaining, and the Eagles came charging home. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Anthony Koutafidis has just passed the match ball over to the umpires as they make their way out onto the MCG. It's a beautiful 16 degrees at the home of footy. There is one late change. Changuth Jath is out for the Hawks due to soreness. Harry Morrison comes in. The subs this afternoon are Alex Chincotta and Luke Bruce. It sets us up beautifully for Lingy's last word.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have much pleasure in inviting 1963 Geelong Premiership player Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling and the Geelong Football Club.
Dane Swan, toughest opponent. Probably Cameron Ling. Ben Cousins, toughest opponent.
Cameron Ling.
You have set me up beautifully, Clinchy, because it is Carlton and Hawthorn that I want to focus in on with the last word. And it takes me back to a time, Clinchy, when I grew up and just fell in love with footy. At that age of about 5, 6, 7 years of age, when football was just magical. And obviously my love was for the Cats. But the dominant teams at that exact period of time were Hawthorn and Carlton. The 1986 and the 1987 grand finals featured those two teams, one win to each of them. So I'm taking my mind back there and I'm saying this is an elimination final for the Hawks. With their run home to come, they've got Richmond and North Melbourne to come after this week. If they win here, the Hawks are probably more than likely playing finals. Carlton, I know current players don't care, or not they don't care about the history. They've probably just got no comprehension of the history back in 1986 or 87. But these two teams, when I grew up and fell in love with footy, were monster rivals. Carlton have a mindset of ending Hawthorn's season. End it here and now at the MCG. For the glory days of Sticks and Craig Bradley, the Dominator, David Rees-Jones, Mark Nailey, Tommy Alvin, all of them, here's a chance for you to say, yep, Hawthorn, you've been that great team that kept winning in the 80s, kept winning early 90s, and then a whole heap throughout the 2000s. No more. You're not playing finals this season. We are going to end your season right here, right now, in a mini elimination final. I reckon Carlton fans would love that. Certainly of a certain vintage, Clinchy, to stop the Hawks in their tracks.
Beautifully set up with Lee's last word as the Hawks make their way out onto the MCG and the Blues are a few moments behind. So 1988, a semi-final, the last time these two sides have featured in a final against each other. It feels like we're seeing this afternoon as the Hawks are fighting for their season and the Blues have won just one match in a month. So who are you tipping, Lee?
I strangely, with those form lines, I am going to tip Carlton. I
Still
just
with the
think,
Blues, yep.
Yeah, I think they've just got to find a way. Their midfield is, well, it's supposed to be good. I think it's good. I believe it to be good. It's certainly led by one of the greats in Cripps, and Sammy Walsh is a ripper. They've got a forward line that can fire, and they've got those two stars up there, the two bigs, surely. But then Hawthorn play such a brilliant style of football and are just taking big wins left, right and centre over the last couple of months. So it's going to be a tough one, but I will tip the Blues. Clinchy?
Yep, well, Hawthorn have won 11 of their last 15, so the scene is set perfectly despite the loss last week to the Giants, and so much focus on Charlie Curnow. I can't wait to see that matchup from Sam Mitchell. I'm sure he would have learnt a lesson or two, as we touched on around the Jesse Hogan matchup last week, but it is such a challenge now for the coach's box to try and get the key position matchups with the ability to push up the ground and really try and isolate the players you want to have the biggest role in the match.
Yeah, you play such a team defence now where they're almost handling the opponent, the forward, as they come into the area. But players like Charlie Curnow, you need to still have a specific preferred matchup and getting it just the way you want it. Now, if he goes up the ground, it might be someone else. If he comes deep, okay, perhaps it's Frost or maybe it's Sicily rolling onto him. Whatever their preferred matchup is, they've got to find that 80-90% of the time. You do not want Charlie Curnow ending up on Blake Hardwick at the wrong part of the ground where Curnow can use his size, things like that. So as much as it's still a group effort back there, there's still got to be those one or two who say, okay, when he gets to this part of the ground, he is mine 90% of the time, and hopefully that's an advantage to the Hawks there. But of course, Carlton will be thinking, where can we put Charlie where he's going to get that advantage? And it's going to be in our favour and our odds. So it'll be great to see the matchups and how it unfolds.
On the SMS Blues diehard fan here in Lingy, you just nailed it. I want to bury the Hawk today and stop yet another brown and gold finals run. Do the Bulldogs continue their charge against Adelaide this afternoon?
I think they do, yeah. Adelaide are a dangerous team, though. The way they move the footy, the big forwards were marking everything last week against the Cats, but the Dogs' form stacks up. They are a very good team now, so I'm tipping the Dogs.
Thank you, Lingy. We'll chat again next Sunday on AFL Sunday.
Thanks, Clinchy. Have a great day at the footy. Have a great call. It'll be a ripper.
Cameron Ling with you, and of course you can catch up wherever you get your podcasts from. Just search for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport, the full program with Willem Drew and AFL Saturday from yesterday. As the Blues make their way out onto the MCG, Carlton and Hawthorn to come on ABC Sport.
If you love country music, you'll love ABC Country.
You got a fast car.
It's Australia's home of country music. The music you grew up with.
You'll be the captain.
All the latest country hits.
I ain't proud of all the punches that I've thrown.
And emerging artists.
Because, baby, we've been apart.
24 hours commercial free. ABC Country. It's on your DAB Plus digital radio and the ABC list.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
He's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up. They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Colin, what a breakfast!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air.
Listen to the roar.
Feel a different energy.
The pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants to add home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Whacks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen. Snapped it. Over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal. Gathers, snaps, she'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
The lead up to September intensifies with a mini elimination final for Sunday afternoon footy. The Hawks season goes on the line against the Blues in a blockbuster clash from the MCG. In just a fortnight, the Blues have gone from second on the ladder to fighting for a spot in the top 8. While the Showtime Hawks, it all goes on the line this afternoon. Can they shine when the lights are burning brightest? Great to have your company on ABC Sport. There is one late change with Changuth Jath out for the Hawks due to soreness. So Harry Morrison comes in and Alex Chincotta and Luke Bruce are the subs this afternoon. It is a beautiful 18 degrees at the MCG, just about the time you want to be playing footy. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Looking forward to calling the action alongside Joel Peterson. Welcome to you, Joel.
Clinchy, these are the kind of days that you love at the footy. There was a decided buzz walking into the MCG today. It's almost like an early spring day. It's about 18 degrees here in Melbourne, as you said. The sun is shining. There is not a cloud in the sky, and there is a massive crowd in. So much riding on this game for both of these two teams. The Blues are on the slide. The Hawks are on the rise. It feels like there's probably only space for one of them in the finals, and they can take a big step toward that today.
Just one win in the last month for the Blues. Former Carlton captain, 300-gamer Mark Murphy is here once more for a Sunday. Welcome, Murph. You ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Commentate, not play.
Well, I was pretty excited walking in. Very sunny and beautiful conditions. Half and I were just talking about these are the days you actually miss playing footy. But it's like an elimination final for both teams. I know that Carlton have got West Coast and St Kilda. So I think that they'll get over the line on those two. But this is obviously a huge game for them. I mean, if they're going to play finals, they need to beat Hawthorn. But Hawthorn have been terrific over the past 2 months. So it's going to be a really interesting battle. I love the way in which the Hawks have been building their midfield. It's really dynamic. They've got a lot of pace on the outskirts too, which I think can cause Carlton some issues. So it'll be an interesting game.
Alongside Murph, a man who spent time in both camps, so he must be a winner today. Daniel Harford, welcome to you.
Yeah, great to be here. Very excited. A bit like Murph. I've been retired 20 years this year, and this is the first day in a long, long time that I actually wanted to put the boots on walking in from the car park today. What an occasion. Two teams that have everything to play for. Such an important game for both these two clubs. And I reckon, I'm not sure how many spots there are in the 8, but I reckon the Hawks come into this after the Bombers lost last night and go, okay, righto, there's an opening here. If we can get one back against the Blues here today, it is absolutely game on. So, fascinating contest. The Blues need to find their mojo, otherwise September's irrelevant anyway.
So the Hawks have found this momentum, this fluency they've been playing with, having lost their opening 5 matches. They've won 11 of their last 15, and they play with a brash and a exuberance that only comes from a young side, and the opportunity that's on the line today. How does Sam Mitchell try and harness that and play with a freedom in front of 80,000 at the MCG?
Well, I think what he said through the last couple of weeks, probably the last 8 weeks really, is he's encouraging the players to learn how to play in these games, Murph, these big games that have ramifications. And he's freeing them up to just go and play, obviously through the system and all that sort of type of thing, but he wants them to just go and play and enjoy the energy that comes with these big moments, these big crowds, these big occasions. So I think he's harnessed that energy really well at the moment. And I just watched the Blues on the flip side of that, and I just see just a relative tightness in the way that they play at the moment. Such a powerful team, number one scoring team in footy, but it just seems a bit of a tightness to their plan at the moment.
Yeah, well, the past 4 or 5 weeks, they've had games where they've had a great quarter, and outside of that, they've found it really hard to try and score. So we saw that last week against Collingwood, which first quarter you'd think they wouldn't kick 6 or 7 behinds like they did last week. And if you don't put that scoreboard pressure on early, especially against good sides, and I think Hawthorn is certainly one of those very good sides at the moment, certainly one of the form teams in the competition, they'll make you pay.
Yep.
And they can't afford to just play a quarter of football, Carlton, and expect to get the job done, because they've been doing that the past month and they've been falling over when those moments arise. So they need to play a really strong brand of football, and I think it gets around the contest. They're best when it's a contested game. So if they allow the Hawks to play that turnover game and a run and dash, then they're going to find it pretty hard out there because they've got a lot of pace, the Hawks.
And styles make fights. We know that. The Blues love the corridor. They want to own the middle of the ground. Hawthorn, they use the wide expanses of this MCG. So there is a definite, in terms of that transition ball movement, a definite sort of delineation between the way that these two sides go about it.
Yeah, and I think it's what they've got in the list on the team out there in the park. Hawthorn have speed, as Murph talked about, and I think that's a huge factor in today's contest. So they're happy to use the expanses because they can still cover the ground and get it from back to front, or back to forward if you like, because they've got the leg speed and the skill level to be able to do it, whereas Carlton necessarily don't have that. So their direct route is through the corridor of the ground, and that's how they can find their avenue to goal relatively quickly and get it to a guy like Mackay, get it to Curnow, get it to those smalls, let them do some business without too many numbers flooding back in front of them. So that's I reckon, the reason why we see these styles from these two teams. It's just a matter of who can get on top. I think the clearance is critical today, Murph. You touched on that before. Carlton's ability to score from clearance has been pretty poor the last 10 weeks. The defensive 50 stoppages have been really poor, whereas Hawthorn are scoring from contest and are able to explode from contest and get the ball to the expanses of the venue and find avenues inside forward 50. So that's the real key area of the game that I'll be watching today is the contest, the stoppage area of both clubs, and see what happens on the back of that.
Alex Chincotta's the sub, Murph. Are you surprised they didn't inject him into the game to start to maybe do a run with on a Will Day or someone like that?
It is a surprising call to think that he's being used as a sub, because what's he come on and do? Does he come on and tag if he needs to come on? So I'm a bit surprised seeing him as the sub, because usually you want someone who's probably a running player to be that sub. If in case it's a tactical point where it gets to three-quarter time, they want some run and dash. I don't think he's the one who's going to probably provide that. So
yeah, it's interesting.
It is an interesting call, but I think their mix is a little bit better with him outside of the midfield. If there's not a real option in terms of, well, we've got to tag him because he's going to be a big influence on the game, like a Zach Merritt for Essendon. I don't think Hawthorn, as good as Will Day is, I don't think he's as important to come on and try and tag. So they've obviously used him not to tag. Interesting call being sub though.
Nick Newman plays his 100th game this afternoon for the Blues. Hawthorn are wearing their Kennedy community jumper, giving tribute to some of their most passionate members, and the Carlton Footy Club is celebrating 160 years. They have the collar on the famous navy blue this afternoon. Ian Cohen is in the front row. Good evening, good afternoon to you, Koza.
Yes, any day like this with a blue sky is superb for a boundary rider. The top tiers are filling up. I'm looking forward to a cracking encounter. Carlton will head down towards the punt road end, and the subs, as you said, Chincotta and also Luke Bruce in game 296, the premiership champ from Temora. But all is in readiness. A great Sunday afternoon.
The Hawks season goes on the line in round 22, a mini elimination final at the MCG. Carlton and Hawthorn on ABC Sport. Here's Joel Peterson.
Springs come early, and the September ramifications might have as well. Meek and Pitternet lock up in ruck at the opening bounce. Immediately Days onto it for the Hawks. Handballs to his ruckman. Loops the handball forward to Moore. Collects on the bounce inside the 50 to Watson. Tries to slip the tackle. He does. Went down, stood up, kicks to full forward. Deer marks for the Hawks next to the goal square. What a start for Hawthorn.
Yeah, it's great clearance. They just had the extra almost around the stoppage. Carlton got ball watching and all got caught too close together. Hawthorn had great balance. They used the number, used the free, and then just picked their way through. Wiedering tried to tackle Watson, but good work by the young Skeeter Fleet player. Got through it.
Kalshadir goalless last week, and he sneaks it in for the first of the game within a minute to delight the fans in brown and gold. One straight six, the Hawks. Carlton yet to score. An instant impact from Hawthorn.
It's the old sucker punch early doors. I don't think any team expects to score so effectively out of that first centre bounce, Murph, but as you said, they're able to just hold shape around the contest, win the ball and have the player forward of it. That was the play that set the whole passage up there for the Hawks. Really good push in there from Dylan Moore off the front of the square, and that was the game. Once Watson got through, it was just a matter of what happened from there. And it wasn't necessarily by design that pass to Deer from Watson, but they'll take it.
5 disposals for a goal. What a way to start for the brown and the gold. Umpire just waiting for the countdown on the big screen. 80,000 in at the MCG this afternoon. As Pitnet and Meek just wait in readiness for the umpire to bounce. Bounce in the middle of the MCG. Pitnet wins down the tap. Hewitt can't take it. Warple tries to break a tackle. He's locked up in the outer of the centre circles, and the umpire will throw it up once more.
It's a great centre square battle, this. All the big dogs are in there to set this game up.
Meek takes it over the ruck. Hand pass away to Warple. Kick partially smothered. Inside 50 looking for Chol. Wiedering works his way to the front. Brilliant by the defender. Spins out of traffic. Kicks into the middle of the ground, and Day takes intercepting mark for the Hawks. The Hawks on the board first with the opening goal of the match through 2 minutes.
Quiet last week, Will Day, just 14 disposals for the South Australian. We know how influential he can be. Out wide to D'Ambrosio. Kicked a couple in that narrow loss to the Giants last week. Gets on his left peg. Hoists a high kick inside the 50. Deer attacks it. Rips it down. Got it to Morrison, who waltzes into the open goal. And it's a start the Hawthorn fans could barely have dreamt of. 2 in 2 minutes, and they've left the Blues in their wake early. 2.5 gone opening term, the Hawks by 12.
Well, we talked about the first clearance of the game being a play where Hawthorn kept great balance. There we had an inside 50 for Hawthorn, and Carlton all just got sucked in yet again, and Hawthorn just had one skating forward ahead of the football. There's no point rushing in when there's 15 numbers there at the contest. You may as well hold that width, hold that balance, and they fortuitous kick in the end that it landed in a Hawthorn player, but just smart, not getting sucked into the contest. And again, we see Hawthorn just having great balance.
Ollie Hollands just got dragged the opposite wing. He's playing on Morris in that southern stand wing at the moment. Just got drawn into the contest. No need. Spot on, Murph. No need whatsoever.
Would you believe it? The Blues have touched the footy just once through the opening 3 minutes. Pitnet wins down the tap. Here's a chance at Cripps. Hand pass back. Assad to run onto the footy. He does so just that. Kicks up to centre half forward. Jack Martin on the lead. He takes the mark 55 metres out from goal. Heading to the city end in the opening quarter of the Blues. He's probably got this in him as he points towards the big sticks. Maybe that's a decoy as he pokes it looking for Walsh or Curnow. Curnow comes out in the lead and takes the mark. Playing in front of James Sicily in the left forward pocket. And Charlie Curnow with a chance to try and kick the Blues first.
So that's the matchup. Sicily and Curnow at the moment. Frost has got Mackay. He's Mackay, isn't he? I'm talking Abby Mackay before. Talking Abby Mackay before. Here goes Charlie Curnow around the corner.
Opens up the angle, held goalless last week, and Charlie Curnow has the Blues on the board. 4 minutes in. Just what Carlton needed, the response after Hawthorn kicked the opening 2 goals of the match. Curnow had his 66-game consecutive run of goals broken last week, but he's on the board here. Hawthorn 2 straight 12, Carlton 1 straight 6. 4.5 minutes gone. You're with Daniel Harford and Mark Murphy.
Well, after last night's game between Melbourne and Port Adelaide, where we had not many goals all up, we've got 3 goals in 5 minutes here. I'm all for this. I'm all for this level of footy. It's magnificent. I'm a bit surprised, though, and I wonder how long that matchup will last with Sicily and Curnow. They've got Weddle down there, who's gone to Jack Martin at this stage from the Hawthorn perspective. I wonder if he might be the option at some stage to free Sicily up to be that more of that intercept player, the roll-off player for the Hawks. But that's the matchup at this stage, and Charlie's got one.
Riley on the text line 0437774774 says, I am here celebrating the Daniel Harford Cup. We are in good hands. The time-honoured trophy to be given out at the end of this contest this afternoon.
We give away big shorts.
And it's a shootout here at the MCG. 3 goals through 5 minutes. Blues with the clearance as it rumbles around in the middle. Kennedy gets on his boot. Fogarty crashed into a teammate there who was coming up with the footy, and Fogarty's down and sore. He ran into Jack Martin. They both attacked it with some vigour. And a ball up in the red paint of the 50 at the city end of the ground. Pitternet with 2 hands. The former Hawk inside 50. Cripps kept the legs driving but gave it away to Eamon. Now to McKenzie, the lone in for Hawthorn. Out wide, terrific mark from an ever-improving Connor McDonald, who pulls it in front of Saad and comes back to defensive 50 where Carl Amon's got it.
He wants to switch it all the way to the back pocket where Sicily takes the mark. The Hawthorn captain in the long sleeves looks up towards Dylan Moore. He takes the mark at left half back. It was a great kick. He runs away from Akers. Hand pass to Scrimshaw on the members wing. Tries to lace out a kick to half forward when Newcomb takes the mark. Thought about the hand pass to Moore, now back behind his mark, off a step, kicks towards the goal mouth, racing back, good support from Ollie Hollands, spoils it away from Deer and Ginnivan, a boundary throw in with the left post still shaking. Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Yeah, Jarman Impey's just gone downstairs for the Hawks, and I think I sold you a pup earlier, thanks to everyone who texted me. It's actually the Hawks that are obviously heading towards Punt Road end.
Just an early test to Koza. Some people out there that are clearly on their game. Saad brings it in for the Blues. To Lockie Cowan, the Tasmanian, whacks it long up the line. Sicily in the contest in front of the Hawthorn bench, punches it back into the centre of the ground. Warple had a play at it, so too did Meek. Threw it on the boot, but it's coming back the other way. Akers a hand pass to Kennedy. He flares the hand pass out wide to Williams. Drops the kick up to right half forward. Fogarty comes up at it, and his opposite number 8, Sam Frost, clatters he and the ball over the boundary line. And it'll be thrown in underneath the members' stand. Blues trail by 7. Hawks 2-1. Blues 1 straight. 7 gone first term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Sun beating down on the MCG. Around 80,000 in attendance for this crucial clash as Pitnet taps it down towards the boundary. Nash races after it, but it goes out in front of he and Sam Walsh for a boundary throw in. Matt Klitcher, Joel Peterson calling the action, and Cohen down on the boundary. Daniel Harford and Mark Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport this afternoon.
Jack Gunston's got the job on Wiedering too. He's going to try and keep him quiet. He's got him back shoulder or Wiedering in front of him to try and make sure that he can't dictate the play for the Hawks forward line.
Camp alongside Deer. Chol has McGovern. It's from the throw, and it's taken by Blake Akers. Squeeze the kick up to the 50. Motlop couldn't read it best. It's gathered by Hardwick. Hand pass to Scrimshaw. Through traffic, McKenzie. Hand pass away to Warple. Tries to feed off the tackle of Kennedy. Gets a hand pass forward. Quickly linked up with Scrimshaw into the middle of the ground. Big ball to be won. Newcomb was ferocious. Spins out of one tackle. Gets the hand pass back to Scrimshaw. Up to left half forward. Deer takes the mark.
55 from home. Kalshadir surveys the options. He had McDonald on short, goes long to the goal square. Chol upstairs, 2 hands to it, can't drag it in. Wiedering is tackled by 3 and 4 Hawks. They swoop on him in a ball up.
Right, so that's what we'll look out for there. Gunston drew Wiedering to the pocket, and they were trying to avoid kicking long to Wiedering's side. Wiedering did a hell of a job to get back and help, but that's what they'll try and do all day here, the Hawks.
Hit a net decisively to Walsh, who scrambles a kick out of the left back pocket. Finds Motlop, who darts it to the back edge of the centre square. They're off and moving here now, the Blues. Ollie Hollands drops it out wide. Poor kick. Well, Sicily led Mackay to the footy. Mackay was back there as it went through Sicily's hands, and he bangs it inside the 50 and finds the chest of Owies. A heads-up play from Harry, and Owies will have a shot 30 out, 45-degree angle right of centre.
Well, it's a fine line, football, and James Sicily would love that contest back. It was just an uncontested mark, really, that just went through his hands and looked like Hawthorn to come straight back through them, but drops the mark that he should have taken, and Carlton make them pay, and always has a shot from about 25 out.
He'd take 99 out of 100 of them, James Sicily. That was the one he dropped. And the opportunity presents for Matt Owies to steer one through. No, it drifts across the face from right to left. Goal, the margin. Blues 1-1, Hawks 2-1, 9.5 gone in the first.
Hawthorn kicked the first 2 goals in 2.5 minutes. Hawthorn have answered back. Long kick looking for Dylan Moore. What a pass from Carl Amon. He marks it right half back. The Hawks have it on the Shane Warne stand wing.
They do that a bit, the Hawks. They go to the narrow side of the open side with no players, and they kick in a lot.
More west for Newcomb. Turned it over, though. Sam Walsh takes intercepting mark. Hand pass to McGovern. Out wide for Charlie Curnow. Hard against the boundary. Frost charges at him. Breaks one. Not the Moore effort with the second. He's got a problem. He's gone. Holding the footy. The Carlton spearhead loses it. Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, they don't do not too many teams to bite that off from a kicking perspective, but the Hawks like to do that, get the ball to the open side with one player rolling and then get one player who's sitting at centre half forward to get to the open side for the wing. They just didn't have that outlet in that second phase then.
Jeez, it's hot footy early. Long kick up the line. Taken off the pack by Cowan. Jams it on his boot. Finds Akers. Handball infield to Kennedy. Loops it back to Hewitt, who bangs it inside 50. A hit and hope, and Harry drags it out of the sky. A powerful contested mark, 35 from home.
Well, good 1v1 grab there. Harry Mackay had the match-up with Sicily there, so I'm not too sure if Sicily's trying to play probably more the deeper role, and whoever's going to play that, he'll stay back and play that position. But saw him on Charlie Curnow, where Charlie took a mark earlier and kicked a goal, so hasn't been the ideal start for the Hawthorn skipper, but really important here for Harry Mackay and Carlton's case to go back and kick this.
So Mackay on the left boot, just sneaks it in. And he ties the scores after 11 minutes in a barnstorming start to this big game at the MCG. 2-1-13 apiece, the Blues and the Hawks. On ABC Sport, this is Sunday footy.
And it happened, as you spoke about pre-game, about the way that Carlton want to play. There, Joel, back through the middle of the ground, handball chain, back through the middle of the ground from centre wing into the corridor, and then they got the ball going, and Sicily was just far enough off Mackay with the kick going to his advantage that he wasn't going to get there. I'm concerned about that matchup, though, Murph, as you pick up. I reckon that the Frost-Mackay matchup has to be the one they try and roll with all the time. Frost was out there, but just got caught out of position. He was ended up on Motlop there for a little bit.
And that's going to happen from time to time, but when you have such quick ball movement come through the corridor, that's when you can get exposed and have those 1v1s, and if the change of matchup occurs, then that's where you've got to make them pay.
Hawks put at the opening 2 goals of the match. The Blues are the next 2. Back in the middle, Pitnet and Meek. Pitnet wins down the tap to Hewitt. Meek lays the tackle. Hand pass chopped off by Nash. Tries to link up with Newcomb. Gets a hand pass forward. Cuts back inboard around Hewitt. Hand pass to Day. Back to Newcomb. Trying to get another hand pass forward. Links up with Impey. Looks up inside 50. Kicks towards Cholu. Race back to goal. And Cowan can take the mark with good support from Wiedering. Turns and comes inboard to Sam Walsh. Matty Kennedy leads the way with 4 disposals. Moore and Scrimshaw and Meek with 4 for the Hawks. Through the middle of the ground, Kemp gets involved. Hand pass to Akers. Elijah Holland's too slow. Tackled and brought down by Duray. Nash tries to clear a path. He lays the tackle on Kemp. Watson spinning through traffic. A free kick going Hawthorn's way. Day wants the advantage.
He takes it. Handballs to Ginnivan. Broke one tackle and a second. He stabs the kick out wide to Moore. Moore now to Gunston at left half forward. Scholl wants it deep. McDonald's a bit shorter than that, and the Blues have got good coverage. So Gunston comes centrally. Terrific vision. And the pass every bit as good to Nash on the edge of the 50. Hardwick was creeping past. He won't give it. He will give it to Sicily, though, who strolls to 55, hoists it long and high and wide. Minor score, Hawks by 1, 13 minutes gone in the opening term.
Do you reckon Hardwick might have been the better option there for Connor Nash to feed that ball to? That first option he had, he would have had time to get to 45 and straighten up without any pressure.
Mitch McGovern chips it into the pocket for Nick Newman in his milestone game. Kicks up towards half-back, and the mark is taken by Elijah Hollins. Into the middle of the crowd, he kicks for Motlop. Has it centre wing on the Shane Warne stand side. Hawthorn leading by a point. Turns and comes back inboard to McGovern. He drives a long and a high kick inside 50. Mackay can't get a run at it. So Williams, who competes with it at ground level. The Hawks have the numbers, though. Hand pass comes today to Meek, and now to Weddle at left half-back. Kicks up to Kinnaman on the weed. Boyd in from the side, and Jordan Boyd makes the spoil. It's a little worse for Eric as he slowly gets to his feet against Jack Ginnivan, and the umpire says throw it in. Hawks by a point. 14 minutes gone. Opening quarter on ABC Sport.
So Pitnet's off for the Blues here at the moment. Cripps is claiming to want to take the ruck. Harry's doing the same thing. They've got 2 ruck at the minute. Ends up going to be Cripps.
Harry's going to play Rover just behind him. Cripps just locks up the arm of Meek and gives away the clearest free kick you'll ever see. Hawks move it immediately. Newcomb to Watson, looking for Chol.
So that's the advantage you've got with a guy like Meek up against Cripps in the ruck. So that's the challenge for the Blues through this game. When Pitnet's not out there, how they're going to combat Meek, who's had such a good year, and he's working with his midfield brigade, is very, very solid, particularly clearance. And that one was always going to be a free kick straight away, as you called, Joel. As a result, you get players on their heels, waiting for the whistle, working out what's happening. Hawks took the advantage. It was a one-on-one.
Leading goal kicker this season, Marbior Chol for the Hawks. It's a kick of 30 metres. The angle shouldn't trouble him to the left. Slow and a deliberate approach from the shade into the sunshine. Chol sneaks it home. He turns to the crowd and pumps his fist. And he gives Hawthorn back a 7-point lead. 3-2-20 to 2-1-13. 15 and a half gone opening term. On ABC Sport, your experts are Daniel Harford and Mark Murphy. And Murph, this is all we could have hoped for in terms of a start.
Yeah, it's been a great start for both teams. The Hawks obviously started really well, really quick in terms of kicking 2 goals, probably out of about 10 touches. Carlton have had a lot of the play since then, but I'm just not sure why Pitnet is going off. He'd have to just stay on the whole time while Meek's on the ground, you would think, because otherwise it just forces Paddy Cripps, who's one of the best clearance players in the competition, to have to play ruck, and it takes away from exactly the structure they want.
So Harry's gone on the centre bounce here, so Cripps not going to do that.
No,
Harry was trying to get this boundary thrown in front of us. Got to let him do it, I think.
Joel into the ruck against Harry Mackay here. Tap comes down the way of Nash. He's tackled and brought down. Umpire will ball it up after the Walsh tackle. So Hawthorn lead by 7 points after the Blues drew level a few moments ago. Back in the middle of the ground, thrown in the air. Chol wins down the tap against Cripps. Nash with a fend off against Kennedy. Was it high? Umpire says it was, and it'll be a Blues free kick. As Walsh was trying to take the advantage, but it'll come back to Matt Kennedy just to the right of the centre circles.
Sub last week, Matt Kennedy drives it inside the forward 50 here. Coming across aerially was Scrimshaw, brought it down to himself in the end. Handball away to McKenzie, and now to Impey as they run off half-back the Hawks. McDonald out wide to D'Ambrosio, kicks the broadcast wing, looking for Deere, Wiedering with a fist, but it's built to Gunston, who intelligently knocked it on to Moore, just couldn't link up with him. Spilt through his hands and goes out in front of the Hawthorn bench for a throw-in. Hawks by 7, 17 gone, opening term, glorious day, massive game here at the MCG.
You can get in touch with us as always on the SMS 0437 774 774. Nash doing the ruck work against Kennedy. Nash wins it down for Hawthorn. Warple slides in. Cripps lays the tackle. And the umpire will ball it up in front of the 2 benches.
Yeah, so now Meek's off, so you try and get Pitnet back on and get an advantage.
Michael Voss down on the bench below us as Cripps wins down the tap to Fogarty. D'Ambrosio lays the tackle. Warple's hand pass to McKenzie. Creative kick inside 50. McGovern back with the flight. Drop the mark. Opens it off for Chol. He's stripped of it though. Good tackle by Cowan, but the clearing kick straight to Nash. Into the pocket. Moore is on. And he takes the mark in the left forward pocket on a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out from goal.
Probably lucky to get away with that, the Hawks.
Yeah.
Nash dropped the ball, I reckon, centre half forward. Should have been a free kick.
Yeah, dropped it in the tackle, didn't he? Rather, it wasn't really dispossessed by a hit. It was just in the tackle and dropped the ball, so got lucky with that one. But the clearance from Mitch McGovern just had to be better. That was a genuine shank.
Dylan Moore comes in, out to the left. The kick is offline to the right and through for a minor score. So Hawthorn lead by 8 points at the 19-minute mark of the opening term as the all clear is eventually given.
It's a little bit of an area of concern for Carlton when they're going inside 50. If they're not going to mark it, the ball's coming out way too quickly at the moment. So drop a ball. Carlton midfielders and small forwards have to get busy and get a few lock-ins.
Thoughts of Mark Murphy on ABC Sport. Woof. Nassar drives it in toward the wing from fullback. Warple puts his fist through it. Spills only to Walsh. Blues back in control through Cripps. Kennedy's kick up the line. Does he measure it neatly enough for Mackay? Terrific mark back with a flight. Harry Mackay judged it to perfection. And the kick infield on the diagonal to the front point of the square for Motlop. 60 from home for the Blues. Charlie wants it in the pocket. Kicks in that direction. He's got 2 to beat. It goes through a set of hands. Williams stayed down. Shimmies, shakes. Handball to Owies. Right forward pocket. Kicks across the face. Minor score. That lead gets back to 7. 19 gone. Opening term. But it's end-to-end stuff.
It's the untold benefit of having Charlie Curnow. Impey left Williams there and the ball got to the back. It didn't impact the contest. Impey fell to the back. So Charlie draws crowds. And if you can get it to ground or get it outside that little bubble, you'll be half a chance.
Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport as Amon brings the Hawks back into play to Hardwick. Kicks up to Cal Shadir on the wing. Couldn't take the mark, but he's first back onto it. Hand pass smothered. Wiedering gathers. Kicks it straight out on the full. Trying to hack a kick forward. And Hawthorn will take it back at left half back. Members side. Hawthorn by 7 points. 3-3-21. It's the Blues 2-2-14. Down Brosio. Turns and comes in ball with a 45-degree kick. He finds Warple. And a left half back for the Hawks. Tries to lace out a pass for Newcomb down low. Lunging forward, couldn't take the mark. Spoiled by Cowan. Gathered by Kennedy. Hand pass to Cripps. Kicks up to Owies at right half forward. Scrimshaw tries to hold him up. Mackay into the pocket. The kick is over his head and Hardwick as well. And it trickles out of play in front of Impey in the right forward pocket for the Blues. City end of the MCG. Hawthorn by 7 points.
Just over clubbed there with the entering kick, Matt Owies.
He was an easy 20-metre kick, wasn't it? Half. He's got to hit that.
Yeah. Ball thrown in underneath the Ponsford stand. Kennedy goes up in ruck for the Blues. Ollie Hollands wanted a free kick for being held without it. Newcomb to Warple. Squirts the kick out of traffic. Brilliantly done by Morrison. The gather was terrific. He just whacks it as far as he can up the wing. Gunston collects just inside the boundary line. Handball back to Meek. The big man turns on the afterburners. He got rid of Kemp. His kick wasn't all that flash to half forward though. Akers is back there for the Blues on defensive 50. Now to Newman. Kick short to McGovern. As Clinchy said, 100th game in Navy Blue for Nick Newman, one of your former assistant coaches with the AFLW program half.
Outstanding human, Noodles. Has a questionable hairstyle at times, but he's going well.
Wiedering down the wing. Motlob. In the end, he just brushed into Patrick Cripps and couldn't hang on to the mark as it goes out of play.
I'll tell you what, I'm not taking any credit, but ever since he started with us in the AFLW program, he's become a super player. Maybe it's the inspiration, I'm not sure.
Taking credit for the personality.
Not sure. Can't
but he's been a great find for what they had to give up really nothing to get him. So been a terrific get for them.
Throwing back in, Meeks onto the ground, wins down the tap. Cripps is brought down. Hand pass to Elijah Hollands. Hand pass to brother Ollie. Back to Elijah. Slaps it on. Away from McKenzie. Gets it to Hewitt at right half forward. A centering kick looking for Curnow. He's outnumbered. Frost makes the spoil. Spills straight out to Akers. Standing start smothered by Morrison. Great work. Hardwick races after it. Blues try to keep it alive. Owies to Fogarty. Hardwick makes the tackle. Owies' hand pass back to Williams. He's kicked to the goal line. And who else? But Elijah Hollands marks on the behind line in the left forward pocket. He wants to open up the angle, wastes no time, swings onto his right and puts through Carlton's third. The Blues close the gap once more and Hawthorn lead by a point. 3-3-21 to Carlton 3-2-20. 22 minutes gone, opening term. Elijah Hollands with his first goal of the match.
Well, it certainly wasn't a designed play. They got the ball in quick and they've actually, the last probably 2 or 3 entries, Carlton, they've cleaned up their work at drop a ball and they've actually started to get some numbers into some good spots. And it was 1, 2, 3 handballs and it finally found its way to Elijah Hollands standing on the goal line in between the goal post and the point post. So starting to get to work some of those small forwards from Carlton. They really need that. They can't just rely on the key targets to take marks the entire time. I think when they're at their best, their forward pressure's through the roof. And it was much better then.
Involved in about 3 of those passage of play, and Cohen on the boundary.
Yeah, there's some concern down here for Jack Martin from Carlton. He's been testing what looks like a right hamstring. His head's also heavily strapped. He's missed a couple of rotations, been on the bench for 6 or 8 minutes.
He collided with Fogarty at half forward probably about 10 or 15 minutes ago and hasn't been seen since. Thanks, Koza. Cripps with the clearance by hand for the Blues up to half forward, and Owies was held off it by Sicily. Free kick 65 from home. Kicks inside 50. Motlop up among a pack. It's belted away from him. Scrimshaw put his fist through it. Spills to Akers on the chalk in the forward pocket. Williams is pushed off his kick. He was out of play anyway. And it'll be thrown back in. Right forward pocket. Blues into attack. City end of the ground. Maybe half of that 50 in shade on a glorious Melbourne winter's day. Hawks by a point. 24 gone opening term.
Joel Peterson and Matt Clinch calling the action. Ian Cohen down on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Daniel Harford, your experts. Meek wins down the tap against Pitnet. Knocked on by Hewitt, trying to get it to Akers. He has an arm pinned and is taken out of play by D'Ambrosio. And the umpire says throw it in under the Ponsford stand at the City end. Carlton deep in attack. One of the great visual sights you can see at the MCG. The navy blue fans in the stands and the brown and gold as it's thrown back in. Meek wins down the tap. Hewitt first onto it. Dragged down by Meek with support from D'Ambrosio. Umpire says it was a little higher in the back, one or the other. And Hewitt will take it right on 50 out to the right. Mackay's on the move into the pocket. He spots him. Great defensive work done by Weddle. Put himself in front of the leading Harry Mackay. Makes the spoil and the ball goes out of play in the right forward pocket. Hawthorn by a point. Carlton deep in attack on ABC Sport.
I know their ball's spoiled over the line by Weddle magnificently, but they're creating little pockets for Harry to work into nicely here in the forward 50 at the moment, the Blues.
Ball tossed back in. Pitternet takes front spot against Meek. Wins it down. Sicily had it and lost it. Motlop throws it on the boots. It floats out of bounds on the full. It'll be brought back into play by Jack Scrimshaw from the last line for the Hawks. Let's go downstairs to Koza.
Yeah, Carlton Medicos are working overtime. Jordan Boyd has also been up and down from the rooms as well. So there appear to be a couple down on the bench at the moment.
Thanks, Koza. Scrimshaw out of defence, up towards Kemp and Pitnet. A free kick for a hold.
I reckon it's a groin for Boyd. He came off, he was getting some work earlier and sort of singling to that part of the body.
Free kick goes the way of T. Big fly from Marby Ochol, who was up before acceptances. Newcomb tries to wrestle with McGovern. Spills out to Saar. Chips it backwards to Wiedering. The reliable Blues defender. A hand pass to Elijah Hollands. Dribbles a kick forward. Joel pinches it. Picks the kick inside 50 and finds Ginnivan. In the left forward pocket, Jack Ginnivan has it on a tight angle.
Really good pressure. Good come forward pressure there around the contest there from the Hawks. Charles' ability just to reflex, is that a word? Get the ball with the reflexes, really grab it one hand and get it moving forward again. Caught the defence out for the Blues there.
Jack Ginnivan in the left forward pocket, 35 metres out from goal. In front of the Carlton faithful, opens up the angle, curls it towards goal. And just overdoes it, missing to the left-hand side. A minor score, but the Hawks lead by 2 points at the 26-minute mark of the opening term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Might be about the only thing Carlton and Collingwood fans agree on, that they're not overly fond of Ginnivan.
Having said that, he's got to kick those. He's paid to kick those.
Mitch McGovern whacks it in from fullback, kicks it a mile almost to the centre of the ground, goes through the hands of Sicily in the pack. D'Ambrosio, handball back to Sicily. Now he loops the handball infield. Beautiful hands to Warple. Warple tees off inside forward 50. Long to a pack. Free kick. Going to the Blues in Wiedering.
Yeah, they're really aware of Wiedering in those long aerial contests. Child just got in the way there, took him offline, took his body away from that ball.
He's just wearing that retro jumper beautifully. Jacob Wiedering gave it to McGovern. Turnover. Deer ran the kick down. Aim on back inside the forward 50. Sard belts it away from Ginnivan. Jack might be first back there to the footy though at right half forward. Tried to slip the tackle from Ollie Hollands. Kemp is there. Hollands is rewarded. Free kick to the Blues at left half back. Right on the defensive 50. Ollie Hollands has got it. Hawks by 2 points. 27.5 gone opening term on ABC Sport.
He works it in the defensive 50 through Mitch McGovern. Switches it all the way to Nick Newman in the right back pocket. He plays on immediately. Hand pass over the top to Kennedy. Hand pass back to Newman. Corralled by Watson. Kicks a dribble kick into the middle of the crowd. Great pressure from the Hawks. Gathered by Nash. Hand pass too sharp for D'Ambrosio. Akers picks it up for the Blues. Hand pass to Newman. Bumps as he got his kick away and will get a downfield free kick. As Fogarty has it at right half forward. Mackay one-on-one with Sicily. Puts it in that direction. And Big Harry reaches out and takes the mark in the right forward pocket. Exactly how the Blues would want it.
It was a great kick from Lockie Fogarty because Harry Mackay was doubling back to go towards goal, and as soon as he saw that he put the outstretched hand from Harry Mackay, he just placed it exactly where he wanted it. So it wasn't lace-out kick, but just put it towards the space on the side where Harry wanted the ball. Just smart football there. Still a little bit of a concern, though, from one half, just the way in which Carlton moving the ball outside that D50. They look a bit scratchy at the moment, don't they?
Yep.
Hawthorn's pressure's right up, causing a few issues.
Harry has one already out to the right to put the Blues in front. He misses to the right-hand side. And Hawthorn lead by a point. 29 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it just seems, Murph, like they're forcing the issue a bit, trying to make stuff up almost to get it out of the pressure channel that Hawthorn are trying to create.
Sicily obviously frustrated after that, giving up the mark. James Warple wandered over to him, stuck the hand out to get a high five, got nothing, so gave himself a high five instead as he walked away.
That's fantastic.
He's Jarman Impey. Played his junior footy at Princess Park up in Shepparton for the mighty Swans. And he's playing against the team from Princes Park on the biggest of stages. Amon, beautiful kick into the centre of the ground. That is an absolute delight off the boot of Carl Amon. Found Newcomb, off to Warple, drives it inside the 50, and Kemp back with the flight. Ginnivan was closing quickly, but Kemp dragged it in, gets it off to Ollie Hollins, who overlap hand pass with Kemp, darts through a couple of Hawks, drives it out to Elijah Hollins. He's got it centre of the southern wing in the sunshine.
He's going to have to hold it up here. They've got nothing ahead of the football. Just to play a bit of uncontested mark football here, just wait for the troops to get forward.
Will Day is a loose across half back for the Hawks, so goes short to Owies. He swings onto his right hand side up towards Mackay. He's against two. And taking the mark, Day flies in from the side and marks in front of Mackay and Scrimshaw. Hawthorn leading by a point, and he's going to get 50 here.
That's really silly from Harry.
Harry Mackay was standing his mark. He'd been asked to move, given the fact that Cripps was there on the mark. They've tried to take the advantage here, kicking up towards MP. Has to slap it forward to Morrison. Hand pass to Watson over the top in the right forward pocket. Ginnivan steadies and across the face, misses a second shot on goal. To the left-hand side this time, and Hawthorn lead by 2 points. Half an hour gone, opening term on ABC Sport. Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Alex Chincotta has got the top off. Game number 33 looming very fast for him, just working out whether it's Boyd or Martin that's going to make way.
So Williams has the footy in his hands at quarter time. Maybe an injury worry for the Blues. But what a start to this opening term it's been. An enormous crowd in here at this cavernous stadium. As good a winter's day as you could hope for in Melbourne. And the contest has lived up to the billing through the opening term. Hawks with the first two. Blues answered back with a couple. They traded goals to end the opening quarter. And we get to quarter time with the Hawks by 2 points. 3-5-23 to the Blues, 3-3-21. Goals to the Hawks for Deer in the opening minute, for Morrison not long after, and to Marby or Chol. For the Blues, the two big guns up front, Curnow and Mackay, each have one, and Elijah Hollins has the other.
On the SMS 0437 774 774. Fran says, I don't care for either side, but drawn to this game by you guys. Just hoping the Hawks keep Curnow from goaling. Love Jesse Hogan to win the Coleman this year. It's Hawthorn who lead by 2 points. We'll get the latest on that substitution. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Have you heard the latest AFL podcast from the ABC? Join myself, Catherine Murphy, and AFL legend Paul Roos as we discuss all the big storylines. Feed your footy obsession or just learn more about the game as we bring you all the latest news and analysis. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Moore collects on the bounce inside the 50 to Watson. Tries to slip the tackle. He does. Went down, stood up, kicks the ball forward. Deer marks for the Hawks next to the goal square. What a start for Hawthorn. Kelshire goalless last week. And he sneaks it in for the first of the game. D'Ambrosio kicked a couple in that narrow loss to the Giants last week. Gets on his left peg, hoists a high kick inside the 50. Deere attacks it, rips it down, got it to Morrison, who waltzes into the open goal. Akers, handball infield to Kennedy. Loops it back to Hewitt, who bangs it inside 50. A hit and hope, and Harry drags it out of the sky. A powerful contested mark, 35 from home. So Mackay on the left boot, just sneaks it in.
Owies to Fogarty, Hardwing lays the tackle. Owies' hand pass back to Williams. He kicked to the goal line, and who else but Elijah Hollands marks on the behind line in the left forward pocket. He wants to open up the angle, wastes no time, swings onto his right and puts through Carlton's third.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
An entertaining opening first quarter here at the MCG, with the Hawks lead by 2 points at quarter time over the Blues, with their season on the line. 3-5-23 to Carlton 3-3-21. Matt Clinch and Joel Peterson calling all the action. Daniel Harford and Mark Murphy are your experts. Ahead of them, Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Yes, Alex Chincotta is into the match now, and it looks like Jack Martin is out. Looks to be soft tissue, potentially right hamstring. He obviously had that head clash as well. So Jack Martin is out. Alex Chincotta is in, and Jordan Boyd's got issues with either groin or potentially knee. They're working on that side of his leg as well. So Luke Bruce is the sub for Hawthorn, but Carlton have activated theirs.
Which is going to make it interesting, because now where do you put Alex Chincotta? Do you just play him as maybe a pressure half forward? Because at the moment they haven't had a tackle inside 50, the Blues, and the ball's been down there a fair bit. So whether or not they want to try and put him in the midfield rotation half, yep, and play him through there, or play him on a Will Day, or come off a half-back flank. He's sort of been a Mr. Fix-It for them this year in terms of just playing in a role, whether that's off a half-back flank or through the middle of the ground or up forward. He's got on the scoreboard quite a few times as well. So that'll be interesting to see where Chincotta plays and see where Michael Voss actually wants him to go about it. But I thought it was a pretty even first quarter. Half thought the Hawks obviously got off to a flyer, kicking a couple of goals, probably. I think they had maybe 9 or 10 disposals for 2 goals at one point, the Hawks. And then Carlton got the game probably back on their terms a little bit. Hawthorn, they look dangerous when their forward pressure's right up and causing the Carlton defenders a few issues. Their disposals outside D50's been probably an issue for them for majority of the year, Carlton. You're always a bit of a hope to score off a short pitch if your pressure's right on. And we know the Hawks are certainly at their best when they're doing that.
And they've had a few looks too in that regard on turnover there in their front half, Hawthorn, but haven't capitalised. And when the Blues have been able to get through that phase, that element of pressure, they've actually looked pretty good going inside forward 50. You did touch on in the first quarter that their ground ball work in that forward 50 area of the ground needs to improve. So there needs to be some heat put on Owies and Martin, who's obviously not Martin now because he's out with that hamstring. Fogarty's in there, Motlop. They're the ones that have got to get really dirty when the ball gets inside forward 50. But it's just a good arm wrestle. That bit of a jump there from the Hawks in that first couple of minutes. But like a good side, Carlton have come back. I like them. Mackay seemingly is the more dominant forward for them at the moment. They've created good areas for him to work into. And I was loving the work of John Newcomb through the middle of the ground for the Hawks. His ability to mark contested marks. He's pick good options by hand and by foot. He's the one that's breaking the game, I reckon, for all the Hawks at the moment through that middle third of the ground.
You mentioned the arm wrestle. It's been fascinating. Will Day wanting to play the loose across half-back. Carlton trying to win the clearance game. And the Hawks really relying on their handball game to try and transition from half-back to half-forward.
Yeah, it's funny. Carlton are the second-best team at restricting opposition teams from kicking. So that plays into Hawthorn's game a little bit because that's what they want to do. They want to run and handball. Whereas Hawthorn restrict kicking games and make opposition teams handball. I think what Carlton have done okay in that first term is get the ball back through the corridor with their handball chains and open up the entire half of the ground, open up the entire 50 rather than being wedged into one corner of it. So if they can continue that, the Blues, they'll get some good looks. But you don't want to let the Hawks run and gun through their second term to set the game up.
So just repeating the news, Alex Chincotta comes into the match. Jack Barton subbed out with a hamstring injury. Luke Bruce is the sub for the Hawks. Hawthorn leading by 2 points as we get the second quarter underway here at the MCG. Meek and Pitnet. Meek got the tap, but Pitnet gets the clearance. He's able to kick a ball towards half forward. A high ball charging out Motlop. Hardwick makes the spoil. It spills down the way of Newcomb for the Hawks. In the middle of the ground, hand pass to Morrison. The late inclusion for Jaff. Kicks up towards half forward. Gunston takes the mark. He's at right half forward, 55 metres out from goal. Deer offered a good lead, but Gunson wasn't quite ready for that. He now looks up. Here comes Chol. He'll have a couple to compete against. And Akers slides in front to support Mitch McGovern. Goes short to Elijah Hollands, who takes the mark. Still inside the defensive 50 at the city end.
So we've got our answer, Murph. Chicota's come on, he's playing forward, playing a negative role on James Sicily.
Hollands drives it to the wing. Mackay shields his eyes from the sun out on the southern side. Picks it up on the AFL logo. Sends it to half forward. Curnow can't mark, but he's got the footy now. 45 from home. Sicily ran him down.
Charlie.
A moment's hesitation, and it was all James Sicily needed to pounce. Holding the ball inside the back 50 for the Blues. And Curnow hunched over as he stands the mark. Hangs the head in frustration.
I just don't know how he didn't see Zach Williams in the goal square by himself.
Yeah.
He must have just been blinded by the sun going for that mark prior to it, and then just didn't see him because he was looking inboard, wasn't he? It was a really strange play.
But even just for a guy like Charlie Curnow, who's so potent and such a presence in that forward line, he needs to kick that goal. He's 40 metres out by himself.
Yeah.
Kick the goal, Charlie.
Yeah.
He's
Says a bit about his confidence, I reckon.
He's won the last two Colemans, Charlie Curnow, but you could see he was in two minds there as Day's kick is spoiled out of play. Half forward here for the Blues. Pitnet wins it down to the front. Connor Nash trying to gather. Hewitt right there with him. It spills out under the Olympic stand, which is heavily populated with Blues fans this afternoon. Hawthorn leading by 2 points.
Just shows you can be the best player and most talented. You can go through form slumps, can't you, and lose a bit of confidence. And it looks like he's got that at the moment where he's just second-guessing himself.
And just trying to do the team thing where he would normally just fire on goal, thrown back in. Pitnet wins down the tap. Here's Carlton captain Cripps. Hand pass to Newman, back to Cripps. Under pressure, almost stripped of it. He was holding the ball. And Nick Watson wins the free kick at right half back. The small forward for the Hawks.
Yeah, he's been terrific in that hunting role forward of the contest for the Hawks. Just hitting up on the release players from the back of the stoppage or back of the contest.
And his outlet kick is beautiful as well to Newcomb, who marks 2 kicks from home. Centering kick's a good one to Nash. Nash flares it across the forward 50. McKenzie will mark for Hawthorn. 65 metres out. Left half forward. Short kick in the end to Amon, who's right up against the boundary line. Nurses it back infield. McDonald. Now they've worked themselves into some trouble, the Hawks. Shallow entry. Nash fights for it. Williams is back there for the Blues. Lays a bone-crunching tackle. Drags Nash to the turf. No mean feat against the 6'4" Hawks midfielder. And it'll be tossed up in the sun. Hawks in their front 50. 45 from goal. Hewitt's dragged down into the turf.
Oh, he's played the sling.
It's going to be a free for a dangerous tackle against Nash. It was Kennedy, in fact, who picks himself up off the ground. And Matt Kennedy will take it for the Blues, coming up for disposal number 10 in a quarter and a bit.
Leads the way in front of Blake Akers and Jai Newcomb as Matt Kennedy kicks up to the Shane stand wing. Curnow outmanoeuvred and Scrimshaw takes the mark for the Hawks. Turns it, comes inboard to Nash between wing and half forward. Hand pass to Wimpy, great transition. Cuts past Newman, gets to 45, goes for home. Just misses to the left-hand side. Almost the perfect build-up for the Brown and the Golden. Jarman Impey just couldn't quite finish. Hawthorn by 3 points, 3 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport.
Nash is the one that started this quarter that's getting off the chain a bit through the midfield for the Hawks. The Blues need to keep an eye on him.
Brought back in long to Cripps from fullback by Sard. Over the top to Williams. Now to Kennedy, and the Blues open things up. And striding through the forward 50. Shot on goal from McGovern. He's just tugged it left. He misses. A change of boots at quarter time didn't help Mitch McGovern on that occasion. 2 points the margin again. But the Blues end-to-end in a flash.
Yeah, that was electric.
Yeah. It's a set play having Paddy Cripps isolated through the middle of the ground on those point kick-ins, because usually he's against a smaller midfielder. Try and go the 1v1 to the skipper.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sports. Sicily kicks long out towards half-back. Rising was Deer. Can't take the mark. It's locked up underneath Moore and McGovern. And the umpire will ball it up. Matt Clinch and Joel Peterson with you, calling the action, and Cohen down on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Daniel Harford with you for Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Pitnet wins the tap against Meeks, beautifully down to Cripps. Hand pass to Elijah Hollands inside 50. Curnow one-on-one. Impey getting back. Made it a 2-on-1, makes the spoil. Chincotta racing back onto it. Hand pass to Williams. Hand pass to Ollie Holland. Swings onto his right. Can he finish? He can't. Options are plenty to start this second quarter, but no one able to take it. Couple now for the Blues after the Hawks through Jarman Impey a few moments ago. Hawthorn by a point. Ian Cohen on the boundary.
The Carlton Medicos are working overtime at the moment. Lockie Fogarty appears to have what could be a shoulder injury. They've just been working on him now. So Lockie Fogarty out of action.
Magnificent barrel from Scrimshaw. 70 metres from fullback. Hits Gunston on the chest. Now to Newcomb. Newcomb kicks to full forward. Wouldn't this be a play? Long to the goal line. Deere stays with it. Kicks the goal.
What a goal.
3 touches. End to end for Hawthorn. That is this young, exuberant Hawks team at their best. Cal Shadir's got a couple. He's kicked the first in both quarters. And the Hawks out by 7. 6 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Daniel Harford, talk us through that.
Well, the big barrel, bring it back. Bring it back. Scrimshaw, I was watching Gunston. He was the deepest player back at centre-half back with Wiedering, keeping him occupied. And then Wiedering got caught to the numbers side. Gunston came back in behind him, underneath him to the members side where all the space was. Scrimshaw saw it. I don't think anyone expected a 75-metre barrel to hit him. But on the back of that, it was open season for the Hawks to just get forward again. Newcomb again involved, making good decisions. And a goal on the goal line. Nick Deere is causing a bit of havoc forward as well.
Just love to see the confidence of just dropping a barrel from full-back.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, good.
Two sides are looking to attack this afternoon. An elimination final for the Hawks. Back in the middle, Hewitt gets the clearance of the Blues. Kicks up towards Motlop. Getting back down, Brosio gets a hand onto it. Has to deal with Motlop now. He lays the tackle. Careful not to fall on his back. The umpire will board up. Right half forward for the Blues, who trail by 7 points. 7 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport. Pitnet and Meek are wrestling before the umpire's even thrown it up. Pitnet tries to throw a boot at it, a hold, and it will go Carlton's way. Meek had both arms around the Carlton ruckman, who takes the free kick. Quickly gives away a hand pass to Ollie Hollands. Kicks up towards Kennedy. He marks still 2 kicks out from goal at right half forward. Into the pocket looking for Mackay. Jarman Impey. Great mark. A vice-like set of hands as he takes the mark 15 metres out from his defensive goal. Kicks through the middle of the ground. McDonald marks.
The ABC's own Jarman Impey too, Clinchy. Good time to throw that one in. Will Day out wide. Sets up more. Wiedering wins it down. Kennedy now takes it for the Blues. Handball back to Wiedering. He's kicked an absolute sack out of bounds on the full. It's landed in row G.
He's been important, Jarman Impey, the last 2 inside 50s for Carlton. One getting the spoil back in front of Charlie Curnow, who was looking like he's going to take the mark, and then that intercept mark in front of the contest is a huge grab.
Hawks by 7 points, 8 minutes gone, second term. Thoughts of Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Low kick down the line for the Hawks. Bounces up off the boot of Sard, who fashions a kick infield to Pitternet. Provides the shepherd for Sard as he cruises past. Pokes the pass forward. Weddle bashes it away from Motlop. Then the couple of Blues ran into each other. Turnover footy. D'Ambrosio to McDonald, centre of the southern wing.
Hand pass back to D'Ambrosio. Looks up to half forward. Gunston and Wiedering. Wiedering in front makes the spoil. Kemp comes to offer support. Hand pass to McGovern for the Blues. Back to Wiedering at right half back. Chips it forward to Ollie Hollands, who marks at right half back. Shane Warne stands side. Looks inboard to Hewitt. Getting back, Warple makes the spoil. Hand pass from Hardwick back to Warple. Returns it back to Sicily at centre half back. Kicks a centering ball to centre half back, and Jarman Impey takes the mark. Hawthorn by 7 points. 9 minutes gone, second quarter. Jarman Impey looks just straight through the middle. What a great kick to Weddle. He takes the mark in front of Boyd. He looks up inside 50. He wants to try and move it quickly. Drives a long kick looking for Deere. Wiedering gets back off hands. Gunston, Deere. Deere gathers. He's rushed over the line. It's not cleared yet. Wiedering desperately trying to find the line. It's caught underneath him, millimetres out. And the umpire says ball it up in front of the Hawthorn faithful at the city end. Desperate defending.
We'll have a scrum feed on the goal line.
Good footy. Rugby union-like, wasn't it?
Right on the goal line for the Hawks. Meek just drops it at their feet. Throwing a boot at it was Deere. Chol now. He's dragged down. We're still about within 2 metres of that goal line, right next to the right-hand goal post. Another ball up. Deep forward for the Hawks. They lead by 7. 9.5 gone, second term. Meek down with the backhand. Walsh brings it clear. Handball to Akers. Got it away to Kennedy. Kennedy's kick back into traffic. Oh, he puts his head over it. Picked up by Warple. 45 out from the Hawks goal. Weddle had a fumble. So too Ginnivan. Weddle picked it up in the end. Got it to McKenzie. Dribbles a kick inside the forward 50. Holly Hollands ran past it. Picked up by Motlop. His handball run down by Ginnivan. Spills to Weddle. Has a ping. Josh Weddle! He runs over to the crowd and is embraced after kicking a quite remarkable goal. At the junction of the 50 and the boundary at right half forward, whether he was centering it or not, it doesn't matter. He's jagged it. An outstanding finish. And Hawthorn up by 13 points. 5-6-36 to 3-5-23. 10.5 gone second term.
Effortless distance for Josh Weddle. He did it last week against the Giants from a very similar position, running a bit straighter to the goal, but he just moves his leg, just rotates his leg, and it goes like a rocket. Now, I don't think anyone expected that to go through the middle of the sticks. Maybe he did, not sure. But he is a special talent.
Yeah.
He's a special talent. Was that forward pressure again, Murph? They couldn't get out, the Blues. They were trying to work the ball out by hand. They couldn't get out. And in the end, that was the downfall.
Daniel Harford and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. The match has got harder for the Blues. Jack Martin subbed out of the match. Lockie Fogarty will play no further part with a collarbone injury. Back in the middle of the ground. Cripps gets the hand pass away. Slipping over Hewitt. Nash with a kick inside 50. It's over Moore's head. Charging out Cal Shadir can't gather. Kemp with a kick towards the boundary line. McGovern races after it. It gathers just inside with Moore shoving across the boundary line, and a throw in at left half forward for the Hawks. They're 5-6-36 for the Blues, 3-5-23. So Martin and Fogarty now out for the Blues, Murph.
Yeah, it's going to take a toll. The rotations will certainly cop a hit, but certainly the toll will come later in the game.
Down one on the bench. Pitnet wins down the tap to Hewitt. Hand pass to Blake Acres. Kicks up to Shaymorn Stanwing. Curnow and Scrimshaw. Chincotter's there as well. Cincotta emerges at the back with it. Feints the hand pass. Drives it inside 50. No one there. And Weddle takes the mark with Mackay leading up. And Weddle looks to switch play to right half back where Morrison takes the mark.
So Harry Morrison, the late inclusion, kicked the second goal of the game. Plays his 100th next week if selected. Been sitting on 98 for quite a while. Moore over the top. Here is Moore, Murph, who was all alone on the southern wing. Chips it forward to Meek, who will get 50.
Yeah, that was reckless from McGovern. High, across the chops, left swinging arm.
Just smart football from Hawthorn, just changing the angles, just had the overlap, just kept on taking what Carlton kept on giving them, and that was a spare player ahead of the football. And then you're right, half was just reckless. No need for that contact at all from McGovern.
And now Lloyd Meek is marched inside forward 50, and he will have a shot from 35 out. 3 behinds last week for the big fella against the Giants. 6 goals, 5 on the season. It's been a breakout season. And Lloyd Meek's outstanding campaign continues. He drives it through at the city end and propels the Hawks to a game-high 19-point lead. 6-6-42 to the Blues, 3-5-23. 13.5 minutes gone, second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts are Mark Murphy and Daniel Harford.
And it's one of the things, Murph, that I think most footy fans admire about the way Hawthorn play. Their skills. Their by foot in particular, ability to hit targets and pick targets that are almost in congestion but have a little bucket to kick it into. They'll pull the trigger on that and be able to find those targets. That ball to Moore from half back to half forward was the one, over a couple of players, sitting there all by himself, albeit. But if you don't see them, you don't back yourself to make that target hit, it does change the way you move the ball. But the Hawks just back themselves in every time.
All of a sudden, Hawthorn have kicked 3 goals in 7 minutes to open up a 19-point lead. As Joel mentioned, the biggest of the match. The bounce spills out to the right, and that will be recalled. Hawthorn leading by 19 points.
At the 10 inside 50s, Hawthorn this quarter to Carlton's 5, so just dominating the play in their forward half.
Hawthorn in a special jumper paying tribute to the Kennedy Centre. The Blues celebrating their 160th year in the competition with the collars on the navy blue. As trying to break away, Cripps' hand pass to Hewitt. He can't emerge from the Warple tackle, and the umpire will throw it up once more.
The old AFL logo on those jumpers too,
Yes.
Yeah. Magnificent.
Don't mind it. As Walsh is trying to extract it for the Blues. Warple though gathers. Hand pass to Newcomb to Meek. Works it back to Impey. Around the body up to half forward. Lunging forward. Unable to take the mark was Watson. Cripps' hand pass to Elijah Hollands. His hand pass set a challenge. Try and win that one. Walsh against Nash, and a free kick over the shoulder will go Carlton's way at centre-half back. The Hawks by 19 points, 15 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport.
Sam Walsh kicks into the centre of the ground for Hewitt. Now back to Walsh. Cowan. Now back to Walsh. You've heard it once, you've heard it before. Walsh inside forward 50. Half volley for Kernai. Couldn't get down low. Just got shoved off it by Scrimshaw. Edge of the 50 for the Hawks defensively. Scrimshaw emerges from the traffic. Defensive hand pass finds Amon. They've worked that really well, Hawthorn. And now Watson. They're in control of this contest at the moment, the Hawks. They lead by 19 points. 15 and a half gone in the second term. And they look the goods. Ginnivan's up on the southern wing, bathed in sunshine. Not a cloud in the sky. Ginnivan whacks the kick to half forward. Oh! What a pluck! Among a pair of blues. A 2-foot vert from Marbior. Meanwhile, Boyd's down sore in the forward pocket. Chol kicks vaguely in that direction. He found a teammate on the end of it in Gunston. Boyd's up on his feet for the Blues and looks like he's pretty sore. Meanwhile, Jack Gunston will have the set shot. Left forward pocket, 40 from home. He whips it around the corner, and like he's done so many times before, Jack Gunston salutes. Goal number 430 in the brown and gold. And the Hawks have got 4 in a row and a 25-point lead to go with it. 7-6-48 to the Blues, 3-5-23. 17 gone, second quarter.
Yeah, it's concerning at the moment for Carlton, just the way in which Hawthorn have just been able to use the ball at ease. And on turnover, Carlton just don't have any answers for probably the work rate and just the speed of the ball movement from Hawthorn at the moment. And then we just get some slack checking inside 50 for Carlton. And players looking around saying, well, whose man was it? Boyd was on the ground, so probably, I don't think it was his man, it was Wiedering's.
They got caught up in a little roundabout, a little 2v2. Boyd was trying to Gunston was trying to put a block on for Boyd's opponent. Boyd fell over and then copped the knee to the ribs, maybe what it might have been, and he stayed down. That freed up Gunston to get to the pocket. That's what happened. It's a bit unfortunate there for the Blues.
Hawthorn with 4 goals to 2 behinds in this second quarter. Day gets the clearance of the Hawks. Hand pass to Nash. Inside 50. Chol back with a flight. Leading out Ginnivan. Can't hang on to it. Spills out the way of he and Sard. Akers tries to win it for the Blues. Hand pass to McGovern. Back to Sard. To Hewitt at left half back. Wants to feed the hand pass inboard to Kennedy. Big Lloyd Meat comes charging in. Lays the bump. Gets a kick out to Williams. He takes the mark. Centre wing on the members' side. Zach Williams back for the Navy Blue. He's called a play on. As he veers out to the right and wants to try and drive it inside 50 in the direction of Chin Cotter. In from the side, Scrimshaw dropped the mark. Spills out the way of Impey of the Hawks, close to the boundary line, and Scrimshaw is taken over it. Left forward pocket for the Blues at the punt road end. Hawthorn leading by 25 points. Ian Cohen down on the boundary.
Yeah, Jordan Boyd's out there under duress. He's actually just come off. He's clearly got a groin or a knee problem. They're working on it again, so they're another half man down.
Keeping you busy down there, Koza, that's for sure. Pittonet inside forward 50. Nicely down to Kennedy, to Williams, who frees himself. Gets onto his left boot. And misses away to the left-hand side. Third behind in the quarter for the Blues. 3-6-24, plays 7-6-48. The spread is 4 straight goals. 19 gone second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Here's Matt Clinch.
Josh Weddle with the kick in duty, so we are on barrel watch now after what we saw in that first quarter. Weddle sends it as far as he can out to the Shane Warne stand side. Chol's there. In the end, Deer didn't fly. It's spoiled off hands to McDonald front and centre. Hand pass to Watson, through traffic to Warple to Nash. They do this so well, the Hawks. Hand pass away to McDonald to Watson, and they're out. Taken high, advantage taken. D'Ambrosio fires a hand pass forward to Deer. Left half forward, Wiedering lunging forward. High kick, Chol, and in the end, Ginnivan. And Zach Williams has given away the free kick. Hawthorn will take the advantage. Morrison away. Gunston in the open goal, puts through his second.
This is a problem now.
The Hawks are charging here at the MCG. 5 goals to none in the second quarter, and they lead by 5 goals. 8-6-54 to Carlton, 3-6-24. The Blues' last goal coming at the 22-minute mark of the opening term, and the Hawks are all out attack at the moment. Daniel Harford and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, this is a problem now for the Blues. The Hawks' ability to just exit contest and get forward of the ball and get the free player. The Blues push up. They've got to come forward, defensive mindset. But the hands work from Hawthorn out of congestion has just been phenomenal. That passage at half back was brilliant. As a result, you're able to get forward, and in the end, you get your free kick, but the game was over from then. They were going to kick the goal anyway, Hawthorn. This is a real problem now. You have to get more pressure up at the ball, which means they might have to get another half forward up to congest the contest and play 4th and 5th on ballers. They've got to find a way to stop this exit from contest and stoppage for the Hawks at the moment, the Blues coaching box.
Michael Voss with a challenge on his hands. Cripps trying to lift them as he so often does from the restart. Can't come clear. McKenzie was there for the Hawks, and it will be Hawthorn who get the clearance. Day links up with Ginnivan. Ginnivan kicks inside the forward 50. One hand to it from Deere. It was all he needed to control it down to McDonald. Somehow got his kick away in the tackle to Morrison. Morrison to Warple. Centering kick finds the chest of Chol. This is an onslaught. And Marbior's got a set shot from 25 out. He's smack bang directly in front.
It is an onslaught. It's champagne footy at the moment from the Hawks. They're doing everything right in around the contest. They've been cleaner by hand, and they've been able to release to players who then use their leg really well, and just a smart football. They're just to lower the ice to Chol rather than just blaze away. Just really smart decisions under pressure at the moment, the Hawks.
The development looks ahead of schedule. This Hawthorn team in September might be coming ahead of schedule just yet, but Marbior Chol, he tried to really nurse that one through and flared it away to the left-hand side. Margin 31, 21.5 gone second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. This is dominant from the Hawks at the moment.
26-10 marks this quarter, 14-6 inside 50s with 8 minutes to go, 9 minutes to go, 15-8 clearances. It's a smacking at the minute.
Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sports. Sard out of defence up towards Mackay. Sicily makes the spoil. Akers has to try and win a hard footy. Out past to Mackay to Newman, who's shoved out of play. Connor Nash puts the pressure on. Throwing on the members' side between wing and half forward for the Hawks.
So they're still playing 6 ahead of the footy here, the Blues at the moment. So they're not committing any more numbers to the contest to try and limit Hawthorn's effectiveness.
7 scoring shots to 3 behinds for the Blues in this second quarter. Where's the Carlton response? Cripps doing the ruck work against Nash. It spills down. A shallow throw in. Mackenzie's hand pass to Sicily. Morrison hard against the boundary line. Hand pass picked off by Chincotta. Gives it to Walsh. Kicks up the wing. Playing in front, Harry Mackay takes the mark. He's centre wing though as Kernoff is a lead. He ignores that Mackay and now eventually kicks out in front of him. Kerno gets it, but he's closer to goal. Up on the wing member's side. Kicks inside 50. Zach Williams back with a flight. D'Ambrosio comes charging out and hugs the mark to his chest as he immediately looks to swing it to left half back, and Dylan Moore takes the mark.
What a pick-up Massimo D'Ambrosio's been. The Point Cook product out of the mid-season draft through the Bombers to Hawthorn. Been absolutely outstanding. Only missed the 1 game all season. Here's Cam McKenzie, former first-round pick from a couple of years ago. Sicily and now Impey. He's got it at right half back. Hawthorn with 5 goals 2 in this quarter. The Blues with 3 behinds. They've lost a couple of players in Martin and Fogarty who'll play no further part, Carlton. And they are under siege at the moment as Sicily's exiting kick looking for Hardwick. Mackay good enough to get a hand in, knocks it into the Hawthorn bench, and it'll be thrown back in.
That was good from the Blues. Able to hold up Hawthorn's ability to move the ball in transition there. They locked out all the spots. Hawthorn tried to shift it a couple of times from side to side, but couldn't find a hole. Well done.
Hawks by 31 points, thrown back in. Cripps doing the ruck work against Nash. He tried to wrestle his way around, had both arms around the midriff, and the umpire spotted that.
Greco-Roman.
It was a little bit. Would be out of place in Paris. As Connor Nash takes the free kick out right half back for the Hawks. Down low to McDonald. Surely that's not 15. He gets the benefit of the doubt, despite the Bronx cheers from the Blues fans. Turns and chips it backwards to Hardwick. Across half back for the Hawks to Frost. It's always interesting when Frosty has it. He chips a high ball to Impey. Have a go at that. Oh, he makes the spoil, but he's out number 2 on 1. D'Ambrosio races back. Hand pass inboard to Carl Lamont. Hand pass back to D'Ambrosio. The happy hand passing Hawks at left half back to Impey. Chips into the middle of the ground. On the bounce to Newcomb. He bounces off Cripps. Hand pass into the middle of the ground. Ginnivan almost a little slow. Hand pass to McDonald, loses it. Wiedering through the middle of the ground for the Blues. Needs support. Back to Kennedy. Chips it out towards the Shane stand side. It's over the head of Ollie Hollins, and Impey gathers for the Hawks. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio.
It just nurses the kick to left half forward for Moore. 75 from home. Pokes it toward the 50. McDonald's got it. Left half forward for the Hawks. one of their emerging stars. Connor McDonald within 60 of goal. Hoists a high kick to the top of the square. It's bashed there by Elijah Hollands and through for a minor score. 8-8 the Hawks, 3-6 the Blues, 32 points the margin, 26 minutes gone, second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
As Nick Newman brings the Blues back into play, into the back pocket, where he's able to find Ollie Hollands. Turns and comes inboard to Walsh. Quick 1-2 as he gets involved once more. Ollie Hollands and drives a kick up to the Shane Warne stand side. Owies and Impey. It clears to the back. Foot races on. Impey races after it. He's tackled by Owies. Hand pass comes clear. Nash now tackled by Owies and Cripps and taken over the boundary line.
Pressure.
What a great pressure and contest we're seeing out on that Shane Warne stand side, with neither side taking a backward step and every hand pass is being hardly fought.
And they're a long way from throwing the towel in here at the Blues at the moment. They've been outplayed comprehensively, but hasn't affected their effort.
Daniel Harford and Mark Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport. In Cohen downstairs, Joel Peterson, Matt Clinch calling it for you. Great to have your company. Sicily at the throw-in. He's running after it. Paddle it straight to Cripps. Cripps' kick inside the forward 50. Around the body. Taken by Eamon for the Hawks. Inside the defensive 50 to Morrison. Toes the boundary line. Clever kick in the end. Kept it in play with the check side along the ground. And Frost was there to rush it across the boundary line. It'll be thrown back in.
Yeah, good heads-up play there for Morrison. You're right. Frost was leading into that space, but all they really wanted was to get that ball out of bounds.
As far as a late inclusion, you know, a goal, couple of tackles, some good plays. Harry Morrison's been a handy one for Hawthorn.
His VFL form's been very good, so he's just waiting for an opportunity. Harry, he's bringing it to the AFL level today.
5 goals to none, Hawthorn's way in this second quarter. Nash tries to bring it down to the front, but it's Hewitt, hand pass to Walsh, inside 50. Kerno in a wrestle with Frost, no free kick. Spells out the way of Mackay, hand pass to Walsh. Have they taken the advantage?
Oh, they have.
Hand pass to Kennedy, under a ferocious pressure now. Ollie Hollands' hand pass chopped off, and Ginneman just socks it in the middle of the ground. Pitnet puts his big frame over the top, tries to squeeze the kick out to Walsh. He dives on the foot, he drags it back in. How will the umpires see this? Holding the ball. Hawthorn win it back in the middle of the ground.
They were a bit stiff there. It was a late whistle. It was a late whistle for the Curnow free, so the players didn't know, and they had to play advantage once it was over.
Moore to Weddle. Hawthorn cruising through the centre. Back to Moore to McKenzie. They've got numbers lining up. McKenzie spun himself into, out of, back into trouble. Now Moore has a go. Flicks the hand pass inside the forward 50. Terrific stuff from Cowan. Rode the bump from Ginnivan. Came clear with it to Ollie Hollands. And now to Williams. Lasers a kick into the centre of the ground to find Kennedy. Right on halfway for the Blues. He fans it out wide to Hewitt at left half forward. Nurses it to the edge of the 50. Frost might have shoved Mackay under it. Umpire said he slipped over. And Harry and the Blues fans share the same level of frustration. Hawks with an easy exit. Morrison to McKenzie, now to Sicily at centre half back.
Looks out to the Shane Warne stand side, puts it out in front of Dylan Moore. It trickles end over end. He'll gather with a couple of metres on Zach Williams. Turns inboard to Newcomb, who takes the mark in front of Cowan. Hand pass away to Moore. They keep running this Hawthorn side. Looks up inside 50. Gunston against the boundary line. And the exact contrast from the Blues, who can't take a mark inside 50 at the moment. Jack Gunston, who's kicked 2 so far in this second quarter. This will be his toughest shot on goal.
Just so dynamic, aren't they, Murph?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Jack Gunston's just playing almost in the car park. and they're finding him at the moment because he's just sitting in some space. And Wiedering, whoever's trying to play at him, and Kemper was at that occasion's trying to get back to support. Just not acknowledging how good this bloke is.
The veteran in the left forward pocket. Jack Gunston gives it his best and misses to the left-hand side. So 2 goals, 1 so far in this second quarter. The Hawks have done all the attacking, 5-4 to the Blues, 3 behinds. Hawthorn by 33 points, approaching half-time.
Finding those looks inside forward 50, 4 marks to none inside 50 for the quarter for the Hawks. It's just through the dynamic ball movement further afield.
Whether they're coming in the car park or not, doesn't matter. They're coming nonetheless. Long kick outside defensive 50 for the Blues from Akers up toward the wing.
Well, they just don't bomb it in, Hawthorn. They actually back their legs in and they utilise the space really well. Their forwards, they all work together and just opening up pockets of space for one another. And the midfielders through the middle of the ground for Hawthorn. They're analysing where the space is and just putting it in the direction of their forwards.
300 gamer Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Mackay kicks long to half forward for the Blues through the hands of Weddle and of Curnow. Spills to Impey, jams it on the boot, only as far as Hewitt. Low down, hand pass for Cowan. Nice gather, slip the tackle, hand pass to Akers. High kick inside the forward 50 for the Blues. Hardwick attacks it. Motlop and Williams both there. Williams does the crumbing, hemmed in along the boundary line, taken over. And half-time brings to a close a great turn for Hawthorn. They broke the game open in that second quarter with 5 goals for. The Blues, with only 3 behinds, haven't kicked a major since the 22-minute mark of the first. And that was this run and gun, young, exciting Hawthorn team at their very best. 8-9-57 at half-time. They lead the Blues 3-6-24. The car park man, Jack Gunston's got 2. Cal Shadir's got a couple. Mabior Chol, Lloyd Meek, Harry Morrison and Josh Weddle with goals for the Hawks. All singles to the Blues. No change since quarter time. Mackay, Curnow and Elijah Hollands.
5 unanswered goals for the Hawks in that second quarter to establish a half-time buffer. And as it stands at the moment on the live ladder, the Hawks just outside the top 8 on percentage. If they can get victory this afternoon, the Blues are in 8th spot and they would stay there. Daniel Harford and Mark Murphy on what they've seen on the first half from the MCG on ABC Sport.
Well, it was a blistering first half, wasn't it, from Hawthorn? There was certainly an arm wrestle in that first quarter from both Carlton and Hawthorn, but in that second quarter, they just got their game rolling. The Hawks, they just picked apart the Carlton defensive structure, whether that was by quick ball movement or just methodical ball movement. They've had great balance in the way in which they've been moving the footy. So they're hard to try and stop the Hawks because they don't just have one method or mode of going forward. They've actually got quite a few. They just don't rely on going quick the whole time. They don't rely on just going slow. They've got a great balance in the way in which they're doing it. But they're beating them up around the ball at the moment, the Hawks. The way in which they've been able to acknowledge the tackle, fight through it, release to a teammate has been really impressive. And then their ball use by hand and foot has just been far superior than what Carlton's has. And Carlton just haven't got their game going at all. The last probably 2 or 3 minutes, there was a few, and I reckon it started from Lockie Cowan, had a big press up forward, got a turnover, a few big tackles, a few big hits. They actually got the crowd back involved and they started to get their game going a little bit, but they couldn't get any reward on the scoreboard from it. So their work going inside 50 compared to that of Hawthorn's has been very much outside of probably the first 15 minutes, been very long and just hope for the best, the Blues, whereas Hawthorn have just been able to just work the ball through. And whether that's going to Jack Gunston, who I made a comment about sitting in the car park, he's been smart because he's had the roll on Wiedering, but when they've had the ball from 50 to 70 out, the Hawks, he's been sitting a bit wider trying to draw Wiedering out, and when he's not going to him, they've just been hitting him up.
So the strength of the Blues isn't working at the moment. So contest is fascinating numbers through that second term. +2 contested possessions, +6 clearance, 11-5 in clearance. So that you would think that that's going to get you your territory and give you a chance to lock the ball in your forward half. But Hawthorn's ability to win the scrimmage from that point in time onwards, when the ball gets to the ground after those forays forward from the Blues, and then their spread is what's broken the game open. And the Blues, we talked about this at the start of the game, Murph, the speed of the Hawks. Yep. Not just the leg speed, but the ball movement speed. The way they want to play with that real run-and-gun type mentality. That's what's catching them out. As a result, Hawthorn had 27 more uncontested possessions, 22 more uncontested marks, 4 marks inside 50 to 0, and 6 more inside 50. So the ball was just being hammered into the forward third of the ground for the Hawks, and the Blues couldn't either have enough time to get transition back to support, or weren't able to combat the flow coming at them, and therefore they were drawn up as the spare player trying to come up, that press mentality, and the free player, they just leapfrogged them all the way down the field, the Hawks, like they did a couple of times in that second term. So it's a real problem for Michael Voss as to how they own and start to negate the outside influence of the Hawks in this game, because that's what's going to break the game open if it already hasn't done that to this point. But those second quarter numbers are extraordinary for Hawthorn with the outside game. That is a huge problem for the Blues in this second half.
Put us inside Michael Voss's address at halftime. What will he be saying to his Carlton Chargers after 5 unanswered goals Hawthorn's way in that second quarter?
It's a tough one because I think when they're at their best, they have more numbers around the contest and they rely on putting heat and pressure to force the error. But to Hawthorn's credit, when they actually have won the football, the pressure's certainly come for them, but they've been able to fight through tackles and being able to release to a player sitting outside and having great balance. So I think they got out-tackled then as well, the Blues. So I reckon they're not sticking their tackles.
Yep, they did.
Whereas Hawthorn are really sticking them around the contest. And I don't think we've seen too many occasions where Carlton have actually had a really clean clearance and been able to move the ball in a real methodical way from clearance, whereas Hawthorn have been able to do that because they've had balance outside of that. So I think the wingers need to play a role where they sit on the back shoulder of the Hawthorn players and control that outside balance game. And then you're just relying upon your contested beasts around the football in Cripps and Hewitt. And Walsh is certainly in that boat as well. But I think Walsh needs to be more of that second possession player and probably sit outside the contest and maybe sweep the stoppage a little bit more. And he can be the release player for them and get the game on his terms and take grass and use his leg, because I think that's when he's at his best, is when he's the 1-2 punch with Paddy Cripps. So I think he goes to his leaders and asks for some more smarter contest work around the ball. And then I think ahead of the football and even behind, I think the Hawks credit, they've been winning the 1v1s.
Yep.
And we hardly ever see Jacob Wettering be beaten in a 1v1. He got beaten at the start of that second quarter by Jack Gunston in a 1v1. You hardly ever see that. But I think what you want to see from a Carlton point of view in this second half around the contest, we want to see tackles being stuck, because I think at the moment the Hawks have almost been the the turnstiles, where they're going through a few of those tackles and releasing to those players sitting outside the contest. So the Hawks have been spot on there. Every area of their game, I reckon they've beaten the Blues so far in that first half.
Yeah, hard to dispute that. Not getting enough. I mean, a couple of injuries have really hurt. Like Martin and Fogarty, two of your mid-size, small-size forward half players who really give really good energy. Martin's a class act, hasn't had great luck with his body, and hamstring injuries are real disaster for the Blues, you think, going into September, if they can get there. It's under the pump now with the way things are unfolding. But that's a problem. So you've got to restructure your forward line as well, Michael Voss. I couldn't agree more with you about the wingers. And I'd also add that to the midfield brigade of the Blues at the moment. Push the Hawks inside and make them find a way out from there, rather than letting them push the Blues underneath and have the space to work in on the outside. I'd be saying to all my mids, let's play a back shoulder, let's push them in and make sure they can't get out. Worst case scenario, we punch them up as they try and run out. We just keep hammering them in the chest to stop them getting back to goal, and make sure that it's the players ahead of the footy that are the ones that have to get the damage done for the Hawks, not the guys from the contest, which is what's happening at the moment. So I'd be reassessing that and try and find another mix in my forward line, because defenders are getting beaten anyway at the moment. Can they find another defender mid who can go forward and cause a bit of trouble? There's not too many left on the park to do it, but maybe even Assad try and get some energy into the forward half for them that way.
They need to get their drop of the ball inside 50 right, Carlton, because the ball's coming out too easily at this point in time. So the small forward's got to get to work, get some repeat stoppages inside 50.
The Hawks exploded in that second quarter with 5 goals to none, highlighted by a Jack Scrimshaw barrel to halfback, Gunston's kick to Ginnivan. It's a goal where Cal Shadir did the rest of the work, and they lead by 33 points at the main break. 8-9-57 to Carlton, 3-6-24. Still to come on this Sunday of round 22, St Kilda and Richmond from Docklands, and Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs to bring down the curtain on the weekend's footy. But for the moment, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. ASIO Director General Mike Burgess has renewed calls for those in positions of power to think carefully about the language they use. Australia's national terrorism alert level was lifted from possible to probable this week. In recent weeks, National MP Barnaby Joyce told protesters to use their ballot papers as bullets, and the Iranian ambassador to Australia called for the violent removal of Israelis from the, quote, holy lands of Palestine. Mr. Burgess says there's a direct connection between inflamed language and inflamed tensions in the community.
It's unhelpful if you're kind of using analogies or weapons that are designed to hurt people, of course. The Iranian ambassador to Australia, what a classic, great, terrible example of actually inappropriate, unacceptable language that can actually drive violence in our society.
The federal government says it doesn't have time to wait for the courts to appoint an administrator for the embattled CFMEU. Urgent legislation will be introduced to Parliament this week seeking to appoint an independent administrator to the construction division of the union. The Fair Work Commission's filed court application for a takeover of the union, which is facing allegations of standover tactics and bikie infiltration. Workplace Relations Minister Murray Watt has told Sky News the union's been too slow to respond to the allegations.
We have given the union ample opportunity to consent to the application, to recognise that the problems go far deeper than what they've admitted so far. They've chosen not to consent to that application, and frankly, we're not prepared to wait for this to wend its way through the courts with multiple legal challenges, and I don't think Australians want us to wait for that either.
Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong has condemned the deaths of civilians in an Israeli airstrike on a school in Gaza. Gaza's Civil Emergency Service says more than 90 people died in the attack. Israel says around 20 militants operating out of a Hamas compound were shot at the school. In a social media post, Senator Wong says innocent Palestinians cannot continue to pay the price for defeating Hamas. She again called for an immediate ceasefire and for Israel to comply with international humanitarian law. Donald Trump's campaign team says its internal communications have been hacked. The Republican presidential candidate's team are blaming Iran and say it's an illegal attempt at foreign interference in the election. It comes after the US news website Politico reported it received anonymous emails with documents attached, including what appears to be a research dossier for the Republican vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. Prosecutors in Britain have charged more than 350 people over anti-immigration riots that swept across the UK last week. 700 people have been arrested in connection with the unrest. In London, anti-racism demonstrators gathered outside the headquarters of Reform UK, the right-wing party led by Nigel Farage. Lewis Nielsen from Stand Up to Racism says Mr Farage is fanning the flames of unrest.
The language he uses about migrants, about Muslims, about refugees, I think gives confidence to the thugs that you saw. He went to one of the poshest private schools in Britain, and he's trying to say that the enemy of working class people are people from abroad. We're saying they're not, and that's why we're building a movement of unity here.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has offered his support to Olympic breakdancer Rachel Gunn, known as B-Girl Ray Gunn. The Australian breakdancer was knocked out at the round-robin stage of the Olympic breaking event without getting a single point. The dancer's unique moves have since drawn widespread interest on social media, where she's been both mocked and applauded. Mr Albanese says it's good Ray Gunn had a go.
Well, the Olympics is about people participating in sport. That's a good thing. And Ray Gunn had a crack. Good on her. And a big shout out to her.
Australia's Olympic team will push for one final haul of medals as the last day of competition gets underway in Paris tonight. Fraser Fyfe has more.
Sitting third on the medal tally with 18 gold, 18 silver and 14 bronze, Paris has been Australia's most successful Olympics campaign to date when it comes to gold medals. There'll be more opportunities to add to that tally tonight across athletics, basketball and cycling. Once competition wraps up, gold medalists Kaylee McEwen and Matt Wern will be the Australian flag bearers for the closing ceremony, where the Olympic flame will be extinguished and the flag lowered before it's handed over to the host of the 2028 Summer Games, Los Angeles. But Olympic fever in the French capital will continue with the Paralympics starting in a couple of weeks from August 29th.
And Canberra's Leanne Pompiani has won the women's division in the City to Surf race in Sydney today. It's her second victory in the race after she won in 2022. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News. You can get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
Do you have a favourite ABC show? Perhaps a favourite ABC personality? Tony Armstrong, maybe? Or Sarah Ferguson? How much do you love Gardening Australia? Gruen, Four Corners, Muster Dogs and Bluey? Well, show them some love by voting for them and others in the 2024 Logie Awards. Simply head to tvweeklogies.com.au and cast your vote today.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Matt
magnificent barrel from Scrimshaw, 70 metres from fullback, hits Gunston on the chest, now to Newcomb. Newcomb kicks to full forward. Wouldn't this be a play? Long to the goal line. Deere stays with it, kicks the goal.
What a goal!
3 touches, end-to-end for Hawthorn. Picked up by Motlop. His handball run down by Ginnivan. Spills to Weddle. Has a ping. Josh Weddle! He runs over to the crowd and is embraced after kicking a quite remarkable goal. Here is Morp, who was all alone on the southern wing. Chips it forward to Meek, who will get 50.
Yeah, that was reckless from McGovern.
It's been a breakout season, and Lloyd Meek's outstanding campaign continues. He drives it through at the city end.
D'Ambrosio fires a half-pass forward to Deere. Left half forward. Wiedering lunging forward. High kick, Chol. And in the end, Ginnivan. And Zach Williams has given away the free kick. Hawthorn will take the advantage. Morrison away. Gunston in the open goal. Puts through his second.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at the MCG, the rampaging Hawks in that second quarter. They lead by 33 points after 5 goals to none in that second term. 8-9-57 to the Blues, 3-6-24. Matt Clinch and Joel Peterson calling all the action, and Cohen is down on the boundary. The Carlton 300 gamer, the Blues captain Mark Murphy is with you alongside Daniel Harford. In the match to follow from Docklands as St Kilda take on the Tigers. Richmond, of course, with the announcement that Dustin Martin's career has come to the close. We're hopeful we'll hear from him in round 24 if he attends the game. But there is a late out with Mateus Filippo out for the Saints. Recalled Paddy Dow comes in to replace him. Caleb Smith and Jimmy Webster, the subs for the respective sides this afternoon. So if you are looking to hear that game this afternoon, there is a call available via the ABC Listen app. Just download that and click on the AFL Extra button. Of course, there is so much sporting action taking place across the weekend. The final match of the round takes place from Adelaide as the Crows take on Western Bulldogs. So we'll take you there at the completion of this match. The Olympics, the closing ceremony gets underway in the early hours of Monday morning Australian time. What sort of artists are we expecting, Joel? And of course, they transition to LA. So what? We're expecting a bit of Hollywood? Beyonce, maybe?
Ray Gun.
What? She's had her own
J
little
Attack.
following, hasn't she?
J Attack, bit of Jeff.
Bit more of J Attack. Bit of Ray Gun. No, well, the word is Beyonce is going to hang out.
Beyonce, you reckon?
Beyonce.
Could we get Snoop Dogg doing something? He's been hovering around. He's been in everything.
Big 2 weeks, hasn't he, Big Snoop?
He's making a fortune.
Yeah, it's been actually a very good piece of marketing from the Olympics people to get him involved as a bit of a cultural icon, to have him over there and just floating around at different things. So it'll be intriguing to see what they do with it.
Well, Taylor Swift's got nothing to do anymore. Not Nostra anyway. It's
not far away.
No concerts for her. It's not that far away.
Might be Big Muller, but
they could fly her in. Surely.
Who knows?
LA, they fly her in. They got heaps of cash.
She's got the private jet, doesn't she, anyway?
Well, that's true. That's true. She can do whatever the hell she likes.
What an Olympic Games that it's been for the Australian team, as they have just dominated on so many levels. So for our regional listeners, you've taken in a lot of the coverage. For everyone else, there's been Ryan HG with medals, people and cheese. And I'm sure over the coming months of ABC Sport, we'll get to relive some of those crucial moments. The commentary calls, Bruce McAvaney, a part of our commentary team. So fear not, you will get to hear some of those iconic Australian moments. The NRL also taking place across the weekend. So as the 2 footy codes start to reach the climax of the season, there's no shortage of storylines. In the early match, it's the Dolphins who lead the Warriors 12 points to 6. And in the later match, it's the Newcastle Knights taking on the West Tigers. It's also available on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the ABC Sport button, and that's where you can find the NRL coverage. On the SMS 0437 774 774. Joan from Geelong says, "Hi guys, I'm a Cats supporter but enjoying listening to you on this afternoon while doing some gardening in the glorious sunshine. I don't care who wins this game, I just hope the footy and the fingers crossed that Cats play finals." Well, it is an interesting game because it is on pay TV, so if you don't have access to that, the ABC Listen app is the best way to take it in while you're doing other jobs and out and about.
Good day for gardening. Goodness me.
As 9-year-old Archie is on his way back from a golfing weekend at Golden Beach with his dad and grandfather. Just had lunch at the Beach Hotel. The fish tacos were excellent and enjoying the call on the way on the drive home. So cheerio to Archie listening in.
Beautiful part of the world down there in South Gippsland along 90 Mile Beach. glorious today.
Kevin from Shenton Park says, I wonder if the Eagles regret letting Sam Mitchell go. I'm not sure they necessarily let him go, but the opportunity to come back to his former club, the Hawks, where he is now the senior coach. Annie the Blue Bagger says, is Sam Walsh playing? What's his numbers to half-time, Joel?
Sam Walsh has had 14 disposals, 3 clearances, 2 inside 50s and 2 score involvements.
But hasn't had the impact. So 14 is a pretty good number. You double that, it's 28. It's a pretty good afternoon in terms of possessions. But you want to have more impact and weapon factor, I reckon, for Walsh at the moment. Hasn't had that level of impact or effect today.
160 metres gained, so just a bit over sort of 11 or 12 metres per touch.
Just needs to be getting the ball probably 50 to 80 out to do some real damage. He's an overlap chain of possession type player, so you need him back in D50 helping out and then just running the lines, because no one can go with him, but it probably just shows the ball movement hasn't quite been there for Carlton either. So certainly need him delivering ball inside 50 rather than getting the play in around the contest, but that just shows that the pressure from Hawthorn's been pretty strong as well.
Yeah, so 8 handballs. So Walsh is the guy, you talked about in the halftime summary, he needs to be that second possession player.
Yep.
Let the big pigs go to work at the trough, and then he can be the guy on the outside of that, getting the ball with some flow into some open space. You don't really want him having more handballs and kicks if you're the Carlton faithful watching today.
And Simon and Sean on the York Peninsula in South Australia listening on 0437 774 774, enjoying the call. Thanks to the ABC for bringing it to us sports lovers who don't have commercial TV. And Murph, keep a lid on it for the Blues fans. Well, the lid is certainly on it.
It's well and truly on.
The challenge from Michael Voss is how to get more out of his forwards. Charlie Curnow and Harry Mackay, the 2 dominant forwards in the game. And for the moment, in that second quarter, they were a bit frustrated with their delivery inside 50.
Yeah, well, they started the well game, the key targets for Carlton, but then they just starved opportunity. But then Charlie just made a really bad error that just showed you that he's probably just a bit down on confidence at this point in time. So certainly need a lift from a few of their starts ahead of the football.
You'd be a brave person to rule anything out in this round of footy. The Blues are going to have to come from 33 behind at half-time to bag a win and cement their September prospects. The Hawks have thrown it down in the first half. From the clearance, it's a free kick to Pitternet. Offloads to Sard, who comes steaming past. Drives a low kick inside the 50. On the up, Amon gave it to Sicily. Turnover. Motlop's there. He's dragged down by Morrison. The man from Benalla did well to drag Jesse Motlop to the ground, and we'll have a throw-in. Junction to the 50 in the boundary. As we've said a couple of times, a glorious, sunny, still Melbourne winter's Sunday. And the Hawks have had it all their own way through the first half.
Toss back in. Pitnet and Meek resume their battle. Meek wins down the tap. Cripps beautifully reads it. Dodges and weaves through traffic. Swings onto his right. Fires on goal and misses to the left-hand side. Almost the dream start for the Blues through their captain. They haven't kicked a goal since the 22-minute mark of the opening term.
How good would that have been for the game to have the skipper just drag one early?
You almost expect him to kick it in that situation. Scrimshaw comes in from fullback with a little bit more deft touch than he displayed in that second term with the barrel. Goes to the back pocket for Impey, now to D'Ambrosio and now to Moore. They kick 3 goals from defensive 50 chains in that second quarter, the Hawks. Moore's turned it over to McGovern. He blasted back the other way. Impey crashes into Akers. Ball spills to D'Ambrosio, who got taken high. Free kick to the Hawk. Paid initially by the out-of-zone umpire. And Massimo D'Ambrosio's got it in front of the Hawthorn race, the closer one to the members that they're using this afternoon. Whacks his kick long up the broadcast side. McGovern reads it beautifully. Juggles in the mark. Right on halfway for the Blues.
As McGovern looks into the middle of the ground, he telegraphs it to Kemp, who drops the mark under the Joel pressure. Newman's there to clean it up. Hand past the side to Chincotta, back to Nick Newman, bounding away from half-back. He drives it inside 50, going forward. Great mark, Akers. Wedged in between 2 Hawks. Now Charlie Curnow has gone down with an ankle injury, grabbing at his left ankle, and he's just punched the turf. So we know he's been playing through some duress, but this will be worrying for Carlton fans.
Which ankle was it last week? Was it the left?
It was the left.
Certainly the left now. He's struggling to put any weight through that.
So he has dropped to his backside, and the trainer and the doctor have come out. So he might have to hobble from the G. For Carlton fans, they know the toll already.
They got anyone left?
It's Jack Martin has been subbed off. Alex Chincotta came into the action. Lockie Fogarty is ruled out with a shoulder injury. Jordan Boyd is battling through duress. He's on the bench as well. And now Charlie Curnow.
It's a mash unit, Clinchy.
This is chaos for the Blues fans with the injuries starting to take a toll, and Curnow is hobbling from the field.
BJ Honeycutt and Hawkeye getting the scrubs ready, the MASH unit down there, are they? If I see Colonel Potter, I'm going home.
As Blake Acres just had a look over his shoulder as Charlie Curnow comes on the field. Now he needs to try and ready himself. Out to the right from 40 metres out. Blake Acres, we know he's a big game player. A pump of the fist to the Carlton cheer squad. Their first goal since late in the opening quarter comes at the 3-minute mark of the third, the first of the second half, and the Blues cut the margin back to 26 points Hawthorn's way. Hawthorn 8-9-57, Carlton 4-7-31. As all eyes turn to Charlie Curnow as he hobbles from the field. Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Yeah, you're right. Forlorn Clinchy certainly was. He hobbled straight down the steps and into the rooms. And poor old Jordan Boyd, who is out there again, literally on one leg. So he's battling on manfully, but that's genuinely concerning for Charlie Curnow.
Just seeing the replay, he just fell. He just rolled it. He was trying to just cut back from one side to the other, trying to lose his opponent. Just quickly, just fell over, Murph.
Very concerning.
That's a problem.
Yep.
Would that be a previous injury, do you reckon, Murph?
Yeah, I think it was definitely last week. So there was a few doubts whether or not he's going to play today. So he's certainly gone in with one.
Even back to the North Melbourne game, he was under a bit of a cloud coming out of that one too. Pitternet drives a high kick inside the forward 50 from the clearance, marked by Sicily. So the early goal for Carlton, the doctor's been very busy, but it's just what he ordered. And Sicily's kick finds Moore, who slides in, and now Cincotta's gone down and he saw on halfway. Long kick inside the forward 50, grabbed by Kemp. He's escorted across the boundary line. Cincotta's up and limping on his right leg. So Martin's out of the game, Fogarty's out of the game, Boyd is sore, Curnow's down in the rooms, and now Alex Cincotta, who was the sub, and he's into the game. He's limping.
He's no good.
The ball is inside forward 50 for the Hawks up at the punt road end of the ground.
We know it's the longest ever home and away season. It's proving a marathon for everyone. D'Ambrosio for the Hawks. Hand pass away. McKenzie tackled. Somehow got rid of it. Newcomb play on's the call. Hand pass to Gunston. Screws it towards the goal mouth. Deers fighting with Kemp with the sun in their eyes. Kemp under pressure. Hand pass away to Nick Newman. Little fumble from Akers. He might rush this through, and he does.
Professional fumble, I think, there from Chris Akers, wasn't it?
Hawthorn by 27 points.
Just keeping an eye on Cincotta. He is really battling out there.
It's maybe an ankle as well.
Newman just stands at the top of the defensive goal square for the Blues. Eventually launches it on that left boot. Cripps coming over the top of Newcomb. Couldn't drag it in. Moore's there. Cripps is onto him in a flash. Lays the tackle with Ollie Holland. Spills away to D'Ambrosio. Left half forward for the Hawks. Warple around the corner inside the 50. Wettering spilt the mark. Watson flies in. Gunston's 45 from home. Hooks it over his shoulder to full forward. Deer was in front, but it's marked. It's a mark to Hawthorn and Jack Ginnivan, who immediately wheels around and gets the answer for the Hawks. Ginnivan's on the board. So too Hawthorn in this third term. 33-point lead restored. 9-10-64 to 4-7-31. 6 gone in the third.
It's got a real smell about it at the moment for Carlton, doesn't it? Like, you just think that everything's almost going against them in terms of their injuries, but if they can't put pressure on around the contest, I looked at a couple of blokes there, and it was Boyd and Cincotta. Obviously, they're battling through injuries, and being out there is a good effort in itself to try and fight your way through, but they just look like they're just one too many men down at this point in time. And the longer the game goes on, probably the worse it's going to get, especially when you're playing against a team like Hawthorn who love to move the ball quick and are electric at using the ball. So it's going to be a pretty big challenge for Carlton to try and find their way back into this game.
It feels like the next 10 minutes is massive. Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Hawthorn by 33 points once more. Back in the middle of the ground. Pitnet wins down the tap to Kennedy. Tackled by Warple. Spills out. Pitnet just uses his big frame to try and clear a path, and the ball is stuck under Kennedy. And Warple and the umpire will ball it up. Still in the outer of the centre circles with a MCG bathed in sunlight. Pitnet tries to flick it over the back. Big tackle by Cripps on Nash. It spills out the way of Cowan. Hand pass to Walsh. Gets the hand pass to Kennedy. Kicks up towards half forward. On the lead is Harry Mackay. On the bounce against Frost. Mackay slips over. Owies comes racing in. Frost tries to gather the footy. Mackay lays the tackle. He breaks through it and gets a hand pass to Hardwick at halfback. Hand pass to Sicily. Little fumble. Needs Hardwick support. Cannons into Walsh. That might have been high. In front of the Carlton faithful. The umpire says throw it in.
Battering ram. He knew exactly what he was doing. He just wanted to get that out of bounds and take a body with him.
Looked like a front rower.
It was. Very much so.
Jeez, that was industrious stuff from Blake Hardwick. Belligerent as he tried to lay out Sam Walsh. Ball chucked back in. Blues forward half. Sicily at the stoppage. Hands away to Morrison. Late inclusion. He's been great. Long up the line to Deer. Oh dear. Kelsch has pulled in a great mark. Hands off to Morrison. The overlap run for Hawthorn. Kicks to a couple of Blues. And Cowan, he's able to float across and intercept. Spites the kick off short to Elijah Hollands. Kicked a goal in that opening term. Now he finds himself inside the defensive 50. Into the safe hands of Sard. Short to Akers, who's got it just inside the back 50. Hawks by 33, 64 plays 31. 8 minutes gone, third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Akers short to Sard, works it forward afield. Elijah Hollands takes the mark, back edge of the centre square. Through the middle of the MCG to Kennedy. Had to take the mark from the late spoiler Warple. Down low for Harry Mackay. Can't mark, bounces into Cripps. The two have a tangle underneath them, and Morrison. Just another example of the Blues just not quite clicking at the moment.
It's a bad miss from Kennedy.
Yep.
That was a layout, that one. 20 metres straight in front of you. You've got to hit that kick every day of the week.
Everything's hard work for the Blues at the moment. Pitnet and Meek, it spills down the way of Jarman Impey, kicks up the wing. Deer's worked underneath it. And Nick Newman takes an impressive mark.
Mackay was lucky not to cop a knee in the scone as well as he went to ground. Harry wants it in the pocket now. Mackay rolls around onto his left boot, sends it in that direction. Mackay fights for it. Taken away by Hardwick, and then he drives Morrison into the turf over the line. Does Big Harry. And a throw in forward 50 for the Blues. Underneath the Ponsford stand. Carlton home game, majority navy blue crowd. But the flashes of brown and gold. And they'd be very happy with what they've seen. It is a very sizable crowd here at the MCG as well. A blockbuster Sunday afternoon at the home of footy. Meek rips it out of the ruck, bashes it out of there for the Hawks, but Newman again is the link in the chain for the Blues. He sends it to Sard and they'll come back in once more.
Plays on, tries to get around McDonald, now has to back tread. Hand pass away to Kemp, kicks inside 50, Kennedy one way, Morrison the other. Morrison makes the spoil. Hand pass to Nash, the Hawks on halfback. Ginneman puts it out in front of Moore. MCC Ming kicks up to Gunston. Can't hang on to the mark. First back onto it, charges into Akers. Tries to hack a kick up towards half forward. Blues are well set. Cowan rises and takes the mark in front of Dylan Moore. Right half back. Hawthorn by 33 points.
Joel Peterson, Matt Clinch calling it for you on ABC Sport. Daniel Harford, Mark Murphy, your experts. Ian Cohen on the boundary. Adelaide and Western Bulldogs to come from the Adelaide Oval for our audience this afternoon. Richmond St Kilda nearing a start. You can get a call of that on the ABC Listen app. Blues through Williams. And now Ollie Hollands on the southern wing. He backtracks, comes back to Williams. Overlap run provided by Hollands now to the top of the defensive 50 for Kemp. So they're trying to fashion it up the ground in any which way they can now, Carlton. Cowan comes out toward the benches for Newman. Had a stack of it already in this third term. Left foot kick inboard. Well, it looked dangerous, but it was a good one in the end. Sard's onto it just behind the centre circles. He pops it over the top. Ollie Hollands once more. They continue just to chip it down the ground. Now the long kick inboard. Kennedy unloads. Sicily put his fist through it and gets it out into the pocket where it will be thrown back in. Deep forward for the Blues at the city end of the ground. 11 minutes gone in the third term. Carlton 4-7, the Hawks 9-10. It's a 33-point spread.
Good composure by the Blues then, but they couldn't find a way through. Having said that, they're 5 metres around from the goalpost for this throw-in, so they're in scoring zone.
Thrown back in, Meek and Pitnet. Meek wins down the tap. Sicily taps it straight to Cripps, one way, then the other. Fends off a tackle. Hand pass to Elijah Hollands, who fires on goal. It's across the face and bounces inside the field of play. The throw in the right forward pocket. So Carlton with 22-5 marks inside this third quarter. Is that a successful blueprint for the Blues?
Oh, the challenge of the injuries, that the whole structure gets thrown out. So you've got Zach Williams, who's been playing forwards now back, and Boyd, who's playing backs now forward. So A lot of challenges out there at the moment for Carlton.
Pitnet down to Morrison, clearing kick up towards the wing. It's marked by Watson. Gets the hand pass away to McDonald, streaming down the members' wing. Hand pass to Moore, drives a kick inside 50. Gunston trying to get back. Newman puts the block in, then trying to block his eyes with the sun. Under pressure, lays the tackle on Weddle. Spills out Ollie Holmes' way. Watson tries to rip it away. Cowan lays the tackle. Umpire circles. And the Hawks look like they were out at one stage, but Carlton did well to desperately defend.
Well, if that sun's causing havoc, just the shadow over the stand here, it's causing havoc a couple of times for the Carlton defenders when the ball's coming in. That occasion, they nearly coughed up a goal on the back of it.
Blues have confirmed Charlie Curnow is out of the game with an ankle injury, so that's a big story to monitor. Akers with the clearing hand pass. Elijah Hollands just whacks it off the ground as far as he can. Hewitt got dragged down. No free kick. Spills to Mackay in front of the interchanges. Exchanges the hand pass with Kennedy. Nurses his kick down the line. Chopped off by Sicily. So any hope Carlton had without their two-time Coleman medalist, it just makes it all the more difficult. D'Ambrosio whips the kick inside the defensive 50 now to Hardwick, who almost turned it over straight to Motlop. Dribbles it out to McDonald. Found a teammate on the end of it somehow. McDonald, aggressive kick back inboard. Sits up for Nash. He's got Sicily in support. Hawks in the centre of the ground.
It's the hand pass to McKenzie between wing and half back on the Shane Warne stand side. Kicks out towards Watson. Had to wait underneath it. And takes the mark despite the late efforts from Wiedering. Plays on immediately. Looks up to half forward. Moore takes the mark. Hemmed into the pocket. Chips it to Ginnivan. He marks in the right forward pocket. Corralled by Pitnet. He had a look at him and thought about taking him on.
I just love the confidence in which Hawthorn just backed their leg in just to have a go at their kicks. That didn't pay off for probably two of them at that chance, but they've got numbers there to correct it. And then just the take-off from Watson too. Yeah. Takes the mark in front of Wiedering and then just straight up, straight into it, get the ball moving quick.
Watson to Moore to Ginnivan. Now looking to try and finish this new breed of small forwards for Hawthorn. Jack Ginnivan opens up the angle and puts through his second. The arms outstretched as it's showtime once more for the Hawks, and Jack Ginnivan is centre stage. Hawthorn lead by 39 points, their biggest lead of the match, with 2-1 in the third term, threatening to break Carlton open in this third term. 10-10-70 to the Blues, 4-7-31. 15 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport.
Well, you'll never get a better opportunity to put your foot on the throat of Carlton and make a real dent in their season with what's happened so far. Martin's out with that hamstring injury, Fogarty with the groin, Curnow with the ankle, McGovern now being seen to on the bench as well. We know that Boyd's out there under duress. Chincotta's had a bit of a rolled ankle as well. That's 6. So there's never a better time. So if you are Hawthorn at the moment, you're seeing this, you're noticing this. If I'm Sam Mitchell, I'm giving the runner out to all my players and saying they are going to feel the pinch if we can keep pressing.
And percentage is going to take a really important role out of this game, isn't it?
If they can win by 50 points, they'll take their spot in the 8 today.
Carlton came in with a percentage of 112, Hawthorn 104. It now sits at Carlton 109, Hawthorn 106. So the gap is closing. Clearance for the Hawks. Cowan grabbed it. Grabbed by Watson. Got it away. Free kick. It's going to come back to the Blue. The Tasmanian has got it, the Morrish medalist from a couple of years ago, Lockie Cowan. Spins the Sherrin in his hands at left half back. A searching kick up the wing over the head of Mackay. Sicily waits for it behind the pack. Collects defensive side of the southern wing. Kicks back to half forward. Cowan nudged under it by Watson, who then gets dumped into the turf by Sard. He says, have that, Nick.
A blocking free kick initially.
Free kick again to Cowan from the contact from Watson. But they're involved. They're into it at half back as Cowan comes defensively to Newman.
Michael Voss thrown Mitch McGovern ahead of the football now. Just obviously with Charlie Curnow going down, they need 2 key tools for their structure ahead of the football. So McGovern going forward to help out Harry Mackay.
Newman out to Akers, who takes the mark over the top of D'Ambrosio. Kicks up towards half forward. It won't get to Zach Williams, and the intercepting mark is taken by James Sicily. The Hawthorn captain pokes a kick over the top to D'Ambrosio. Around the Shane Warne stand side. Kicks inboard to McDonald. Gets the hand pass away. D'Ambrosio involved again on the bounce to McKenzie. Cuts around Kemp a little easily. Gets a hand pass out to right half forward. And Watson has it. He pierces the kick inside 50. Not intended for Gunston. He has to try and knock it clear now. It's locked up by Wiedering. And the umpire will ball it up 45 metres out from the Hawthorn goal. Hawks by 39 points heading to the punt road end in this third term.
They go. It's controlled down by Kennedy in the end. Spills to D'Ambrosio. Nash back to D'Ambrosio. The winger runs in an arc at half forward. Kick smothered by Cripps, who knocks it onto himself. Tried to find Akers on the end of a hand pass. Scrimshaw takes it away for the Hawks. Then Massimo D'Ambrosio is tackled by Akers right on halfway. And we'll have a ball up southern side just inside the centre square.
So that move McGovern forward means Chincotta's going to have to take Chol. That's been handed over now, and Kemp's going to take Chol. He's off the ground at the moment, so the third tall doesn't exist forward of the ball for the Hawks.
Boyd deep forward as well for the Blues. Sharp hands at the stoppage. Ginnivan run down by Owies. Just got the hand pass away. Spills now to Hewitt. His hand pass looking for Kennedy, all in the centre of the ground. He's grabbed by Morrison. He got his hand pass away. Then Ollie Hollins is ripped off his kick. Spills to Morrison. Goes inside 50 for the Hawks to Watson.
Well, they got away with it, but Ginnivan's lack of awareness a couple of times today is showing up for the Hawks. He just holds on for the ball too long. They tackled twice, once at centre forward in the second term, and then that occasion through the middle of the ground. He just tries to do a little bit too much at times, I reckon, Jack. It's an area of improvement for him, as he has a bit of a stoush with Matty Owers. He's telling him all about it.
I'll tell you what, though, good pressure from Hawthorn. Carlton really trying to fire up then, trying to get their contested game going, pressuring the football, but Hawthorn just responded and then used the ball brilliantly on the back of it.
So Nick Watson, he's had his trouble in front of the sticks so far this season. Goalless last week. From 45 metres out, he swings it onto his right boot. He misses away to the right. It's a 40-point lead for the Hawks. Downstairs to Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Yeah, just keep an eye out. There's spot fires breaking out everywhere at the moment. Little push and shove. Carlton players getting really, really frustrated. So I reckon it's going to get more physical sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Koza. Nick Watson up to 12 goals, 22 for the season. He has worked his way through some of his early season woes. Newman to Sard. Goes short to Matt Kennedy, who marks at centre half back. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. As Kennedy looks up to the Shane Warne stand side, puts it out on the bounce. It's gathered by Kemp, turns and comes inboard. And Hewitt, sliding on his knees, takes the mark. Gives it back to Kemp, who kept running. Gets a centre wing up to half forward. McGovern on the lead, takes the mark. He looks up inside 50, chips the kick. It won't get to Pitnet, although Weddle dropped the mark. Pitnet tackle, tried to knock it onto Cripps. Play on Sakul, hand pass to Motlop. Retreats back to Kennedy, chips the kick inside 50. Who's coming out leading? No one in the end for the Blues. Mackay couldn't get there. Scrimshaw, clearing kick for the Hawks. Up to Morrison at half back.
Okay.
Scrimshaw playing his 99th for Hawthorn. Morrison playing his 99th at the top level to McKenzie. Now to Nash, and they've got the southern side open here, Hawthorn. Nash kicks out into the sunshine where Dylan Moore races after it, chased by his opposite 13 in Akers. Moore inside 50, and Weddle's run the length of the field to mark 46 from home, just in front of the numbers on the 50.
Yeah, it was great work rate from Josh Weddle. And that's where the opportunity is going to lie for a lot of the Hawthorn players in this last part of this third quarter and going to last quarter is just the amount of tickets. The gas has sort of gone out a lot of the legs of Carlton at the moment. Just so those rotations are certainly biting them.
Kicked a terrific goal in the second term at the other end of the ground. From right on the numbers of the 50, Josh Weddle strikes it true. And salutes to the Shane Warne stand in style. An equal career best second for Josh Weddle. He's only done it once before today. And that game-high lead of Hawthorn continues to grow. 46 points the margin. 11-11-77 to the Blues. 4-7-31. And the Hawks continue to close in a percentage sense. The gap is now 2.3% between the teams.
Yeah, well, that's in range. That is in range the way the game's unfolding here at the moment.
Oh, and truly.
And again, transition from defensive third, Murph. Their ability to get out. There's a chip kick to Morrison. Initially got out of the 50, and then the game opened up. They came back through the corridor, more on the open side. And the run of Weddle, they just couldn't keep up with him. No. He's too powerful.
8 of the last 9 goals of the match Hawthorn's way. They lead by 46 points. As we're just having a look, there might be a 6-6-6 error here on the wing. So Blake Acres going forward, Cowan up to the wing, and the warning will be given to Mark Pitnet, and the umpire will throw it up. 3-1 Hawthorn's way in this third quarter. Meek wins down the tap. Newcomb couldn't take it. Kennedy's onto it for the Blues. Wheels onto his right-hand side. Drives it inside 50. Cripps has gone forward. Mackay makes the spoil. Owies tries to knock it onto Akers. Hand pass over his shoulder looking for Boyd. Working back Scrimshaw. Wins the battle for the Hawks. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio. Might have been taken high by Mackay. Indirectly trying to fight for the loose footy, and Massimo D'Ambrosio will take it in the left back pocket. Turns and comes inboard to McKenzie. Hawthorn by 46 points. Matt Clinch and Joel Peterson calling the action. Ian Cohen down on the boundary. Daniel Harford and Mark Murphy with you. Out to Sicily in the right back pocket. Kicks up the wing, and McDonald takes the mark at right half back.
D'Ambrosio up to 11 disposals in the quarter. Couple of score involvements. It's been important for them. More for the Hawks. Up to the chest of Gunston, hitting up at high half forward. Overlap run is provided by Morrison. Kick inside the 50 is measured perfectly for Dia.
It's killing them, that overlap runner. Absolutely killing them. The Blues can't keep up, and it's more often than not the first distributor hits a target, and that's the one that keeps going. Because their opponent hasn't got to them in the first place, so they're the ones that are going to be that overlap free player. And they just cannot stop it.
So Dia comes inboard. McDonald to Sicily from the 50. The kick is an absolute bomb. It went through from the 50, three-quarter post high, but it was away to the near side. 47-point lead to the Hawks, 23.5 gone. Third term Sunday footy on ABC Sports.
Cannot stop the speed at the moment, the Blues.
They're toying with them, the Hawks. The Blues with just two fit players on the bench. As Sard brings the Blues back into play. Akers back to Sard. Watson looming. Run down chase. Just got the hand pass away. Kemp out of defence. Kicks to Akers. He's being asked to run a lot of kilometres at the moment. He marks at right half back. Comes inboard to Kennedy. He takes the mark. Still at right half back member's side. Hawthorn by 47 points. Around the wing to Walsh. He marks and looks up. He has Harry Mackay and Pitnet. Deeper inboard. Hewitt had to wear some contact from Scrimshaw. He hangs on long enough to claim the mark. The Blues have managed just one goal since quarter time as he spots Sam Walsh free. He takes the mark as Scrimshaw racing back. Walsh plays on, slips over, has to hack a kick inside 50. Motlop flies over the back of Sicily. It clears to the very back of the pack. Jarman Impey gathers to the Hawks. Hand pass away to Weddle, who wants to run. Hand pass to Impey. Linked up with Carl Lamon. Back to Impey through the middle of the ground. Hand pass to McDonald. Hand pass to Nash. Here they go, the Hawks.
Look at this.
Through the middle of the ground. Watson's out. He can gather. Deers all on his own. He can hand pass over into the open goal. And Cowan off his chase. Kalsha Deer kicks it into the second tier. And Hawthorn are running rampant.
Wow.
From end to end. And nothing Carlton can do but watch. A career best 3 goals for Kalshadir, and the Hawks lead by 53 points, and they are looking and coming for the top 8. 12-12-84 to the Blues, 4-7-31. That's 9 of the last 10 goals in the match.
It's a wow. I know we're concerned. We're all taking a deep breath in. I think the collective hearts of every Carlton fan in the stands just dropped when they saw the ball go inside 50 at one end, and then just the way in which they just moved the ball by hand and pace, and then just had the players ahead of the football, Hawthorn. So not only just the work rate, but just the smarts and playing a great structure just had Carlton wanting, and that's what we've seen for the majority of the day.
Let's go downstairs to Ian Cohen.
Yeah, the Mitch McGovern experiment up forward is no longer on. He is now down back for the Blues.
5 goals in this quarter for the Hawks. Blues kicked the first. It's been all Hawthorn since, and they'll go again here. Newcomb out of the middle. Loops the hand pass out wide to D'Ambrosio. Sends it to full forward. Deal once more. 30 metres out directly in front. And this young emerging forward is fast becoming a massive headache for Carlton.
I love the way that Hawthorn are prepared to share the ball and not try and do that themselves. It's such a good philosophy. I reckon players get caught up in their own importance at times, trying to win games for their teammates. But if you can just share the ball, get the bloke in better position like they did to D'Ambrosio in the back then, you'll give yourself a better chance more often than not.
Every kick drags them closer to the 8 now, Hawthorn. Deers tug that one left. So he makes a dent in that percentage gap, but only a minor one. The margin is 54 points.
So the maths, I think, is around 65 points. So 54 at the moment. If Hawthorn can win by 65 points or more, they'll take Carlton's spot in the 8.
Well, there's ramifications for the Blues outside that too, not just if they lose their spot in the 8 today. Think of the injuries they've gained today. West Coast away next week's going to be a bigger challenge than they thought, and St Kilda's not going to make life easy for them in the last round. They could miss the 8.
Meanwhile, the Hawks have the Tigers in North Melbourne to close their home and away season. The kick from Newman up towards half forward. Ollie Hollands has shoved off it as it's gathered by Warple to Scrimshaw. Chips it back to Carl Lamon, who marks at half back. Back inside the defensive 50 to Hardwick.
Or again.
It's a hand pass away to Jarman Empey. Let's run. Kicks out towards the Shane Warne stand side, where the mark is taken by Moore. Hand pass to Morrison. They are running rings around the Blues at the moment. Hand pass to Impey. He looks at Sardo, run past you. Takes a bounce. Gets to centre wing. High kick up towards the 50. Back with the flight, Ginnivan. Kemp makes the spoil. Spills out the way of Chol. Dodging and weaving. Trying to get on his right-hand side. Chips it back boundary side to Moore. He's just outside 50, plays on immediately, kicks for Ginnivan, getting back Newman, spoils it through for a rush behind. Hawthorn by 55 points, approaching three-quarter time at the MCG.
So they could miss the 8 half. This is a team that was second as late as round 19.
Yeah, extraordinary. Well, that's the year we're having. It's not just them found themselves in a precarious position after seemingly having the September action locked up. But it would be a disaster. And the injuries are just another layer today for them.
That percentage gap was 7.5% at the start of the day. It's now 1.3. Big fly from Mackay, who's come down sore. Looked like he may have landed on the footy, among other things. And Harry's up in front of the interchange gates. Ball tossed up. The former Hawk, Mark Pitternet, brought it down to Meek in the end. Handball away to Newcomb. Warple somehow got rid of that. Back into traffic. Taken by Motlop for the Blues. Screws his kick on the outside of the boot. A bouncing ball to half forward. Cripps has gone forward as a target just to get a bit of a spell. But it's the Hawks through Hardwick and Sicily, who evades the tackle of our Owies. Drives it to half forward. Only as far as Sard, who immediately wants to move it back the other way. Blues trail by 55 points, nearing three-quarter time at the G.
Kennedy gets the hand pass to Hewitt. Inboard, a short pass to Walsh. As the siren sounds to three-quarter time, a 4-goal-1 third term for the Hawks, who are running rampant at the MCG. 9 of the last 10 goals of the match after 5 goals to none in the second quarter. The Hawks lead by 33 points at half-time. They lead by 55 points at three-quarter time. 12-14, 86 to the Blues, 4-7, 31. It's all sorts of possibilities for the Hawks, with 3 goals to Kalshadira, career best for him, 2 to Jack Ginnivan, 2 to Gunston, 2 to Weddle, individuals to Chol, Meek and Morrison. Meanwhile, for the Blues, their goals have come through individual goal kickers Harry Mackay, Akers, Elijah Holland and Curnow. And the injury toll is that they have just 2 fit players on the ground, with the substitutions already having... Yeah, on the bench, I should say. If that, yeah. At one stage, the injury count was up to about 6, but Jack Martin was subbed out early. Alex Chincotta came into the match, a hamstring injury for Martin. And Lockie Fogarty with a collarbone injury. Charlie Kerner with an ankle injury in that third quarter. So he will take no further place in the match. So just 2 fit players on the bench, with some other concerns around Boyd and McGovern as well. So for Carlton, it's got the potential to turn from a bad afternoon to disastrous, with Hawthorn leading by 55 points. We're around 10 minutes away from the match getting underway at Dockland, so we'll keep you across that match as well. It's the Saints and the Tigers, with Mateus Filippo out through illness. Paddy Dow comes into the lineup for the Saints, and Caleb Smith and Jimmy Webster are the subs. There is an ABC call available via the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button. And our final stop, we're about to head to the Adelaide Oval for a preview with Aaron Bryans. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Looking for an easy way to find out what's happening in the world of sport? Stay up to date with the week's best sports stories, highlights and analysis with the ABC Sport newsletter.
Oh, that is amazing!
It's sports content to make you think, or allow you not to. Delivered to your inbox every Saturday.
Game, set, bingo!
To sign up and get the latest sports news each week, head to abc.net.au/connect, scroll down and select ABC Sport. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match
match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Charlie Curnow has gone down with an ankle injury, grabbing at his left ankle, and he's just punched the turf. So we know he's been playing through some duress, but this will be worrying for Carlton fans. And Curnow is hobbling from the field. Watson had to wait underneath it. Takes the mark despite the late efforts from Wiedering. Plays on immediately, looks up to half forward. Moore takes the mark, hemmed into the pocket, chips it to Ginnivan. He marks in the right forward pocket. Ginnivan now looking to try and finish. This new breed of small forwards for Hawthorn. Jack Ginnivan opens up the angle and puts through his second.
Nash kicks out into the sunshine where Dylan Moore races after it, chased by his opposite 13 in Acres. Moore inside 50 and Weddle's run the length of the field to mark 46 from home from right on the numbers of the 50. Josh Weddle strikes it and strikes it true.
Through the middle of the ground, half past to McDonald, half past to Nash. Here they go, the Hawks.
Look at this.
Through the middle of the ground, Watson's out. He can gather. Deers all on his own. He can half pass over into the open goal, and Cowan off his chase. Couchner Deer kicks it into the second tier, and Hawthorn are running rapid.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Showing up and taking over. Hawthorn's lead is 55 points at three-quarter time. 12-14-86 to the Blues, 4-7-31. They've kicked 9 of the last 10 goals of the match. Matt Clinch and Joel Peterson calling the action, and Cohen is down on the boundary. Daniel Harford and Mark Murphy are your experts on ABC Sport. Our final stop of round 22 is the Adelaide Oval as the Crows take on the Western Bulldogs, and that's where we find Aaron Bryans.
Clinchy, as you watch another premiership contender possibly stumble, it leaves this season a little bit hanging by a thread in terms of who the real favourite could actually be. And this afternoon, we've got a late smoky who really could be a genuine option in action. The Western Bulldogs, who have won 6 of their last 7 games. They started the year 2-5 and now head to Adelaide with a favourable fortnight in hand. They've got a date with the Roos around the corner. And now Adelaide, of course, this afternoon, who are out of contention. Earning 4 points on the road, though, is no easy task, as you know, and especially at the Adelaide Oval, the Crows' final home game of 2024. There'll be no easy beats, with plenty of pride and optimism on the line for them. And Adelaide's season just hasn't gone to plan, but they've really relished the role of finals disruptor the last few weeks, knocking off the Giants and the Bombers and also testing the Cats at Cardinia. So plenty on the line in terms of pride for Adelaide, and the Western Bulldogs will be thankful that other sides have fallen away and could possibly open the door for them to climb higher in the top 8. The teams haven't quite dropped yet, Clinchy. I know there's no late changes for the Crows because they're been in action in the Sandful, but the Western Bulldogs we will wait and see for now. But we've got Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco alongside me for the Cole Neil Cross as well as we wrap up round 22 here at the Adelaide Oval with the Crows and the Dogs on ABC Sport.
Thank you very much to Aaron Bryans. Will be with you at the completion of this match. Hawthorn leading by 55 points, and the ramifications not just for this afternoon but for the final 2 weeks of the home and away season to come for the Blues, with Charlie Curnow out of the match with an ankle injury. Mark Murphy, Daniel Harford, what could Michael Voss try to do in this final term to, if nothing else, withstand some of the damage?
Well, yeah, he's just got to be in damage control and try and not lose by a huge margin, because percentage is going to come into it. So they can't just afford to play on because they've just got no legs at this point in time, and try and go hard forward. They need to be very methodical and try and play the uncontested mark game, and then try and get the ball in long and deep and get some forward 50 lock-ins at very worst, because if they get involved in a turnover game, they're in a bit of strife here from this game really, really blowing out and hurting their percentage.
8 goals, 10 from turnover, the Hawks so far this game. That's not what they want to do. I couldn't agree more, Murph. Got to own the ball and keep it out of Hawthorn's hands in this last term. Otherwise, this could get real ugly.
The percentage gap started the day at 8%. It is now 1.1 as we start this final term. Bounce will be recalled. Let's go downstairs to Ian Cohen.
Yeah, Luke Bruce on for game at 296 as he approaches 300. He's been doing a lot of coaching on the bench as well. I think it's Will Day with the tracksuit top on.
Well, they subbed out of the game for the Hawks, so the 12 disposals for him this afternoon for their best and fairest of last year. Clearance for Hawthorn. Nash kicks inside forward 50. Deer has had a day out, tried to swing the kick around the body, then he was tackled by Kemp. It's dragged in underneath the pack, and we will have a ball up. 40 out from the Hawthorn goal. They kick to the city end in this final term. Joel Peterson, Matt Clinch calling it for you on ABC Sport. Daniel Harford, Mark Murphy, your experts, Ian Cohen on the boundary. Big pack around this footy. Hewitt spun out of trouble, just got boot to ball on the second attempt. Cripps emerges with it. Handball to Newman. Newman to Walsh at the top of the defensive 50. Loops the handball infield to Ollie Hollands, who whips the kick out wide. Kennedy had the sit, used the body nicely.
It's been their best by a mile today, Kennedy.
28 disposals for Kennedy. Kick infield's a dangerous one, and it's knocked away. Warple comes up with it for the Hawks. Nash to Sicily, lasers a kick out wide for Moore. That was a daisy cutter from James Sicily, and it was measured beautifully. Moore drops it into the bucket for Morrison. Morrison's got the options inside the 50. Deer short. Chol was long. Chol couldn't pull it in. Wiedering's back there on the last line of defence. Around the body, Cowan skies the kick outside the defensive 50. It bounces out of play. Umpire says, toss it in. Junction of the 50 in the boundary. Hawks into attack at left half forward. They lead by 55. No change to the three-quarter time score through 2 minutes in the last.
Charlie Curnow sitting on the back of the bench as this ball's about to be thrown back in. Walking wounded for the Blues this afternoon. Pitnet and Meek resume their battle. Pitnet in front, tries to palm it down. Newcomb's onto it, trying to break through a Walsh tackle. Hand pass back to Warple on 50. Long kick towards Gunston. Can't take the mark, backpedaling. It spills out to Akers. Breaks past a tackle. Hand pass out towards halfback, where Kemp's under pressure. Here's the driver, kick up the wing. Weddle's just waiting for that kick. Motlop has to offer chase. Hand pass over the top to Morrison. Motlop gave away the free kick for a hold, and Hawthorn will get 50.
Yep. You release the handball and you get held. That's 50 metres.
So the old blocking, we don't see that one as often as what we used to.
No.
Blocking a player's run, which results in a 50-metre penalty. And Josh Weddle is taken inside 50. Is this his moment to kick his third?
Some sort of return from bloke who's playing pretty deep back.
Spinning the footy in his hands as he's on a 45-degree angle, around 40 metres out from goal. Looking for the first of the final term. Josh Weddle comes in and sends it straight through the middle. A career best for him as well, as he joins Cal Shadir with 3 goals. And this next wave of young Hawks are showing up and taking over. Hawthorn by 61 points, and that magical number of 65 points. If the Hawks prevail by more than that, they will take the Blues spot in the top 8. 13-14-92 to the Blues, 4-7-31. 3 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport.
Must be a pretty nice feeling when you're a half-back flanker and you just walk back to your spot in the D50 after kicking your third for the day.
I wouldn't know.
I thought you might have. I certainly didn't know.
I wouldn't know. But there's a lot of talk about the development of this group of Hawthorn under Sam Mitchell. It's Ginnivan bringing in the wizard. It's Will Day. It's Newcomb. It's Warple back to his best. Morrison even to a degree. McDonald. But Weddle's the one. He's the game breaker. He's the different gravy in this team. Josh Weddle. He is such a talent. There's so much scope for him to be a fantastic player in this competition.
Think of what Nick Blakey does at Sydney.
Yeah.
And Josh Weddle's got the speed. He's got the ability to read the play, but then he proves today he can go forward and snag a few as well. Defensive hand pass out of the middle. Walsh grinds Newcomb into the turf with a tackle just forward of centre for the Blues. The sunshine creeping in toward that punt road end. Beautiful day here in Melbourne. Cripps at the stoppage. The massive fend off on Nash. Not a hard man to get, or an easy man to get rid of. Kennedy's kick inside the forward 50. Taken by Newcomb off a pair of hands. Bursting back the other way is Carl Amon. He just daps his kick over the top into the centre of the ground. Warple kept it moving. Offloaded the hand pass to Gunston. In fact, it was Nash. Nash got it away to McDonald. He was dragged down, caught holding the ball.
Fighting hard here, the Blues.
Free kick on the edge of the 50 for Carlton in defence.
Transition a couple of times through the game. They've been able to break through, but they're able to put an end to that pretty quickly there, the Blues. Well done.
Daniel Harford with you on ABC Sport as Nick Newman sends it out to right half back. The mark is taken by Ollie Hollands. Points long down the Shane Warne stand side. That's where he tends to send it. In the direction of Mackay and Pitnet. Pitnet flies but can't hang on to the mark. Impey gathers for the Hawks. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio. Back to Impey. Takes on Hollands. That's the way these Hawks play. Hand pass down low. D'Ambrosio slips over. Picked up by Cowan of the Blues. Hand pass to Chincotta. To Cripps. To Walsh. Hand pass around the Shane Warne stand side. To Hewitt. Back to Cripps. Hand pass to Ollie Hollands. Back to Cripps. A third or fourth involvement. He gets to right half forward. Sidesteps Nash. Can he lift the Blues here? Chips it inside 50. Mackay can't take the mark. Spills out the way of Owies. Cuts past Weddle on his right-hand side. Screws it towards goal. And kicks a much-needed goal for the Blues. Just their second goal since quarter time. One against the run to pull it back to a 55-point margin Hawthorn's way. 13-14-92 to the Blues 5-7-37. Maddo is at his first goal of the afternoon.
It was a good finish in the end. It was a good handball chain by Carlton on the far side. Just used the overlap number. And again, it was an inside 50 kick from Paddy Cripps on that occasion, which didn't hit the target, but they had their drop of the ball right at the Carlton forwards. And it's been an area of the game today where they haven't got that quite right at all, to be honest with you. They've allowed the ball to come out of their 40 a lot too easy. But on that occasion, really good drop of the ball play there by Matty Owies and co. And good finish.
Hawks' biggest win of the season, 66 on a couple of occasions. The Blues' biggest loss, 62 to Sydney. It's at 55 once more again here. We know the Hawks need it to be 65 or more to replace Carlton in the 8 at the end of the round. Newcomb with the clearance. High kick to half forward. Watson comes up and bashes it away from Akers. Great physical stuff from both of them. Spills to McKenzie, to Warple. Inside the 50 to Bruce, who knows this situation well. He marks 45 metres out of 45-degree angle right of centre.
Well, 3 players forward, 3-on-1 forward of the ball there. The Blues, I'm not sure that it's a conscious decision to try and commit a lot of numbers to the contest in this last term and limit the damage, but if they get it through, the Hawks will have numbers forward.
Could get to 300 if they play a couple of finals, the Hawks, and Luke Bruce steers it through. And that familiar chant rings out around the MCG. 14-14-98 Hawthorn. Carlton 5-7-37. 17 goals, 6 on the season for Luke Bruce. He is a sharp shooter.
Oh, it's an absolute luxury to have Luke Bruce sitting there as your sub, and it's a perfect time for him to come on at three-quarter time when you have your player who's one of the most silkiest small forwards I've seen for the past probably 14 years. They can come on, and when the game slows down a bit for players around him, he can come out and use that experience and those smarts to get forward the ball. That's what he did there.
It's a nice role to have up his sleeve, I reckon. Good point, Murph.
The update from the Blues at three-quarter time around Charlie Curnow was it was an injury in the joint of the ankle. We're not willing to say as to whether it was season over, but he's been dealing with it for multiple weeks. The bounce to be recalled as it sprays out to the right. Hawthorn back in front by 61 points. Pitnet and Meek spills out the way of Pitnet. The ruckman does the roving, kicks up to Kinnaman, who marks it centre half forward, looks up inside 50, charging out Cam, left shoulder uncontested, drops the mark. Wiedering comes charging in, saves the day. How past to Kemp, gets it away to Akers at left half back. He drives it up the wing, looking for Williams. In from the side, Weddle makes the spoil. Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Yeah, also concerned around Adam Sard, who is down in the room still at the moment and has not reappeared in the last couple of minutes. So the Blues just literally with one fit man now.
Yep. According to the champion data screen, he's ruled out as well, Kozer. So it's been a hard old afternoon for Carlton, that is for sure. And they might see their top 8 spot slip away by the end of it. Clearing kick from the stoppage from Morrison. Got it to Watson. Watson into the pocket. And from the heir apparent to the Emperor, Brewster's got it inside the right forward pocket, having kicked the last. He's 10 in from the boundary. It's a kick of 40 metres.
Inside left to right slider. He likes these, Luke Bruce.
He's kicked 545 of them before. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Luke Bruce with a picture-perfect set shot. And we've crossed the Rubicon. Hawthorn by 67. And mathematically speaking, it should be enough to see them leapfrog Carlton into the 8. With every goal for the Blues, it gets that bit harder. 10 gone final term, 15-14, 104 to 5-7-37.
And they're in.
And they're in by 0.3%.
108.1 to 107.8 at the moment on the live ladder.
I think that website's getting a fair workout. It's getting harder and harder to access it. As Hawthorn fans are starting to
no good for me.
dream about September.
Yeah, I think the Hawthorn fans have realised because the cheers got louder.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. They're in the 8.
Ian Cohen on the boundary.
The Hawthorn fans have certainly realised they're holding up their phones, and Carlton fans are heading for the exits.
A 67-point lead Hawthorn's way, and there may be more to come. Pitnet wins down the tap to Kennedy. Hand pass to Walsh for the Blues. Kicks up towards Mackay. Just nudged out of it by Frost. Running onto it, Ollie Hollands. Kicks towards the teeth of goal. In front, Amon sets himself, and in the end spoils it out of play. A throw in the right forward pocket for the Blues. So Zach Williams has gone forward once more. Jordan Boyd is battling through injury as well. He's forward. And a throw in at the punt road end with the Blues deep in attack, trailing by 67 points.
In it comes. Both rucks miss it. Meek taps it on the second go. Whistle. Free kick to Hawthorn. So 3 goals apiece in the opening term. Since then, 12 goals to 2. It has been an obliteration the way of Hawthorn. Meek to Sicily, who spins out of the Williams tackle once and twice and leaves Williams crawling after him in the back pocket. Comes out to Weddle, who's played a masterful hand with his 3 goals. Josh Weddle's got it at right half back. The 18th pick in the 2022 draft. He's proven to be very good value. Bangs it up the line. A rise there from Deer. Can't keep it in. And it's out in front of the members for a throw-in. 15-14, 104 to 5-7-37. 12 gone. Final term. Joel Peterson, Matt Clinch calling it for you. Daniel Harford, Mark Murphy, your experts. Ian Cohen is on the boundary. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Curtain comes down on round 22. A little bit later on, Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs, where we're sending you next.
Toss back in. Meek slaps it forward. Gets to the advantage of Watson. Off balance as he kicks inside 50. Under the pressure of Cowan, it goes out on the full. So is it hard with a young Hawthorn side to keep everyone on the same page when everyone wants to get involved in the action and join the celebrations?
Well, it's one of the things I've admired about the way they've been able to build this squad through the season is, despite the fact that they've got personalities and they're happy to express that and show that flair individually, seemingly it's all about team. And when they're out there playing, it's about the right thing for the team at the time. And that's the real basis of what's happening here at Hawthorn. You can talk about the flamboyant stuff, but the basis is team.
Newman out of defence, up towards Mackay on the wing. Little dribbling kick by Frost. Kennedy scraps for it at ground level, fighting against 2, 3. Still tries to give his all. It's gathered by Elijah Hollands. Kicks around the boundary line. Mackay keeps it alive. Hand pass to Zach Williams. Needs an option inboard. Kicks into the corridor. Chincotta had to wait for it. Takes the mark. Hand pass to Hewitt. Finally, they have some overlap. Chips it in the middle of the ground, and Mitch McGovern takes the mark.
Waits for the runners to come. Comes back to Newman across the centre. Loops the handball out wide to Cripps. Cripps thought about going wide to Walsh. Goes direct inside 50. Owies has it knocked away at the last moment, but it spills to Motlop. Around the corner, hits the post. Minor score. 66 points the margin. And the Hawks will stay in front in that race for the 8. 15-14 to 5-8. 14 gone. Final term.
Amon quickly in to the mark at left half back, taken by Hardwick, who turns and comes inboard to McDonald. Wants to get the hand pass away to Scrimshaw. Kicks around the Shane stand wing to Moore. They've done this so well, Hawthorn, as he chips it wider to Ginnivan. Hand pass just waned a little bit, trying to give it to Moore. So Ginnivan gets it back himself. Does eventually get it to Moore. He chips back to Scrimshaw on the wing. The Blues have come to a stop. Chips it inboard. McDonald marks. He wants to keep running. Drives it inside 50. Setting himself Cal Shadir against 3. Pitnet makes the spoil. Spills out to Wiedering. Hand pass away to Walsh. Hand pass away to McGovern. And the Blues are out of defence.
Long kick into the centre of the ground. It's a risky one, but they need to do that at this stage of the game. And Kennedy was the target of it. He'll get a free kick. 31 disposals for Matt Kennedy. 6 clearances. 8 inside 50s. 9 marks. As Daniel Harford told you earlier, he's been terrific. Williams now behind centre. Across to Akers. Elijah Hollands with some late running to run onto the end of the kick. 2 kicks from goal. Sends it inside the 50. Harry stretches, can't take the mark. Frost stayed down. Hand pass to Sicily. And Mackay's got to pick himself up off the turf. Long kick outside defensive 50 for the Hawks. Deere knocks it on. Watson's racing onto it inside the boundary line. Not a lot ahead of him. Just blasts the kick inside the 50. Looking for Gunston there with Wiedering. It'll bounce all the way back to Kemp on the last line for the Blues. A nervous moment, but he finds support in Walsh. Back to Wiedering in the back pocket. Clever kick on the outside of the boot. Finds Williams on the defensive 50.
He comes inboard and finds Matt Kennedy. He continues to toil away, chips it to Cripps. Centre wing on the members' side, works it over the top to Pitnet. He takes the mark in front of Sicily, wants to give it back to the run of Zach Williams. Kicks out wide to Boyd and Mackay. In from the side, Frost. Frost almost beats both of them. Needs support. Weddle comes racing in. They win the battle, the Hawks, as they have all day. Half pass inboard. Links up with Warple. Chips it out to the Hawthorn captain, Sicily on the wing. He marks in front of the two benches. Chips it over the top to Weddle. He's kept running. He looks up at Pitnet, dances around him. The ball doesn't come back to him. Now tries to get around Elijah Hollands. Drives it inside 50. The small forwards are there, flying in the pack. Moore can't take the mark. And it's Ollie Hollands who gets the hand pass away to Kemp. Kicks Carlton out of defence. And Motlop marks it right half back.
Looks a bit party time at the moment for the Hawks. Getting away from perhaps what we were talking about before, Clinchy. Not quite doing the easy thing as they've done all day long.
Still a job to do. Motlop's kick straight to Hardwick. Back to Nash. AFL logo southern side. Signed a 5-year contract extension a couple of weeks ago, the Irishman. He prods it back toward Connor McDonald. One of the rare games that he hasn't hit the score sheet this afternoon. McDonald, he's still been involved plenty. Here he is, he gets it from Scrimshaw. Back to Hardwick right on halfway. 66-point Hawthorn lead. 65 points has them in the 8. They sit there at the moment. Here's D'Ambrosio inside 50 to Gunston, who's far from the car park this time, Murph. He's in pole position, 40 out directly in front.
Certainly right. He's a little bit more central than where he's been previously, but I just love the methodical way and the smarts of Hawthorn just to change the angles and go from one side of the ground to the other. Just uncontested mark style and just the work rate just shone through at the end.
For all the youth and exuberance up front for Hawthorn, having the experience of Gunston and Bruce can be so telling. That kicks out of bounds on the full, far from Gunston's best. Keeps the margin at 66, 18 gone, final term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
84,773 into the MCG for Sunday afternoon footy as Newman kicks up to the wing and a big mark taken by Harry Mackay.
Record crowd in the home and away for these two teams, Clinchy.
Right.
By about 15,000. I think the previous record's 69.
They haven't played a final against each other since 1988. Akers kicks inside 50. Boyd's outnumbered. 2-on-1. And Jarman Impey's had some afternoon. He goes short and Scrimshaw takes the mark. Just fired on every cylinder, Hawthorn this afternoon. Scrimshaw into the middle of the ground for Warple. Up to the lead of Gunston. Between wing and half forward on the members' side. Has Bruce inboard. D'Ambrosio boundary side. Pushes back behind his mark. Just takes a few seconds off the clock. Looks inboard. Spots Connor Nash all on his own. He can kick laterally across the top of the 50-metre arc. Out to Connor McDonald. He's still 2 kicks out from goal. Goes with a worm burner looking for Watson. Can't take the mark. Taps it away from Cowan. Over the top goes Chincotta. He locks it up. Or does he? Hang on. Holding the ball. Carlton free kick. There's a Hawthorn player on the bottom. It is Nick Watson.
So only twice have they ever played in front of more people. The grand final of 1986 and the grand final of 1987. Round 6, 2009, they played in front of 69,814. So today well and truly exceeds that by almost 15,000. And those in brown and gold have been delighted with what they've seen. The Blues try and chain it outside the defensive 50. Akers kick. He gestures in frustration after he got rid of it. Hewitt running back with the flight, couldn't take it. Sicily was in the van. Handball to Warple, to Weddle, who arches the back, slips the tackle of Cripps, gets the overlap from Impey. He just cruises through them. Outside of the boot, jabs it to D'Ambrosio, into the pocket for more.
Those guys at half back, Impey, Weddle. Got Nash who's pushing through the midfield as a defensive midfield, pushing back and running forward. Warple's done a lot of work behind centre today. They are the ones that start the chain, and they are unstoppable.
27 disposals for Dylan Moore. Luke Bruce wanders over, gives him a high five. 66 points to the good. He comes around the body, and he can't add to that advantage. Out of bounds on the fall as he hits the fat side of the footy. Jacob Wiedering stands in the right back pocket to take the kick.
Chips it across the defensive goal mouth. And the mark is taken by Cowan. So it's worth repeating if you just flicked on the radio. Jack Martin out of the game. Fogarty out of the game. Curnow out of the game. Sard out of the game. They have one fit player on the ground, or on the bench, and it's Jordan Boyd, and even he's not really all that fully fit. As the Blues kick up towards half forward, but nobody's there. Zach Williams offers chase. As Hardwick works it back to Sicily, kicks into the middle of the ground, and Scrimshaw takes the mark. Works it through the centre corridor. Warple has it at the back edge of the centre square. Opens up play with McKenzie. He looks out on the Shane Warne stand side, just stretching the Blues defence once more as he works it to Carl Amon. He chips it up to Connor McDonald. They are just toying with them as they move the ball from half back to half forward. And McKenzie marks once more. Looks for the loose. He works it back to Carl Amon, left half forward.
Amon pokes it to Ginnivan on the edge of the 50. Murph and Half both told us before the game, Clinchy, it's the kind of day where you would have wanted to play. Both could have been used, maybe, for the Blues this afternoon. The injury toll they've got. Ginnivan kicks it an absolute mile in the air. Says, catch that. Lockie Cowan says, no worries, Jack. I'll sit under it. He's been good on return.
He's been good today, Lockie Cowan. Been one of the only probably 2 or 3 winners for Carlton on the day, I reckon.
Absolutely has a crack, no matter the circumstance. He's kicked down the line. Will be turned over. A free kick coming to Carl Amon, and Matt Kennedy shoves Connor McDonald in frustration. 66 points the gap. 15-14, 104 to 5-8-38. Hawthorn on percentage sit in front of Carlton inside the 8. Sicily just whacks it inside the 50.
What a kick.
It's an absolute cannon of a kick. A heat-seeking missile onto the chest of D'Ambrosio. 45-degree angle, 30 out.
Incredible kick.
Oh, so good.
65 metres, diagonal kick from the centre into the forward pocket. And Massimo D'Ambrosio, who kicked 2 last week, can put the finishing touches on this one. With a behind to the left-hand side. Equal game high, 67 points is the lead for Hawthorn. 5-8 to 15-15, 105. It would be their biggest win of the season, 67.
They need the adrenaline of being in the flow, the Hawks, at the moment. Unless it's Luke Bruce. I like the adrenaline of having to play on quickly and kick those shots.
McGovern into Newman, kicks up to the wing. Harry Mackay reaches up over the top of Hardwick and takes the mark. At left half back, he comes inboard to Zach Williams. And chip it across half back to Jacob Wiedering. Looking for options through the middle of the ground. Chincotta takes the mark. Matt Clinch and Joel Peterson calling the action. Daniel Harford and Mark Murphy, your experts. Ian Coleman will head to the winning Hawthorn rooms on ABC Sport. Out to Kemp at right half back. Hawthorn lead by 67 points, and with that margin, they're inside the 8 for the first time this season. The Blues will be outside as the kick into the middle of the ground. Who to? And Matt Kennedy has a bit of a look at his teammates as the mark is taken by Newcomb. Chips it forward to Nash. The runner down. D'Ambrosio run down by Ollie Hollands. Just got a hand pass away at half forward. And the Hawks are scrapping for it. Having another go, Connor McDonald. But a free kick going Hawthorn's way for a high tackle, and Bruce is going to waste no time. Into the pocket for Gunston down low. The veterans combining the 1-2 rope-a-dope. And Jack Gunston deep in the left forward pocket. A chance to go back and kick his third.
He's probably taken 4 or 5 marks inside 50 today, Jack Gunston, so certainly doesn't have the power and the speed that he used to have, but he's still got the smarts and the awareness and knows how to find that space. But he's had the 4 marks inside 50, so played a really important role on Wiedering and found some marks himself.
His season high was 4 against Brisbane in round 11. Jack Gunston turning back the clock and bringing his best with potentially September on the horizon. Finger up in the air as he is realising there's still plenty more to play for in his and Hawthorn's season. The Hawks by 73 points as the brown and gold get to their feet once more. 16-15, 111 to Carlton 5-8-38. The Hawks by 73 points at the 25-minute mark of the final term.
Well, they're having a hell of a time out there at the moment, the Hawks boys. Money for Jan through the middle of the ground and then finishing off with some time and space forward of the ball, using each other really nicely. It's for Hawthorn fans, it's lovely to watch. For Carlton fans, it's in there going, well, how are we supposed to compete with this? With so many players down in terms of physical legs out there in the field, you cannot compete with this. So there's an element of that to this game at the moment, but it doesn't stop the pain that the Blues fans will be feeling at the minute, just with the way this game's unfolded, let alone the injuries that they're going to take into the next couple of weeks, perhaps.
What a remarkable performance it's been from the Hawks. A banner day for the brown and gold, and it continues. McKenzie with the clearance, kicks inside the forward 50. Bruce off the ground, a centering kick. It skidded past Deer. Sliding in was McDonald. Chincotta's dragged down by Bruce. It'll be a ball up at full forward. It will be the biggest loss of Michael Voss's era as Carlton coach. It was previously 56 points. And it will, in all likelihood, be Hawthorn's biggest win of the season. Their previous biggest was 66. A couple of weeks in a row, actually, against Collingwood and Adelaide only a couple of weeks ago. Ball goes up. It comes straight back down to the turf. Right forward pocket. Hawks into attack. Another ball up.
Thrown up, Nash tries to palm it down, but Pitnet does the roving, clearing kick touch. Moore tries to duck out of a tackle. Hand pass to Nash, hand pass to McKenzie. Ginnivan onto the left, kicks across the face of goal. Have a fly at that, in which Deer has to spoil from behind. Walsh tries to fend off Bruce, rushes a hand pass back towards the goal line, and will rush through for a minor score. Hawthorn by 74 points. 27 minutes gone, final term.
And it's going to be a big week for Michael Voss and Paddy Cripps to try and pick up the pieces from this one, because two very important games to finish, but it's going to be a lot of blokes with low confidence after today's performance.
Yeah.
McGovern brings it in, but straight to Weddle, far from where he kicked that outstanding goal in the second quarter. Out at right half forward. He's 65 from home, in front of the members. His team is 74 points to the good. He puts it to full forward. Charging across to bash out of play. Here's Mark Pitternet. Will have it thrown back in. Right forward pocket. Hawks into attack. City end all in shade. 16-16, 112 to 5-8-38. We're 28 through the last. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. The boundary umpires had a false start.
Almost had a foot fault as he went to throw it back in. Still had the footy in his hands. Nash and Pitnet. Spiels to the back. Cripps hand pass. Missed the intended target. McDonald tries to squeeze a kick out toward where Jack Gunston has spent the whole afternoon, and it rolls out of play in front of Kemp for a throw-in. So the Hawks have the Tigers at the MCG next Sunday. North Melbourne in Tasmania in the final round of the home and away season. For the Blues, it's West Coast in Perth on Sunday, and St Kilda in the final round of the home and away season, which for the Blues fans, it could come down to that as they fight for their spot in the 8. McKenzie for Hawthorn, hand pass back to Impey, into the middle of the ground for Hardwick, works it back to Weddle. He looks up and sends a high ball inside 50. Have a fly at that. Gunston's underneath. Deer as well, spoiled away by Kemp, spills the way of Cripps, gets the hand pass away to McGovern, and the Blues are out of defence.
McGovern tries a barrel of his own up the line toward Mackay, who drags it in on the juggle, turns infield. Oh, Hewitt slipped over at the important moment. Story of Carlton's day, taken away by Newcomb. And for all the talk of future, the time is very much now for Hawthorn. Their biggest win of the year, and they leap into the 8 by 74 over the Blues.
We love our club and we play to win, riding the bus with a grin and Hawthorn. From a bay you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. Fun for all and love for once when we play at Hawthorn. We are the mighty Hawks.
There was a shootout early, 3 goals apiece in the opening term, but the second quarter saw Hawthorn blow the game wide open. They kicked 5 in the second term, 4 in the third, closed with another 4, and Carlton's day ground to a halt. Injury adds to the sweetness, or the sourness as far as Carlton are concerned, and Hawthorn has turned an 8-point percentage deficit to jump ahead of Carlton. They sit in the 8 at the end of the day.
Riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for one's the way we play at Hawthorn. We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
For the first time in season 2024, Hawthorn enter the top 8. 48 points, a percentage of 108.5. They jump past the Blues, who slide to 9th. 48 points, a percentage of 107.4. And this crazy 2024 season with 2 rounds to play, effectively Hawthorn, Carlton, and maybe Fremantle might be fighting for the final spot in the top 8. The Hawks winners by 74 points, and they're a side you would not want to face in September. Daniel Harford and Mark Murphy with their thoughts on ABC Sport.
Well, look, at the start of the game, we were concerned here, watching the way the teams are unfolding and the lineups put out there and the way they've been playing the last couple of weeks. We were concerned about the speed of the Hawks from a Blues perspective, and that really was the major factor in the game, Murph. As the uncontested run, it was the ability to chain possession from half back and get it to your forward 50 and find some find some overlap, run and carry. And the Blues had no way to defend it today. They tried their hardest from contest. They won contest, I think, for most of the afternoon in terms of contested ball and clearance, but they just didn't have the class or the speed to be able to withstand the onslaught from the Hawks when they got possession of the footy. And we always talk about their offensive stuff, but it's their defensive stuff as well. You touched on it a bit, particularly from a forward perspective. Their forward half pressure, they close space really quickly, and the Blues weren't able to combat it.
Yeah, they forced Carlton into a lot of errors, and I go back to when I heard Tex Walker talk about the Hawks, and he was saying that their pressure is probably the best that he's felt throughout the season, and it's something that they've certainly added to their game. We've known they've had this offensive element to their style of play, but they've certainly got the contested style of football and the pressure defensive element of their game in a great area at the moment. And when the game was on, they just gave Carlton an absolute touch up around the ball. Their balance was much better around the stoppage, and they used the ball from those stoppages a lot cleaner than what Carlton did. And that was the difference in the game, especially in that first half. In that second quarter, they just couldn't put a foot wrong, the Hawks. And the game was certainly not dead and buried to that point, but probably 5 minutes into that third quarter, when the injuries started to take their toll onto Carlton, they just didn't have any answers, and they just controlled the game from then on in. It was a really professional performance from Hawthorn. Really enjoyed the style of play that they went about it, and I made mention of the role and the expectations of Michael Voss and Paddy Cripps this week about trying to just get this group revitalised going into the final 2 weeks, because the season certainly isn't lost, but the confidence of a lot of players out there would be certainly heavily dented after that performance today.
And what sort of toll is it going to take on the Blues? So much to work our way through with the injuries to Jack Martin with a hamstring, Lockie Fogarty with a collar, Charlie Curnow with an ankle, a left ankle, where there's fears as to whether he might return in the 2024 season. Adam Sard with a hamstring, Mitch McGovern with a shoulder, Jordan Boyd, not sure what it was by the end, but he was just battling to try and stay out on the field.
Just life.
Yeah, it was weird because he's obviously done a groin or something. So, but at the same time too, he was playing out there, couldn't even move. But if he's got a torn groin, it's almost doing a pretty detriment to himself, having to try and fight through that, isn't it?
It's just on Boyd, just to illustrate how hard his day was. He didn't touch it.
Yeah,
he didn't have a disposal.
That's true.
Yeah, he actually couldn't get out of second gear.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, he was obviously injured, but had to play a role to be able to give rotations to the rest of his team. So a really selfless attitude to go out there when the chips were down, to go and just stand out there. It wouldn't be anything worse than being out there running around on one leg.
So he was out there for an hour, 60 minutes and 26 seconds time on ground, and he didn't get a touch. That's just brutal.
It's a rough day.
Yeah,
it was a rough day.
The old adage of just try and stand out there and take an opponent has never been truer, as we're seeing shots on the monitor of the Carlton players heading inside the change rooms and straight into a team meeting with Michael Voss at Docklands. It's the Saints who lead by 6 points, 4-1-25 to the Tigers 3-1-19.
So he has to, just on the Vossi situation, talked about Carlton and the boys going straight into the rooms. His job now is to say, fellas, we had a bad day today, and there's reasons why that happened, but there's also some external factors that we couldn't control in terms of the injuries and the loss of players. So he has to exactly do what you just said, Murph, about getting them to just be able to learn from this, and we'll have some learnings from it, obviously, from a review perspective, but be able to move forward. Everything has to be so positive now to move forward in this last 2 weeks. And it starts right now for Michael Voss. So he can't go in there ranting and raving and saying, we can't, that's not acceptable, we can't have that. It's got to be totally flipped into a positive mindset of, you know what, we've showed how good we are all year long. It's gone a little bit off in the last couple of weeks, but we are a seriously good footy team, and we just got to start to believe that again and get the mindset of these players in the zone. So for the next 6 days before they head west to take on the Eagles, they think they are giant killers. They can win anything. That's his job right now, Michael Voss.
Yeah, it's a tough ask being a coach, isn't it? Especially when you've been up for the majority of the year. They've had a tough month, no doubt about it, but today's easily their worst loss in his tenure. And
they were second at round 20.
Yeah, and at quarter time at the Giants game, I was up there. I was thinking, geez, this is unbelievable football they're playing.
Yeah, amazing,
and it was like there was a group conversation going on with a few ex-players thinking, geez, this is as good as I've seen them play, and it's just all fallen over since then. And no doubt injuries have taken a role in that, but they still got shown up today in the first half. So there's got to be some lessons learned about the way in which they're playing. They've certainly got to move on pretty quickly, because if they dwell for too long, it's just going to take too much energy out of the group. So they're going to have to really come together and attack the last 2 weeks. And if they win the last 2, there's still a chance to play finals. But Hawthorn, you'd think, are probably going to win those last 2 themselves. They've got Richmond and North, and they're going to rely on percentage possibly in winning their last 2 games as well.
Well, that's the thing. If they win, they'll win well. Yep. You would think against Richmond and North. So percentage, despite the fact it's nice to have that little buffer against the Blues here at the moment after round 22, it's probably not going to be a factor. If they can win their last 2 games, they'll win by enough.
So what's their ceiling? What's the ceiling for this Hawthorn team if they play the way they did today?
Well, I don't think we've seen a team like them in recent times. Carry momentum from 13th, 14th, 15th, and then just win and still have to be outside the 8 and still have to keep on winning. We haven't seen this situation evolve too many times. And I don't think the way they're playing, I don't think anyone in the competition would want to play Hawthorn in September. I think they come with such energy. They're so dynamic and ballistic with the way they play. They're so ferocious with their hunt and their defence. They seemingly are all in real good sync, real good chemistry. Exactly what they want to do in all 3 phases of the game. I think they'd be the last team in the competition right now you'd want to play in September. I don't think there is a ceiling.
The long-suffering Hawthorn fans who haven't experienced finals since 2018 have made their way down to the fence as Hawthorn are ready to make their way off the MCG. Led by James Sicily. They are enjoying the moment right now. Hawthorn 74-point winners over Carlton. 16-16, 112 to the Blues, 5-8-38. And with Richmond and North Melbourne to come, I don't think does anyone think Hawthorn won't be there in September?
Well, there was a case last night where 14 wins wouldn't get you in. That still might exist, but I reckon they'll win them and they play finals now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think they certainly play finals. I'm just looking at the other 2 spots probably above them in terms of 6th and 7th at the moment, and probably Fremantle's probably got the harder run, to be honest with you.
If the Bulldogs win today.
So it almost looks like it's probably not going to change from here, this final 8.
The 3-2-1 for the ABC Football of the Year still to come as we head to Adelaide in around 5 minutes' time. Down to the Hawks rooms with Ian Cohen.
Well, it's fair to say the rooms are bursting to the seams. It is quite phenomenal down here. The cheers are going off. The club are absolutely buoyant at the moment, and of course into that 8. It's been an amazing run for the Hawks, and they're about to form up and sing the song. We're hopefully going to try to talk to Cal Shadir if we can before time runs out, but we'll try and bring you obviously one of the young guns, part of that new brigade of Hawks as they form up for the circle inside the rooms now, and they're just about ready to go.
Hawthorn winners by 74 points, 16-16, 112 to the Blues 5-8-38. So we've got about 4 minutes. So, Koza, if they come to you, yell out. Maybe we'll get the 3-2-1 for the ABC Footballer of the Year as Mark Murphy and Daniel Harford.
I think the jury's deliberating.
Well, we're just talking about there wasn't really standout players. I mean, such an even contribution across the board. Weddle's in my votes. Weddle's getting 1 vote. Murph, we're doing this together by committee.
Doing on the fly.
Yeah, on the fly. Weddle's getting one, short of time. Weddle's getting 1 vote for us. Fantastic game from him across half-back. 18 disposals, 3 snags. That's a good day at the office, I think, for Joshy Weddle. 2 votes. It goes to Massimo D'Ambrosio, who's magnificent. You loved him all the way through the call. He was awesome. 31 disposals off that wing. Just such a good link player for the Hawks through the middle of the ground. He had just 8 score involvements. He was very, very impressive. And the 3 votes, I know you're keen to dish this out to the 3 votes. We agree with this. The 3 votes, Murph.
Hawthorn skipper.
Hawthorn skipper.
James Sicily.
Spot on.
3 to Sicily, 2 to D'Ambrosio, 1 to Weddle, down to Ian Covey. You got 3 minutes, Koza.
Even Cohen as well. Kelsha Deer is with us in the rooms. And Kelsha, have you had a day out like that? I mean, I know you're starting to emerge in your career, but that was quite a day.
Yeah, no, I don't think I can take any credit for it. I mean, the way the boys moved the ball and just execute our game plan perfectly. I was just lucky to get on the end of it. It was unreal. It was so much fun.
I think you can take a fair bit of credit. You bagged a couple of goals. You were high-flying and high-looping, a big part of that Hawthorn forward line.
Yeah, I just try and play my role every week. I know I'm not going to be able to mark everything, so if I just get it to ground for the smalls and then let it go their way, or some weeks it'll go my way like it did today. But it was just, the group effort was amazing.
Daniel Harford and Mark Murphy upstairs.
Couch, it's one of those days. It was one of those great days to be a part of a great team who are flying. What were you worried about? Because I'm concerned about what you might have thought were their strengths today coming in you had to overcome.
Yeah, well, obviously they can kill us through the corridor, and just when you let them get momentum with the team they are, they can bang on 5 goals in an instant. And for us to not let that happen today and keep them at 38 points just shows the effort and the work rate that all the boys put in today. And yeah.
Just interested to know whether or not Sam Mitchell talked about at 3/4 time about the percentage being a factor going into the last quarter, because I'm not sure if you realised it or not, but when you did hit the 65-point margin, I think, Clinchy, isn't that right, that's when you jumped above the Carlton team in the 8. Did you know about it, and did Sam Mitchell bring it up?
Yeah, I think it was in everyone's subconscious. It wasn't specifically spoken about, but you know, ever since the Port game, we've always wanted to go into the 4th quarter, even with a lead, and just win by as much as we can. And obviously we didn't get that done last week, and for us to be up at 3/4 time today and then go out and add how many goals it was in the last quarter, it's just a testament to everyone and how we work. So yeah.
Culture, you won 11 of your last 13. What's the biggest difference, do you feel, from the opening 5 rounds of the season?
I think just the love and all the connection between the boys, and you know, we've spoken a lot about pressure and how much it means to us and the work rate, and I think everyone sort of just gelled a lot more, and it all started coming together after round 5, and obviously that wasn't the way we wanted to start the year, but the mentality of all the boys to bring it back from that and now to be in the 8, as you guys said, it's just unbelievable.
It's an exciting run this season. Kelsha, thanks as always for your time. Good luck in the last 2 weeks of the home and away season.
Thank you. Thanks for the chat, boys.
Kelsha Deer with Ian Cohen down in the Hawthorn rooms. Winners by 74 points. It's going to be crazy at the end.
Good afternoon, Ian Covey, for listening.
Yes, Koza, a big Cats fan. He'd be happy with the way they're going as this 2024 season continues to evolve with twists and turns at every direction. So we're off to the Adelaide Oval. Aaron Bryant, Neil Cross, Rod Jamieson, Josh Franco and Liz Walsh to pick up the commentary. Big week for the Blues, Murph.
Big week down there at Princes Park, that's for sure. So they have to lick their wounds and move on pretty quick, Clinchy.
That's the beauty of this season. There's no time to wait. Thanks for everyone this afternoon. Thank you to Joel. Thanks to Half. Thank you to Murph. Thanks to Koza down on the boundary, to Jules at the back of the box, and Craig Davis back at base. What a crazy season it is, and there's still one match to go at the moment at Docklands. It's the Saints who are so far doing the job over the Tigers. St Kilda holding a 6-point advantage there in the second quarter. There's a call available on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button. Hawthorn's 74-point winners here at the MCG. They're into the top 8 for the first time in season 2024 at the Blues' expense. Thanks so much for your company. Stay with us on ABC Sport as the footy continues.